I'm talking at a conference remotely. It's I was unsure how to do it in the beginning, but they have been super awesome. Amazing. Without their help, I wouldn't be able to prepare my content or talking here. So that's one part, and the other part is what you miss in a remote conference presentation is the real-time feedback they usually get when you do it in person, because when you are not doing well and the audience is bored, you can see it on their faces, and some of them usually yawn, and that part is missing. So it's possible, not possible. I think it's probable that I wouldn't do that great in some parts throughout the journey, and probably do great in some. Let me give you a quick introduction. I'm Avinash Sarangi, and that's a redundant information and the repetition of my name, but everyone loves their name. Microsoft Redmond is where I work, and I'm a group engineering manager for the WebXT shopping team. Most recently, we have built a suite of products into the Edge browser, and if you go on and start using the Edge browser on your Windows PC, I know a lot of you, after you have a fresh installation of Windows 10 or 11 most recently, you would open the Edge browser and go download Chrome. I know, and I understand where you are coming from, but I promise that Edge browser has moved into Chromium and is now, well, I definitely have a bias, but for full disclaimer, but it's probably the best browser out there right now. So give it a try when you're shopping online. And always looking for excellent talent to solve the problems that you're solving right now. And if you use that and you like it and you want to be part of the journey, I have my contact information here, and please drop me an email. Thank you. Let's begin. Now, I'm not going to tell you how JavaScript works, how a few things in JavaScript work. It's all out there, and a lot of great authors before me, and there will be a lot of great authors after me who would have better ways to explain and probably more knowledgeable than I can ever be. And I would let them talk to you about how to use JavaScript and how certain things work in JavaScript. What I'm here and what I'm going to share with you today is going to be unique. It's going to be unique because only I can tell the story, because this is my experience, my personal experience. I'm going to share with you. I'm going to share with you 3 different stories, 3 insights, and how the simplicity of JavaScript was at the crux of the problems that we are solving in the solution that we came up with, and how these led us to get those insights or the learnings which have been profound, and it has a profound impact on my career and my daily work, and helps me develop a lot of clarity and empathy for my coworker. Now, without much suspense, let's start our journey. And I'm going to talk about 3 different products. One is a JavaScript antivirus. I know it's a JavaScript anti-malware or adware, but I'm just calling them antivirus. I know that's not the most accurate representation here, but yeah, I didn't want to use any jargon, so I'm just going with virus. Then we have JavaScript analytics product. And then we talk about how with JavaScript we created more than $1 billion worth of product. And the biggest part in this journey is, one, They are in the chronological order of creation, and one led to the other. One led to the other. All right, let's start. But before we start, I have a question for you. Do you know what's going on here? Can anyone tell me what's going on here? You can use the chat and write your responses. I'm going to wait 10 seconds and then I'm going to restart. But I would love for you to take a guess. All right, I think we are up the 10 seconds, and I don't know if any of you guessed it. So this is definitely a web browser, and we have loaded one of the popular news websites in India here. And as you see, of course there is news, and the best part about the news websites in India is not just India but elsewhere. The news websites these days is you will be able to find some news in there if you are able to navigate and discern what are the ads on the page. But there is something more interesting going on here, and let me show you what's going on. So we have, this is a banner ad, this is an ad, this is an ad, this is an ad, a lot of ad on the page. But these ads are the ads that the website wanted to place and wanted you to see. And it's unfortunate that you are there to read news, but any product that you might have visited at some time in the past is following you here, and that's how the advertising works these days. So yeah, excuse me. But yeah, if you notice here, what's happening is we have ads by app. Let's say ads by app, and we have a blob here, we have another blob here, and it seems like it's completely irrelevant. It talks about some chicken, find more about chicken, looking for chicken, and it just does not belong here. And you may get confused if you were searching for chicken online and then that, hey, because I was searching for eggs, now I am seeing these ads about chicken. But no, that's not the case. While these ads are genuine ads where they were presented to you by the ad provider and the website itself, these ads were injected by the adware which is running on client on this PC right here. And these adwares is they have a profound impact on the user experience, and we are going to talk about how we at Microsoft discovered this problem and how we solved this problem and what are the learnings from there. An example from Bing. This is another example. Because I used to work for Bing, and that is where we made the discovery. I'm so sorry, this image quality is not that great. It's from like 4 years ago, and I'm not able to reproduce this image anymore, fortunately, because we solved the problem of adware and malware impacting This is Avinash here, and I'm going to talk about Java, fortunately, because we solved the problem of error. And this represents a plugin or an extension that the user may install. There's updated code, which is just malicious. It's going to inject a lot of ads and hijack your user experience. It was so clever, right? This is a prevalent activity that we see all the time. And this is just one of the ways, right? I mean, it can happen with a lot of different softwares. A lot of people download photo editing softwares and a bunch of other stuff, and this is how it's a recent in the past 5 or 6 years, this has really boomed and skyrocketed. This kind of a malicious behaviors of transferring malicious code onto user machine. And when we detected this problem with Bing, we found out that more than 5% of users have one or other form of malware or adware running. The reason I'm saying more than 5%, we can also paraphrase it or alternatively say that at least 5% of the users had this. which is like, it could be 10%, 15%, we don't know, but from our experimentation, we are able to detect at least 5% users. And we researched and investigated this code very deeply with a lot of folks from Microsoft Research. I worked closely with them. And what we found is this adware and malware code were all written in JavaScript so that it can run in the browser and do a lot of stuff. But they were not simple code. They were not simple code. They were polymorphic code. Yes, I know what you're thinking when you say polymorphism or the polymorphic code. The first thing when I was unaware or I saw this for the first time, I was like, oh, I know. I have my object-oriented skills intact, so I understand what polymorphism is. But here, polymorphic code means something else, and you can go and look that up on Wikipedia. What it means is the code changes itself. While the semantic remains the same, the code just changes itself every time it runs. It evolves, and then it has like really advanced obfuscation. And they had for websites like Google, Facebook, Bing, and these are or YouTube, and these are the websites where they were hiding most of the ads because a lot of people were visiting those websites, and their revenue generation model was or is ads predominantly. And they would detect the telemetry which would fire for this website because, hey, the layout changed or something happened and we file telemetry, and they would detect it and they would go ahead and suppress those telemetry. And it's possible because they are extension and they have access to those advanced API to do things on the network as well. So pretty advanced and probably written by a lot of smart developers. But yeah, just that the smartness was used for something nasty here. Now, the topic of the JS antivirus, again, it's not an antivirus, it's not a virus, it's just a anti-malware or adware, but I'm just saying an antivirus. And this is one of the techniques that we did, which is like proactive defense. And there are two techniques that we did. One is proactive defense, one is reactive defense. The proactive defense you see is extremely simple. And the entire anti-malware was built as a small JavaScript framework. And this is one of the examples of what we did. And what we did was, forget about how they download, forget about how they interact with the page. But essentially, in the end, to be able to add something on the page, all they have to do is add some of these DOM elements, which they are creating, downloading, with all this polymorphic code and whatnot. They have to use one of these APIs, which is part of the JavaScript set of APIs. Insert child and add something to the DOM and alter the DOM if they want to render it for the user to see. And one of the simple things that we did as part of the proactive was override all of these APIs within our page and override with a custom definition. And the custom definition was, we would run a set of validation before we allow that element to be added or removed from the page. And if the validation passes, then we do it. We let it happen. If it doesn't pass, then we just stop it right there and pretend like something, it was all good and return the element or return true or whatever. So this was so simple, and it was not big code to write, like it's maybe 200 lines of code, but it was able to stop it. It was able to stop a lot of the malware activity on Bing. And this was one of the simple techniques. The other thing that we did was the reactive one, and the JS antivirus reactive. I'm laughing because every time I say it's an antivirus, which it is not, it's just an anti-malware or adware. So, I know not a lot of people are a fan of this vegetable, but it's pretty good and healthy. I love this. And the image here is only to illustrate what a mutation looks like. A mutation is an anomaly, in a general population. Or, anomaly doesn't mean that it's bad or good. It's just different in the population. So, what I'm trying to illustrate here was in the reactive way. What we are doing is, and before I talk about what we are doing, let me talk about why we had to go beyond the proactive and go into the reactive defense. Because it's an extension code, and there are other mechanisms where a lot of man in the middle kind of thing would happen, and they would inject malicious JavaScript code into the page, which would do some weird things on the page, and that can be taken care of just from the proactive JavaScript modifications that we saw before in the previous slide. On this one, it's targeted for the extensions, because the extensions are running at a higher privilege. Even if we override some of the APIs on the page, the APIs they have access to,
they do not get this overridden definition. They get the native definition of those APIs because they are running in a different context in the content script or the background script. And but if you think about it, eventually they are going to alter the DOM. And the DOM is something which our code is tightly coupled with and understands. And when you talk about they can alter the DOM, all that happens is they either remove a child in the DOM or they add a child in the DOM using their JavaScript. And this fires a mutation event. And all the modern browsers, they have DOM mutation observer and a bunch of similar functionality. And with that, we'll be able to detect any mutation happening on the page. It's just a matter of how we could validate those mutations. And this is just a simple example of how we validated it. So we took like their height and their width and their visibility, the class name, the layout position, their style, X and Y coordinate. And as we evolve this code a little bit, what we would do is we would take a frame or the point of reference on the page once it renders, and we'll measure the distance of the top element of where the injections happen, and we would know that, oh, okay, this element at any point of time is relatively this far away from this absolute position, which is the search box in our case, which remains fixed on the page. So we run a bunch of different kind of validations from the server, and we experiment with a lot of different variations. And using those rule set, which would be dynamic and downloaded from server, and we can keep it changing, and a lot of obfuscation in the rule set that we download, we try to encrypt it, then decrypt it, and a bunch of stuff that we do, so that anyone who is trying to reverse engineer our minified code would have a hard time doing it. And with this, we would detect, regardless of where it started, where the mutation occurred, we would be able to detect it and undo that change and restore the page to its normal form. So this was the entire the reactive thing that we did. And this is just one of the examples where this is how the Bing page looked like when it was attacked by the malware. And when our code was running, this is how it looked like. And we ran some at-scale A/B experimentation, and the revenue was up like 0.8%. And 0.8%, by the way, is a lot of money for a product like Bing. It's a lot of money. I mean, yeah. Success rate, and success rate is how easily the user is able to reach to what they're looking for. It's kind of the success rate increased and engagement increased. And you may think 0.5% is less, but let me tell you, in a large product like Bing, moving this kind of metric, even like 0.01%, is super hard. And people who are working on mature products with like hundreds of millions of users using it every day, they would know what I'm talking about. How did we learn about it? And it's an interesting story. One day, my wife was trying to do some shopping online, and she is like, "Hey, can you come here? Computer guy. So if the computer is not working, then you get called because you are a computer engineer and you are expected to fix it." And I was dreading that it's one of those moments where either the speaker is not working or something happening, and I got called on, but by my wife. But in this case, it was weird. She was unable to go and do shopping online because she was trying to do some shopping on Amazon, and she would not be able to click on the product because it was spammed with all these kind of ads. And I was like, Amazon wouldn't do that. And then it struck me that it's some kind of a malware which is running on her PC and probably doing it. So I went to Bing and I saw the similar behavior, and I was like, oh my God, it looks like there are malwares and who are doing it. But now the second step was to validate whether or not this is a case or instance in isolation or this is a prevalent problem at scale. So we had something called as box model. One of my colleague at that point of time surveys who is the pioneer of this box model stuff, and he had this thing. So we decided, okay, let's run this the box model stuff and run an experiment and see what we get back. The box model essentially is a JavaScript framework which would have some layout validation, and excuse me. And if we any point of time, and what it does is it creates a server image before we send the page over to the client. We would create a server rendered page, and then we will collect all the telemetry of the layout information from the client, and then we try to reconstruct it. And if there are unwanted elements or elements with style we do not recognize, and with their positioning and everything, then we would be able to detect it. And this is exactly how you see it. So all the red stuff that you see here is essentially the boxes, which is like the div and the span and things like that, which we did not recognize, and their G index was higher than everything else on the page, and they would hide the real content. So this was box model, and we ran this experiment, and we figured out that 5% I was talking about is the outcome of this experiment. And this box model essentially helped us find more of these instances and learn from them and incorporate the necessary changes into the framework that we had. And now this led us to our second product, or the second story, which is Clarity. And Clarity started as box model and evolved to become a huge or the big product that we have today. It's free to use, so I really encourage everyone go and check this out and try it out on your website, if you on your company website, and give it a try. This is free from Microsoft. It works well with Google Analytics, so pretty good. Let me show you a few examples of what Clarity does and how it works. Some fun examples. This is what Clarity is. Clarity has the ability to do the sessions playback. What does it mean? Is when a user is interacting with your website, and if you have Clarity running here, running on your website, and you could capture or record the session, and then at server you could replay it exactly, replaying how your user interacted with your website, and you will be able to track the mouse, how they clicked, where it was frustrating, if there was any difficulty they couldn't complete. There is a lot of drop off that happens for shopping websites primarily, and you'll be able to find out the cause if there was a problem with your website at that point of time, slow network, and so on and so forth. It has a heat map, and the heat map is really popular because you exactly know where most users are clicking or visiting, and part of the most interesting part. And if your CTA, or the most, the part that you want the user to click happens to be in a region on the page where users are not clicking, then you know exactly what to do, and we'll see some of those examples. So this is one of the interesting examples from Bing again, which is, someone on Reddit reported that they are seeing this purple ads on Bing. So if there's an ad, it's purple in color, and we saw that on Reddit, and then we were really confused that we don't serve like purple ads, and then we went and we tried to mine through the Clarity logs, because Clarity is running on Bing. We mined from the Clarity logs. Oh, by the way, we don't look at, we care about your privacy, and Clarity does not capture all the text. So it's all masked, as you can see. We just take the layout information to validate and probably do the session playback. Excuse me. And when we did that, it turns out it was happening because the user installed an extension called Kaspersky antivirus, and it was impacting the ads in a negative way and changing its color. And here I'm illustrating how we detected that from the Clarity logs, because we had this icon and we could see it. We know that it's coming from Kaspersky lab, from the source, so on and so forth. And it was obvious that, oh, okay, so there are extensions which would impact in a negative way. It was so much fun. Like, people going out and getting confused about purple ads. That's so much fun. I would like to see those purple ads on that. Moving on, this is another example where this is Travel Boom. It's a company, and as you can see on the left and on the right, what do you see there? Do you see any difference in the layout here? On the left and the right, it's the same website. I mean, the same company website. On the left, if you see, the company wanted users to look at the top part and then get influenced and click on one of these two buttons. So this is the CTA. This is the real deal, the business that the company really wants. But if you look at the heat map, this is the heat map. The red part is where most of the clicks are happening, and the green part is where less clicks are happening. People are clicking here because that's part of the viewport, and it's likely below the viewport or towards the bottom, and not in the focus area on the page, and users are not engaging with it. And they got this insight from Clarity, for example, and when they moved the buttons, which is like shop now, to the top area where the real clicks were happening, they saw that the conversion increased by 30%. That's a lot, and these are the kind of fun insights you can get from Clarity. This is another fun example from Bing search itself. I know, I worked at Bing, and I'm giving a lot of examples from Bing, but the difference you see is, like, if I'm talking about a third-party company or their website and property, I have to mask them. For Bing, I don't have to mask anything. So here, if you see, it's a really interesting problem, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of users who are using your products, if it happens to be a website, are dealing with a similar problem. And here, the search box is the most important part of the page on a search engine like Bing, because that's how the user starts their or his or her interaction with the page, and they would interact with the search box in many different ways. They would click in the search box, they would type in it, so on and so forth. And as you can see in this example, in the search box, we had a margin, and this margin was not clickable because it was not the click target. The click target was the area in the blue, and the margin around it is the area in orange here. And what we saw is a lot of users were trying to add a prefix to the query they have already made. So for example, if the query is Mars, and if you want to just prefix to it something like weather in Mars, then instead of rewriting, a lot of users would just try to click here towards the beginning of the text and then prefix it, like weather in Mars. And that's the normal user behavior we have seen. And they would try to click there. But because you have this margin, a lot of users have to click multiple times. They would click here, and they would click here, hoping that the cursor would show up, and it doesn't. So they click like multiple times, and then they would go into the text, move a little bit right into it, and by that time, your frustration would be beyond the roof, right? So we discovered this with clarity, and then we went ahead and reformulated the query. Restructured the layout in a way where we removed, removed the margin and made the entire thing clickable. And when that happened, we saw a lot of users' success rate increased because they were able to type faster and get to there, and they were not as frustrated. So they were happy. Moving on from here, let me take it down. All right. I talked about that I'm working on shopping consumer products most recently, and this has been such a wonderful journey so far. And this is the third story that I want to share with you, the third product story that I want to share with you. The edge shopping, we did, the anti-malware stuff, millions of dollars in revenue. We did the Clarity product, which came kind of out of that exercise with anti-malware. And then by this time, we had like profound learnings from simplicity, because at no point, if you think about it, these things are usually you write a model, you run the models on a microservice, and then you send a bunch of information from your client to the server, then that the model will run there, and then you get something. So these are like really complex solutions out there. But we did not use any of that. We used JavaScript, simple JavaScript, plain JavaScript, like vanilla JavaScript, and not very complicated code, but just some clever use of JavaScript to solve these humongous problems and created the humongous impact that I just told you about. And one of those examples is the most recent edge shopping product that we have built. Microsoft is a big company, and like any other big companies, reorgs are something which happen, time to time. And as part of one of those reorgs, I and a lot of my colleagues, we found ourselves in a new org where we're building consumer products around shopping area. And then we thought, what can we do? Because the entire idea was to apply at this point was to apply JavaScript and our learnings to solve real user problems. Because you saw the user experience was getting impacted with the malwares that we improved. User experience, users were struggling to use any web page in a meaningful way, and they used to get frustrated. And to solve that problem, we created Clarity, and now we know, and we go out and solve the user problems and make their experience and interaction journey beautiful. And we wanted to solve this problem. So one of the things that we found out from our Bing search logs and everything, where a lot of people were searching for coupons, and a lot of people were searching for rebates and coupons and everything. So it was evident that shopping is a fun thing, but also when you look at your bank account after you buy something, you feel guilty because you're paying so much. So if we if we let the user or help the user save some money and time when they're shopping, nothing like it. I mean, the user would love that. And we built this shopping product, which applies the coupons automatically on the checkout page. Because we have the Bing index and we partner with a lot of different providers, we have access to a really big coupon corpus, and we have built our index of the web. So we also know different, all the products which are out there across different retailers, and we are able to offer like price comparison or price history, which is, when you're searching for any product, we're able to offer you who are the alternate sellers who are selling it and if they are cheaper or not, so that you can get the best deal. I would highly recommend check out this URL to learn more about it. But the simplest way of doing it is opening Edge browser on your computer and going to a shopping website, like Macy's.com, for example, in the US. With JavaScript, what we did was it's a robotic process automation. because I talked about auto application of the coupons and yeah, robotic process automation, simple JavaScript to interact with the page, and we're able to scale it really, really well. And we are running on like many thousands of websites in many different markets. And some of the RP examples that we've solved with the JavaScript are like the coupons experience, where the coupons are auto-applied, autofill, where and it's awesome. Success of your work depends on the importance of the problem and not your solution. We have a misconception that our solution has to sound smart. Our solution has to sound complicated or complex, and people need to deliberate to understand what your solution is. But that's we found in our experience that's really not true. Our solution has to be simple, and your impact depends on the importance of the problem. Collaboration is the hardest problem in computer science, and original thinking is the most undervalued skill in the computer science. Yeah, this is true because getting two smart people or two smart teams to collaborate and make progress towards one goal is the hardest problem. And all the big companies or most successful companies or products that you see today, they have solved this problem to some extent. Original thinking is the most undervalued skill in computer science because a lot of emphasis goes into experience. Experience can be gained once you work, and it's out there. And if you're interested in something, you can go out and read about it and learn more about it. But original thinking is the uniqueness. If it is the original thought, then it's only you who could come up with that, nobody else. So that's where the uniqueness lies, and yeah, that's where the beauty lies. So these are the key learnings that we had so far. I mean, I had so far in my career at Microsoft, working through all these 3 products that I walked you through. And thank you so much. If you
Hey, Cassandra.
Awesome. This was like a really interesting talk there, and to see like how JavaScript is being used to do some crazy stuff at Microsoft was it like real great learnings. I think some of you might have faced little speed issues, and unfortunately we had to cut down a little bit due to some scheduling. We are running a little bit on a schedule, late on the schedule. So, but worry not, the whole talk would be available to everyone on YouTube, the full version of the talk. And because of the schedule, we won't be taking up live Q&As here. But again, Abhinash would be available in the lounge area. You can hop onto the lounge area. There would be a table by Abhinash's name. Just go on the table, ask Abhinash anything about it, like whatever you are curious about, and yeah, you'll be there. Thank you, Abhinash. Thank you for this amazing talk.
Thank you, Cassandra. Thank you, everyone.
All right, see you in the next talk.
See you. Bye-bye.
which does web specifications, you might know, or WG, which does HTML. We work a lot on different web browsers, including Chromium, which is what we're going to talk about today. One thing that I wanted to say before I start up with the meat of the presentation is that I'm standing on the shoulders of giants here, right? I did not come up with all of this stuff by myself. Actually, instead, this work that I'm going to present to you today is a collaborative effort by Italia, Bloomberg, and Google, and we're coming together to sort of work together and build these different tools. But first of all, you may ask, why multi-core JS? Why is it even necessary? I like JavaScript as it is right now. Well, JavaScript, just to give a little perspective, JavaScript was designed in 1995. To all of you old people who are in some sort of retroactive amnesia, that was 26 years ago. It's JavaScript is older than I am, and maybe older than a bunch of you. So it's a pretty old language that was designed in a completely different world, in a completely different landscape. Back in those days, if you remember, CPU hardware was scaling with frequency, right? So I remember when I got my first computer, it was all about the gigahertz. It's not the same anymore. These days, CPU hardware scales with multi-core, with big little sort of architecture, if you know about ARM processors that are popping up these days. And not so much with frequency. So if you have a phone in your hand right now, I hope not, but you probably have a device with like 8 cores or something on it. If you have like one of those new shiny MacBooks with an M1 processor, it has a number of cores that work this way. But JavaScript, unfortunately, doesn't really tap into that because it was designed for a different era of hardware. The client side, at the same time, is moving to the web. And of course, like more and more people are developing for the web and are getting into the web, of course. But it's not just that, right? If you've been working on Hermes and React Native, if you've been working on Electron, on Tori, you know that even on non-web platforms like mobile or desktop, the client side is moving to the web as a platform for developing all these interfaces. On the same time, when it comes to servers, JavaScript and WebAssembly are taking over servers too. A great example of this is Fastly and Cloudflare's models. So if you don't know, Fastly and Cloudflare each have a product that can help you do edge computing, which means that you can run stuff serverless on somebody else's computer, basically. And they're using a lot of JavaScript and WebAssembly. So, and of course, there's Node.js and other things. So JavaScript and WebAssembly are increasingly being run on more and more powerful machines, on servers, and so on. At the same time, it's important to expose some of these hardware capabilities to the software. It's not just about performance. For example, when I was talking about Big Little, the basic idea behind Big Little architecture is that there's big processor cores and there's little processor cores, and some of these are more power efficient, some are less power efficient, but they're more powerful. And the idea is that you can choose which cores you want to work on based on what kind of application you're building. Maybe you have a chat app that needs to turn the fans on, basically. And this is important. So it's important to expose these capabilities to software, including web software, including what you're running in the browser. Why would you care about this? Well, if you're still not convinced, if your users own a mobile phone in 2021, it's likely running one of these processes with a number of cores, so you should probably care. If you run JavaScript or WebAssembly on a server, which is any device really which has more hardware capabilities than you're using right now, maybe you'd care because you're not using the full capabilities. If you build computationally heavy web applications, if you're, I don't know, working on anything, the likes of, big social networks, video streaming applications, or, Google Docs was something that was a driving use case for some of this work. Any big, heavy web application would really like some of these things that they're working on. Or if you just want to utilize full hardware capabilities, I mentioned power saving just in the last slide, but some of these other hardware capabilities that are unlocked by this as well. That said, let's go over the old news first. Let's set the context. What is the stuff that has already happened so far? So Kshagra was talking just previously about all the things that you do have. You have already high-level async constructs that allow work in the background. Things like you can use the event loop. You can use at the high level you can use promises and all these things, and you don't need to care about how they're working behind the scenes, but you know that they allow work in the background somehow. You also have sort of more low-level things like workers and shared workers and server, all kinds of workers really, and you can use them to have some sort of multi-threading. Right now, we have a post message, which you can use to sort of post messages between these different threads of execution. You have message channel and you have async await, which makes promises and everything just much easier to work. You can have more high-level sort of code that can utilize some of these very low-level hardware capabilities. And we have WebAssembly, which makes things much faster on different levels. There were some failed attempts during the way, so all these things that happened, they stand on the gravestones of some of these things, which we tried to do but couldn't. So one example is Parallel.js. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it was a project that tried to allow some of these things. Unfortunately, it's not an ongoing initiative anymore. And there was SIMD.js. So any of you who don't know about SIMD, it is a CPU instruction set that allows you to in the parallel do arithmetic and addition, subtractions, all the stuff that CPUs do at the low level, right? And well, some people tried to expose these to JavaScript. That didn't really work. So yeah, it's also a failed attempt. There were, however, not to be too negative, there were some recent wins. So more recently, we have had atomics and shared array buffers. I will not blame you if you don't know about some of these features. I'll explain in sort of the later half of the presentation how some of these features are not really friendly to work, but we do have atomics, which allow you to have atomic operations, and that really helps with concurrency and sort of parallelization. We have shared array buffers, which is a shared piece of memory between multiple threads. We have vgrefs, which give you more insight into the garbage collection process and so on. We have WebAssembly threading. So if you use WebAssembly right now, you know that there's some basic threading model in WebAssembly right now. It's not very I don't want to say it's not very well done, but it's very basic right now. But it works. There is threading in WebAssembly. There is also, and this is the fun part, there is SIMD in WebAssembly. So when SIMD.js died, well, people realized, okay, we have WebAssembly and it has more sort of, it is assembly, right? Although it just runs on the browser. Why not have SIMD instructions in WebAssembly? And since it is already so low level, we do have SIMD in WebAssembly now. One question that you may ask, well, I was telling you that we're working on all of these things in the standards space. Are standards a good place to get stuff done? And for some of you, at the same time, it might not even be a question. Well, yeah, of course, we need to get stuff done in the standard space, in the open, right? But projects like Project Fugu show that multi-implementer standards are not the only way to ship. Now, some of you might not know about Project Fugu, but just to give an example, Web USB or Web Bluetooth are not things that are just standardized in a way that are available across browsers. As a matter of fact, you can only use them on Chromium. But still, they work. They're features on the web, so to say. So it's not the only way, and you can do things this way. However, JavaScript and WebAssembly, unlike other web stuff, the world in JavaScript and WebAssembly does work on a lockstep model. So we do work in sort of cooperation with each other. And so many big efforts have been successfully developed in standards bodies and then shipped broadly. Some of these features, for example, one of the features that I worked on, so I'm a little biased towards it, is temporal. And if you know about temporal is proposal in JavaScript. Now it's being deployed to different browsers, but it's a very futuristic, very intuitive, easy to use, at the same time very powerful date and time API for JavaScript. And for a long time, this was a big problem. And we decided to do it. It took us a long time to do it, but we did it anyway. And finally, now it's done. It will ship in every browser. And so there is a silver lining to that. It's just you just need to put in the effort to have these big efforts happen. So this can also happen in standards. At the same time, this needs to happen in standards. I'd make an argument for this by saying it's important to have a coherent core for JavaScript and WebAssembly. We could have different features that are only available in certain implementers, in certain engines, in certain browsers, but that's not a coherent sort of things that people can build on top of. So it's important to have a set of tools that are available to everyone on every platform and that work well together. JavaScript and WebAssembly engine teams also have historically been more conservative about implementing non-standard things than higher levels of Chromium. Chromium can do certain things, but that's not true, for example, for V8, which is a team that does JavaScript in Chromium itself. And an example, and sort of a side effect of this is that when this path was not taken, when things were not standardized, for example, Parallel.js was not a standard, strong mode was not a standard, this was seen as a mistake. And this was actually a big contributing factor to the failure of these products. And we don't want to fail, hopefully we wouldn't. So we want to take this path. With this, and with all this context set, I hope you don't have an echo. Let me present before you a vision for the future of JavaScript. One sort of quick disclaimer that I want to give you is that, I'm not sure what you were expecting from the abstract, but this is not the kind of technical presentation that you might expect. This is a vision sort of presentation. I'm trying to explain what is the work that we're doing for concurrency, for multi-core, and what is the work that you may expect to see in the future, which we will work on. But this is not sort of something that you can do right now in some cases. But, well, it's still good to know which direction the language is headed to, right? So I hope you like it. Before I start with the meat of the presentation, though, I want to give you a little background. So let me tell you the tale of two concurrency models. So JavaScript, as you might know it, has not one, but two concurrency models, even though people are really angry about how JavaScript is not really good at concurrency. We already have two models. We have first the web-like model of concurrency. So this model is sort of inspired by run-to-completion things like workers and so on. So you have a bunch of code and you say, okay, just take this code and finish it. Just do all of it and tell me when you're done. In communication between these different threads of execution, like workers, it happens using message passing. So you have post message and you can post messages between these different workers. There's also async APIs that are a part of this. So you have promises and you can say, okay, do this thing and return a promise. And you have this promise and you hold it and you say, okay, when it is resolved or it's rejected, I'll know. The best part about this model, at least according to me, would be that there's no data races. There's a complete data isolation, right? You have a promise and you know that it's not going to interfere with anything you're doing right now, so you can just go on with the rest of your work. On the other side, we have a thread-like model for concurrency. So this is all about synchronous APIs and manual synchronization. So think of things like atomic. So how do you make sure that a resource is not being accessed at the same time by two different threads using atomic operations or by using logs and mutexes and so on. There is the possibility of data races, unfortunately, with this one. So this is why you need to do this synchronization. You can choose not to do it, but there's definitely going to be some racy conditions with this. There's also shared memory. So this is sort of why you need manual synchronization, right? You have different threads of execution, and they're all accessing like some sort of shared memory, which you can create right now by using shared array buffers. And they can all work on the same set of variables. So just a little example, or maybe a little diagram to explain how things are. For the web-like, you have these different event groups, and they're all running, and you have different memories for each of them, and they're sort of talking between each other, like using message passing and so on. On the same side, you have thread-like, which has different memories, but they're sort of all tapping into this shared memory when they want to, and they have these blocks to make sure that they're not sort of interfering with one another. And they have parallel running threads of execution. The reality in JavaScript, as I was saying, JavaScript has kind of both of these. So in JavaScript, you have these event loops, but then you also have shared memory, so they are talking with each other, and they are sort of executing, maybe in parallel, maybe not, depending on sort of how your system is set up. And you have blocks for accessing these. And yeah, this is how we do. Now, just to go over some of these things with these two models, web-like has a number of goods for it. So first good is that it's really easy to use, really easy to reason. I'm pretty sure that if you're writing JavaScript in 2021 right now, you are using some of this, right? You're using workers, or if you're not, you definitely using promises. So it's really easy to use, really easy to reason. Okay, I have this value, it's going somewhere, and I'll get the result later. It is causal, so things are happening in a certain order. And it is database free by construction. Now, of course, you can write some convoluted code that does introduce some databases, but by design, this is free from all databases. And there is isolation of memory. So if you need to pass messages between different threads, you need to either pass strings or you need to sort of serialize your data and throw it over. So it is a string, essentially. Also, asynchronous means that things are generally smoother. So if you've had experience writing more synchronous code, you might have noticed that it's much smoother to write stuff in an asynchronous manner. And it is less focused on manual synchronization, as I was just saying. It's not really necessary to introduce manual synchronization like locks, queues, and stuff. Now, of course, you can write a more complicated code that needs this, but it's really not necessary. Bads, of course, the big one is that it leaves performance on the table, right? Because you don't have this fine-grained control or what's happening when, you're really leaving stuff up to the browser and up to the engine. And that means that the performance might not be your strongest. Thread-like, on the other hand, is the biggest good is WebAssembly interop. And as I was saying, WebAssembly has basic threading, and if you have more threading on JavaScript, this means that you have interoperability between WebAssembly and JavaScript. And this is, I cannot stress more about how important this is. I mean, as more and more people are writing more and more performance-sensitive code in WebAssembly, this is going to be a big thing. How easy it is to write code that can bridge the gap between JavaScript and WebAssembly, because many applications are going to have just both layers at the same time. There's also interop with WASM-GC. If you don't know what WASM-GC is, it is a new sort of initiative in WebAssembly that adds garbage collection and more sort of garbage collected semantics to WebAssembly. So it also sort of interoperates with that effort, which is where sort of me and my team are involved. And as I said, in the bads of that one, it has great performance. If you know what you're doing, you're going to do great. At the same time, the goods of web-like are the bads of thread-like, if you notice what's happening here. So it is really hard to reason and use. And if I'm not wrong, many of you are probably not using threads in JavaScript, at least right now. And I fully support that. It's definitely not everyone's cup of tea. It does require manual synchronization, because if you're not doing that, you're screwed. Because databases, you can have databases on this, and it's designed to have databases if you're doing anything useful. And from time to time, there can be causal astonishments. There can be things that are happening out of order, and you can spend your day scratching your head thinking, what the hell is happening here? Because of all of these things sort of stacked together, it creates a sort of must be this whole kind of effect. What I mean by this is that it creates a really high bar of education, of understanding, of language, of expertise, and because of this, many new or inexperienced developers find it really hard to sort of utilize this model. And I don't think that's, I mean, using threads, you're exposing your application to have more timing attacks, for attackers to have more insight into what the timings are, and because the event loop doesn't guarantee any timing. And I mean, it's kind of water under the bridge right now because of Spectre and Meltdown. I mean, everything is exposed to timing attacks, but still, this just increases that surface even further. So be careful. And the idea is, let's improve both models simultaneously. I mean, we already have both models, and JavaScript, as you might know, famously doesn't remove anything, it just adds. Complement each other, as we just saw. The bads of one is the goods of one, and so on. So why not just work on both of them and see where we go? So let's look at what our roadmap is and what we're planning to do with this next. A phase one for improving this sort of multi-core experience in the web, for web-like, would be more language support for asynchronous communication. Also, the ability to spawn units of computation, spawn units that can do certain things arbitrarily. So you can say, okay, spawn a new thing that does this thing, and so on. On thread-like, we would need some way to have shared memory and access the shared memory. We would need basic primitives for synchronizing. So basic primitives that can do locking, that can do atomic operations, and so on. And we also need the ability to spawn threads. I mean, of course, if you can't spawn threads, how can you do that? The fun part is that if you've noticed, I was trying to avoid any JavaScript words in the last one, and that was for a reason. We're actually done here in phase one. So as you see, promises, you already have asynchronous communication using promises. You already have async await, so you have really high level, you have really easy to use ergonomic promises. If you have workers, so you can spawn computation, and you can say, okay, have a worker, do this thing, tell me when you're done. You have shared array buffer for shared communication, atomics for manual synchronization. So everything that we talked about that we needed for phase one is actually already done. Phase two is going to be more interesting. Phase two is what we're doing right now. So for the web-like, we need ergonomic and performant data transfer mechanisms. We need a way to do faster and better and easier data transfer. We also need ergonomic and performant code transfer. So right now, I don't know how you're trying to transfer code between different contexts, but we need to make that better and faster. For thread-like, we need higher level objects that allow concurrent access. So these objects, right now you cannot concurrently access objects, and we need to have higher level objects that can allow this, and at the same time that make it really good and that make it really easy to do that without actually shooting yourself in the foot. We also need higher level synchronization mechanisms, because right now, if you didn't notice, the synchronization mechanisms that we have are not really easy to use. So we need something higher level, something that's easier to use. So phase two, by this, is designed to address the biggest observed pain points, the biggest pain points that we have right now after we have those basic features done. So transferring data right now is really expensive, right? It's the transferables are very limited. You have very limited stuff that you can transfer. In most cases, you just can transfer strings, and that's a limitation, right? And when you can transfer objects, the reparenting of prototypes is just not there yet, right? You can try to transfer objects, but if you have objects with really convoluted prototype chains and stuff, it's really not going to work. And often what people do is just copy objects from one place to another. Copying would mean that you would take, of course, you would take an object and you would deeply copy that into another and then throw it on the other side. And that is expensive, right? That's the definition of expensive. You're iterating over an entire object. At the same time, transferring data is also ergonomic, even when it is or it is not expensive. I mean, it often requires serialization or deserialization. As I was saying, you can only post messages that are in the form of strings. So often you would find yourself taking an object and then you would say, okay, let me turn this object into JSON and throw it on the other side and then parse this as JSON. Now, that's not really good. That's not really good if you're having, crazy prototypes. That's not really good if you have big objects. That's not really good at all. Also, you have identity discontinuity, which means that object that goes from side A to B and then comes back is then not the same object because it's copied, it's sort of serialized and then deserialized and then again. So it's not the same object anymore, and that's not very ergonomic. People can make changes and things can break loose. Transferring code at the same time is basically impossible. We can transfer strings, we can transfer code within strings, but we cannot just transfer code. We cannot take a piece of code, a block of code. Block is the fun word here, you'll see in the next few slides. You cannot take a block of code and you can throw it to another context. So that's not possible yet. A proposal that we are making to do this, and here's where the blocks come from, is module blocks. So module blocks aims to solve the problem that I just mentioned. It is the problem of ergonomic sharing of code. So it is spearheaded by Surma from Google, and the idea is that, well, you can have modules in your files and you can import them and so on. But now you can have inline module blocks in your code. So as you see in this example here, I'm not sure you can see my cursor, but we have this variable called module block, and it is assigned to a module block, so it is an inline block of code, and we did some exporting here, and you can then import this module block, and you can see, okay, it's working as it is, and you can see that if you import it again, it's the same thing because it's cached, so everything is perfect. Sorry, just to finish off, that is how we aim to solve the sharing of code problem. Now you can have blocks of modules, you can have blocks of code and module blocks basically, and you can pass them around and you can spawn workers by module blocks and so on. So it's a piece of code that you have within a variable and you can transfer it from place to place. The next proposal, and it's not a current proposal, it's an upcoming proposal, is shared disjoint heaps. And shared disjoint heaps aims to solve the problem of ergonomic and performance sharing of data and code. So the idea is that, yeah, of course, right now you have different sort of event loops, let's say, and each event loop has its own heap. So all variables that are associated with it are in that heap, and if you need to transfer stuff from one heap to another, it cannot point to that heap, right? So well, heap A cannot point to data on heap B, and all these heaps. So the idea is to have sort of disjoint heaps. And you can all point to shared heaps, and you can share these heaps with each other. So developers can separate their heaps into sort of normal heaps and shared heaps. The agent local heaps can point into these shareable heaps, as I was saying, but shareable heaps cannot point back because, I mean, yeah, these agent heaps can come and go. It's based on what code you're running. So the code in your shareable heap, that needs to just point to itself. And so you have these heaps or these blocks of data and code that are sort of self-referential. They're working something within themselves. You can throw them around and pass them and so on. And this transferable heap is the unit of share. So you can have many of these and you can share them with each other and so on. So that's it for I know it's a complicated proposal, but feel free to ask me more about this, but that's the idea of having shared heaps. So that's it for the web-like stuff. For threads in phase 2, we also designed, I mean, surprise, right? We're doing the same thing. We're trying to address the issues that we have right now, then look too forward into the future. So phase 2 for threads is also designed to address the biggest observed pain points. The biggest pain point, I mentioned this just a while ago, nobody knows how to use share array buffers in Atomics well. I mean, and I'm not talking like students, I'm not talking about beginners, I'm talking like engineers at Salesforce and Google and Bloomberg. nobody can write code using shared array buffers and atomics in a decent way because they're so hard to sort of crack and understand what's happening. Impedance mismatch is also too high with these things. So we need to sort of simplify things. And one way that we want to simplify things, and this is an ongoing proposal, is by adding structs to JavaScript. So the aim is to solve the problem of higher level objects that allow concurrent access. You have plain objects right now, but they're not really designed to allow concurrent access. So now you, instead of having just normal class, you can have struct classes. And these struct classes, as you can see, you have a constructor and you set an X variable, and then you can create a new instant of this struct. You can access X. Well, X is perfect, but if you try to create a new variable Y on this, it's sealed. You cannot do this. And if you try to access the prototype or change the prototype, no, it's not going to work because they're sealed. And so you can have these structs and they're sort of locked down objects, and you can use them for concurrent code because you're sure that nobody can do something funny with it. So that's it for the thread-like stuff. This is what we're doing to have structs, and hopefully it would make writing code much simpler. But this is just sort of the tip of the iceberg, right? What do we have for the future? What a future phase would look like? For web, we could have lighter weight actors, maybe. Right now, the only sort of actors we have is workers, and as you might know, workers take a long time to sort of start and heat up. So you need to be really mindful of what you're putting in a worker. Sometimes you can spawn too many workers for something really simple, and then you're actually shooting yourself in the foot because these workers are going to take a lot of time to load, and the time they're saving you is not as much as the time that they're taking to load. One thing that we're working on in my team is to make these things faster, the startup times and the time to spawn a worker, but it's still not there yet. So the idea is that maybe we can have lightweight workers, we can have lightweight threads, and these can be really simple and really fast to start. And so this would cut some of that. We also need integration with scheduling APIs. Right now, things are very high level, and maybe we need more sort of insight and more control over what's happening with scheduling. So some people are against this because they think that JavaScript should remain high level, and you shouldn't have access to all these sort of core event loop things. But why not? If you're a power user and you need to sort of speed up some things or sort of preempt some things on the event loop, you should probably have access to that. Maybe we need a concurrence standard library. If you know Node already has a concurrent standard library, everything is already done using callbacks, and now many things are moving to promises even, but that's not true for the web APIs like math and date and so on. So maybe we can have concurrent standard library. People find really hard to write this kind of code and reason with it, so maybe better tools would help. We also need better integration, as I said, with VAS and JC. That's something that we're working on, but hopefully something that makes things really well. So people who write in WebAssembly would find it much easier. And the same thing, do we need more concurrent standard library stuff? So that's basically it for my talk. I need to quickly go over a few people I need to thank. So I need to thank Daniel Ehrenberg and Shu for all this work that they did for both this presentation and the work that's happening right now. I also wanted to especially thank the organizers and program committee for JSConf for having me here and letting me speak to you all about this topic. And I want to thank you.
Awesome. I think it was really insightful to get the inside view of how standards are shaping up around JavaScript and multi-core and all those things. And I'm sure a lot of us are now more excited about JavaScript and the whole multi-core space. Thanks a lot, Ujjwal. It was a great talk and we learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can always find Ujjwal in the lounge area now. There'll be a table by the name Ujjwal. Just hop in there, pick his mind, whatever you want to ask, and I'll see you in the next talk. Bye.
Skills or other things. So what we're going to focus on today is our brain and how to use it to interact with interfaces directly using JavaScript. So how we can get data directly from our brain activity and write some JavaScript code to use it to interact with a different number of electrodes that will impact what you're able to track and what kind of application you'll be able to build with it. There are probably even more brain sensors available out there, but here are the ones I've heard the most. Context of the Crown device that I'm currently using and that this talk is about, I highlighted in green the placement of the electrodes based on their reference number on the 1020 EEG system. So this system is a reference in neurotechnology. It's kind of a map representing the placement of electrodes on a user's head. At the top is the front of the head, and at the back is further away down the back of your head. Each electrode has a reference number and letter. These are important because it will give you an idea of the types of brainwaves you can track depending on the area of the brain the electrodes are closest to. So the device has 8 electrodes, 4 on the left side of the brain, 4 on the right side, mostly focused on the top and front of the head. So this is important to know because depending on the placement of the electrodes, you will get data from different parts of the brain. So it means that what you can interpret from the data that you're getting will vary. So here I made a small animation to explain what I'm talking about. So different parts of the brain have different purposes. At the front, you have the frontal lobe, then the cerebellum is at the lower back, the parietal lobe at the top, etc. And this might not mean much to you right now, but they're in charge of different physiological functions. So for example, the frontal lobe is in charge of voluntary movements, concentration, and problem solving. The parietal lobe is more focused on sensations or body awareness. The temporal lobe receives sensory information from the ears and processes that info into meaningful units such as like
this, what other people think and what we think about it. Uh, there are actually, many more differences and many more ways to tell what is legacy code. The first way is a code with no test coverage, a code which has, there is no test coverage has been written, code written by someone else, and any code which you have just written and you think about, that is good, but definitely it can be a hack as well. Code using outdated APIs or frameworks, code that feels easier to rewrite than change. Let me introduce my example here first. And once I will explain that example, maybe I'll be able to clear like what, according to me, what is legacy code. Uh, and how I call it is as a legacy code base. According to me, when I got the project as a card service, that was mostly, actually it was very amazing project which I got the. Now the thing is, when I got that project and when I started working on it, as the code has been already built up, and I just have to add few features over there, like adding few more cards, because it was a cards, as I said, it is a card services, so it has collection of cards like 10 or 11 cards, and like article card, poll card, and text card, video card, many more cards were there, which was actually using on the home page. and we can prioritize like which card will be shown on the home page and where it will be shown. It can be maybe horizontally way, like a slider, or maybe a single screen card as well. So there were different way to do that. And the way which we were using it, definitely it was good. We were using recursion over there, but as I wasn't a part of team initially, and when I jump into the code base, it was really hard for me to understand the code base. There were multiple reasons, definitely. I would say the best thing which I found out is they have used the JSON approach, which I liked it. But apart from that, the why they are adding those features, right? There was no proper commit messages. There were no uh, test cases, neither the documentation which I found. So it was really hard for me to understand. Even the feature which actually I got it, like I have to build it up. I got the idea that definitely it is going to take some time, and I think we should have to rewrite whole project itself, so that in future, if we are planning to add any more card, any new card, it should be easy way. It should not, if it is taking right now, if it is taking 1 week of time, then the second time also it should take us another week of time. I'll say like if it is taking 1 or 2 week of time for now also, let's say in from the next time it is taking 1 or 2 days, let's do that for now itself. So I think most of the people got the idea like what the legacy code base means here. A code which is unchangeable and so as to no longer able to change, that is called legacy code base from my end. Yes. And you know, definitely there are multiple way also which we called it, but that is what I think. Maybe I am being so much of generic here, but yeah, that was my point here. Let's say, when do you guys think about changing or maybe refactoring the whole code base from scratch? Maybe yesterday, maybe last week, or maybe last month. It can be anything, right? But yes, if you are going ahead with these things, then definitely you are dealing with the legacy code base over there. And if you are going ahead with the legacy code base, you will be thinking about refactoring whole code base again. And if you are thinking about it, uh, why do we do that, right? The question comes here like, why do we have to refactor a whole part? From my end, like when, as I said earlier, when actually I started looking into the code base, what I was finding, uh, documentation which was not there, test cases definitely was not there. When the feature came up, I have to build it up. I was fear had the fear of breaking things as well, because I had to make the changes into that recursion function that is quite generic, which was using across most of the cards. And we had to test all the cards, which even I wasn't aware, like whatever the test cases has to be covered over. So I had the scared about that part as well. Unreadable and spaghetti code. Yes, it was unreadable. It was really hard for me to understand as there was no comments. And in terms of readability as well, they were using recursion. So in terms of understanding, it was quite tough or compact way to do that. It's easier to rewrite and change. Yes, that is what I thought. It's not using the coolest thing out there. No, this is actually for not this point. Actually, this is for the second project which I worked on lately. That was on actually jQuery, and definitely that was not the coolest thing out there at this stage. So I thought to add this point because definitely it's also a good point to add if we talk about the legacy code base. Now, let's talk about some solution, like what the solution which I found out. We created a POC for like library for make React hook form. But why we actually researched for it? As I said, it was a dynamic form. So I got the idea like the form should be made generic and it should be most understandable. When I researched few library like a comic or React hook form, it was quite impressive. We took the decision going ahead with the Formic, and because it has quite good support and quite good GitHub stars over there, and that's why we made the decision. But Formic was quite impressive in that case. And if you're using a controlled component, definitely you can take a decision for Formic. And if you're using for uncontrolled component, then definitely you can go with the reactor. We took few things noted down here as a use JSON approach, yes, and that actually helps us to maintain the code as well, because as I said earlier, if we are planning to add any new card, it was really easy to add it now at this moment, so that you don't have to spend a lot of time into the whole code base, because you can actually simply go into the one folder, and whatever the JSON of the cards are there, you can actually create one more JSON and update your whatever the configs are there, and whatever the config you needed for that card, just add it over there, and that will create a card for you. We have created the generic components that was quite very useful, because even in the future there were few projects where we are using it, we used to refer it. So yes, it was a generic and it very usability. Used Yep for validation. It's a plugin actually for the validation. It supports Formic and Electroform as well. Yep, I would say it has two both angle, plus and negative as well. Plus, because it solved a lot of problem, but only when you understand it better, because sometimes it takes some time, but once you understand clearly, like how should you actually handle the nested array or nested object over there, it is easy to you handle it and create the validation over there as well. Now, this is my approach, was my solution. Let's talk about something what community thinks about it regarding the legacy code base. Yes, I have taken few poll over there onto the Twitter, and just noted down what people thinks. The first is, what is the most frustrating when working on legacy code base? First point which I had given, missing docs, then hard to set up, fear of breaking things, missing comments. As you can see, 42% of the community thinks about and afraid about the breaking things. I think I'm one of them because even I was afraid of, the breaking things itself. And missing dogs definitely was there. Hard to set up as well. For me, it was not much. Missing comments, yes, but fear of breaking things, yes, it was more and more over there. Let's talk about second, how to deal with legacy code base. Start writing test, refactoring, burn it down, quit the job. uh, as you can see, like most people think about refactoring. Yes, it is refactoring only. Now, I would just one thing I have to add here, that while refactoring also start writing test cases, so that the code which you are rewriting, right, or refactoring, it should also not become a legacy. That is also important. So just deal with that as well. As we are talking about legacy code base now, let's talk about something, the hidden cost about it as well. I mean, why we are caring about the legacy code base? Why do we really need to know it, right? Again, it's a research by the Consortium for IT Software Quality. Legacy system cost US companies $596 billion in 2018 compared to $70 billion in 2003. You can see like what's the big difference is here, and definitely there will be many more reason here, but I would like to point only few. The first is staff cost, and the second one I would love to talk about the technical depth there. Let's go ahead with the staff cost first here. I mean, why I have added the staff cost? Because when your code, right, it will become older. Like when I started my career, I knew about the main thing. I got to know that there will only few people who knows about mainframe. It is a rare skill, and they will pay more as well. I'm not sure how much it is true, but yes, I mean this is what I heard. that they will pay more also. And definitely, as I have written down also, that this can turn into a need to pay unusually high wages for staff with old and rare skill sets, or a need to pay to have new staff trained up on the legacy platform. Either the staff you are actually hiring, you have to pay them very good amount, else the employee, like the staff which you are hiring, or maybe he's not the person, or she might not be the person who has good skill set, then you have to train them. You have to train them as well accordingly. And definitely, like, it is going to be cost cut over there as well. Let's talk about something technical debt. uh, as a software developer, we all know what is technical debt. I mean, that's a small definition over here we have written. Prioritizing speed or releasing over the most well-designed code. How we are actually getting the consequences accordingly. The reason behind it, we call it as a technical debt. Let's see like what actually causes it, right? Code has been outdated stack. The first example which I had given for the jQuery as well, we can talk about here as well. That imagine the code which is there in jQuery, and it hasn't been used with any other tech stack, right? Like any other frameworks. But down the line, 5 years or 10 years, some new person came and they got actually very big feature which they have to build in the jQuery project. Now they just thought like, okay, as jQuery is becoming quite lower skill, let's build something in new one. I have chosen React and I started building my feature over there. And whatever the new project is gonna come, or whatever the new features are gonna come, we are going to build it in React only. Now your jQuery code will become legacy or a technical debt. So definitely, uh, you are gonna maintain the current code base and the previous code base also, which was in the jQuery. So now your, as I said, your jQuery code will become the technical debt as you have to maintain it. And in some time, or after some time, you have to actually move all the jQuery code base to the React as well. How to overcome with it? Definitely to follow the JS coding standard or pattern. Few tools which are really helpful is linting, ESLint. Adding the validate commit message, this is definitely helpful. Definitely for me, I mean, again, as I said earlier also, there are more perspective over here in terms of legacy code base. But according to me, this is what I think. And if these were there, then it would be have been easier for me to understand it quite better. And if you're working with a team, definitely it will be important as well to keep the linting so that the code structure will remain same, to put the validate commit message over there so that your uh, messages will be valid. And when you actually look into the code, and if you are not able to understand why you have written the code and what is it doing, maybe like by reading the commit message you will get the idea about it. Prettier, definitely, like for the prettify the code. JSDoc, it's a quite good actually plugin which will help you to build the documentation website. So you just have to mention into your code base the comments. In the comment kind of section, there is like again a pattern which you have to follow to create the documentation over there into your code base. And so once you run and once you build, right, it will create a link that will open a document over there. How to convince your product manager for technical debt? Yes, this is a very big, I mean, a topic over there. But let me give you a small overview here. Definitely, there are two things. The first one is, as I have dealt with both way. So the first one is definitely where product manager is quite understandable, and he's okay with the either you are creating a, you are managing the product as well, and managing the technical debt as well on the same time parallelly. So definitely, if your product manager is understanding it, then there's no problem at all. But if product manager is not able to understand why it is important, then these are the few points which I would recommend to use it, so that it will give and prove some ideas over there. And how I used to recommend it: the first, longer feature development cycle. Yes, whenever the feature comes up and whatever the features you're going to build new, it is going to take time. And if you are not solving the technical debt over there, whatever the technical debts are there and why is it there, then wasting time into the feature, it will really going to take so much of time. Potential performance improvement: it is for the new tools and services which you should actually use and develop, explore more. Cost of ownership. Yes, cost of ownership, I would say this is the point which I added: to maintain parallelly. So you don't actually gonna ask your product manager to give me 1 week or 1 month for only for technical debt, and I'll be again working for after 1 month for the mm, products. So it's better we should do it parallelly instead of 100%. Like a week is 100%, so I'll be want only 15 to 20% of the that week, and for that 15 to 20% I'll be gonna focus on the technical debt, and rest of the part I'll be gonna focus on the product. So that will actually help you in terms of solving the technical debt as well, and your product will also not get stuck over there. Both will move parallelly. View VS Code plugin for debugging. So why do we need the VS Code plugin for debugging? Why do I have written it? The reason behind is when I got some production issues, or when I had to find something out over there, like when I used to run few code, right? And I wasn't able to understand what the code is doing. Then these are the few actually plugins which helped a lot to me, like the Coca. Um, it is a developer productivity tool, as I have already mentioned over here, and it helps you in terms of giving the result in the runtime itself, so that when you actually run your code base, right, you can able to see the output in your code base itself. You'll able to see what the value or the variable will return. Turbo Console, I love this plugin definitely. It actually, whenever from the day when I started using Turbo Console, I haven't written console log by by hand. It's just like I'm using few commands, like I have written for the Mac: control plus option plus L, using that, and plus selecting the variable which you want to console log. Just do that, and it will actually write a proper description for that variable as well, as a via line, and then it will write the console log. So once you run it, you'll just get, once you debug it or once you see the output, it will be easy to understand what you're doing. Prettier, it is opinionated code formatter. Yes, everyone aware of Prettier definitely. Couture, it also is a very quite useful plugin, I would say. It actually allows you to record and playback guided walkthrough of your code base. Uh, Again, it is useful for when you come for on creating some project over there or some feature as well. Then it will be very helpful in that area. Typing, I would say typing is really important as well, as JavaScript is a loosely typed language. It means Java, right? Java, C, or C++, they have typed language. I mean, whenever you assign few variables or create some variables, you are defining it is a int or it is a string. But for JavaScript, we don't do that. But it is really important to actually tell the JavaScript, what is the typing we are defining. So it helps in terms of future bugs, and it solves more issues over there. The first thing I would recommend is TypeScript, the second is Flow, and the third is prop types. Prop types is specifically for React. It's not for actually other frameworks or JavaScript, but you can use TypeScript and Flow for rest of the steps. latest is not always greatest. Yes. Um, so whatever the latest frameworks are coming, right? I There are many things is coming like Web 3.0. Definitely, it's not a framework, but Web 3.0 is there, a technology which you have to learn, and Servlet and many more things are coming right now. But instead of jumping into that and creating some project soon and pushing into the production, I would say research more, create some side projects, and if you are much more comfortable with that, then go ahead with some, then take some action decision about it. Because as a developer, there is one greatest fear which we have is not able to find the answer to our painstaking coding problem on Stack Overflow. Definitely, if it is new, it will be hard to find the solution in the Stack Overflow. And as a dev, definitely it is. We know like how it is, useful, and uh, how our life has been made on the Stack Overflow. Everyone has that idea. So invest your time more on researching, understanding more better before going ahead with the implementation process and all. I would say like few points to look into this while researching. The first is actively maintained on GitHub. So how many issues are there, and how actively they are closing the issues, and how actively they are committing the things over there, and how many stars are there onto the GitHub. The second is definitely like how often it is downloaded on npm or yarn. Also, like check the Stack Overflow support as well, how actively the users use it. Now, let's talk about some definitely, like we have discussed about code based non legacy over there, like what are the things were there in the code which makes them legacy. So definitely, if we use those things, like if there is no documentation, that becomes legacy code base. But if we are using a great documentation, good taste, coverage, sensible tech depth, and code review, it will become your code base non-legacy. Great documentation definitely will help you in terms of understanding the context in which you can build your solution in your specific way. A good test coverage, it is really important as well, as we know that a good test coverage will help us in terms of creating a better programmer as well. Definitely, I'm not saying that good test coverage it means like I've seen mostly as well this people are writing just test cases whichever the variables or maybe the elements which are already presented in the DOM, they used to just test it, and yeah, that is a test case which they have written. I wouldn't recommend you to do that. I would definitely ask you to create a proper unit test for each of the functions which you are writing and why you are doing that. Sorry. And if you are doing some APIs call and all, then just mock those APIs and just check it with the responses, and check the count, maybe the response count, and check the length over there as well. Modular code base, definitely it is really important as well. So you because modular code base will be manageable, so you have to take care of the code base in that way. Code review is really important. It really helps you to keep the consistency and try to be safe from legacy code as well. As of my personal opinion, whenever we write code, right, we used to think about it like whatever the code we are writing, maybe it can, like, there definitely again there is also two way. The first thing is the code which you are writing, it can be good, there will be no comments, and that will be perfect, because maybe you both, the person who is reviewing your code and the person you maybe have the same skill set. The second thing is you both will learn from each other. Either the person who is reviewing the code, he will give you the idea like maybe this is the better approach to do that, and this is not a proper way, or maybe this is not the way which we are following. Or if you will actually teach them that no, this is the best way which you are doing it. So that discussion will also help you in terms of growing the skill set over there. let's talk about some dead code as well, which actually was there when I was working with jQuery project, and we started moving one by one components to the framework. So I'll talk about why dead code is bad here. So let me explain what is dead code. The code which is no longer in use, any possible flow of the program is called dead code. So the code which we are not using it and still it is there in your code base, that is called dead code over there. When I was working on one project, jQuery project, I was discussing about it. We actually moved few projects, few actually components, not projects, into the view framework, and like checkout, payment flow, search flow, and all. But in the jQuery project, we had few checkout file also that was still existing, and there was one file which we were using it. The one file which named was checkout, the second is checkout A, and the third one is checkout B. It was really hard for us to understand why we have written these three files and which files are getting used. I hope you guys are getting the point, right? Having three files at the same line, the first thing which I generalize is maybe checkout is a file which I'm looking into that. Maybe checkout A is the file, or maybe checkout B, because maybe A is the second file which we have created. Maybe the checkout B will be the third file. There's so many assumptions over there. Let's not go ahead with that. Let's see why it is bad. The first, it adds noise. As I said, as I had multiple files over there, it added a noise over there. It was really hard for me to debug the code. Whenever the issue comes up and we had to look into the code base, I used to check into the whole three files sometimes. Impact performance, you're definitely like build time will be getting increased, your network performance will be, getting higher. It can come back to life. As I said, it is coming back, right? You have to look into the code base again and again. And sometimes what happens if some new person are going to come, right? And by mistake, the few functions which you have written, which is not getting used, and they're using a different function, different utils function, they have used the old one. And now actually it came back to your life because you're not expecting that should be happen, but by mistake by someone it has been done. Elimination is really important in the dead code. In order to maintain the high performance or maintainability of the code, dead code elimination becomes very important. So when we saw check out these three files, or maybe the payments file as well, we started eliminating most of the files accordingly. We used few concepts or few tools which actually helped a lot in terms of removing the maybe like JavaScript or CSS files both together, and it actually helped a lot in terms of that. The first is static code analysis that actually highlighted the static code part, okay, but not the dynamic part of the code. For the dynamic part of the code, we have used a tool like code coverage tool called Istanbul, which actually helped in terms of removing the dynamic part of the code as well. Manual user flow investigation, definitely like you can like what I did initially to while I was debugging that, going ahead one by file inside and understanding like, okay, which is the correct file is it, instead of making the assumption that yeah, this is the file which actually getting used. So we used to go inside and inside of the file, or maybe more detailed about it and understand like, okay, these are the files that are not getting used, to start removing that. Dead feature, yeah, again it's actually almost the same thing, that whatever the feature which has been not existing, maybe there were few features which was not getting used, which was there in the previous section, but at this moment it has been got depreciated, but it is still there. So remove that code as well. What would you choose? So there are two ways: create project from scratch and work on legacy code base, Again, this thing also, like, I have actually created a code over there onto the Twitter, and this is the quite good or better okay response. What would you choose as a JavaScript dev or programmer? Create app from scratch or writing on legacy code base? As we can see that mostly voted answer is create app from scratch, and that is 76.2, and working on legacy code base is 23.8%. Um, Definitely, like, as a programmer or as a dev, it will be easy to create it, but working on legacy code base will be tough. But I would say there are few good points which I would recommend to not lose hope over there if you are finding the legacy code base. As I said, why legacy code is awesome, right? The first is your debugging skills will get boosted, and it really helped you a lot in terms of coding skill as well. It's not only debugging. Definitely, it's not only debugging that you're just fixing bugs and how it is helping you. Never think about that. The second is experience working on an old code base, working on or creating something from scratch and thinking about a new mind. It's quite good, definitely good. But in terms of working on an old code base, it is quite tough because you have to understand the other mindset as well over there and why they have written. And once you understand it and you are actually maintaining that code in your way, that will bring you a different experience over there. The third is making code reusable, like creating the components, because I've seen that there are few things like which has been written in single file, and most of the methods are same, most of the lines are same into the second files also, but instead of creating a single function and passing the arguments over there, they are actually creating a multiple files over there and multiple functions over there. So just try to make it reusable. Refactoring opportunities, you'll get a opportunity more over there in terms of refactoring, because you have to do it from the scratch as well. Definitely, it's not always you have to do it from, you have to fix the bugs or fix something over there, but you'll get opportunity for refactoring as well, where you have to show your skill set accordingly. Understanding the tech debt. Understanding tech debt is a really quite a diamond skill, I would say. It's really important as a software dev or as an engineer. It's quite a good thing to understand, like, why tech debt is really important. Let me summarize in a few points over here. Working with dead code needs not to be hard, as I said earlier. If we already have a quite good documentation or maybe good test coverage over there, then your project will be a lot of fun over there. We need to make sure that we avoid writing code which becomes legacy over time. We have to stop writing hack code. We have to actually give our code base into review. It is really important. I know that the code which we are writing, it's a proper, even though if it I have seen few this point also that some production bugs came and we solved that issue, but after solving that issue, uh, definitely it will take some time to solve the issue, so we have done some hack and solved it, but we are not taking other time a different time slot to fix those issues from why we got that issue again. It's really hard to understand that why we are getting the issue instead of solving the problem at the initial phase. Code with empathy, write the code which is maintainable, readable, and more understandable, so that it's not only for, like, you only who's writing the code. Write the code in that way so the other people, maybe senior or maybe junior, whoever is coming or whoever is reading, it should be understandable. Write the proper docs as well so that it should be much more easy to understand. Try to update your readme file so that why we are writing it and why we are actually, whatever the feature which we are building and in whatever the conflicts which you are thinking that it should be changed and why you have done that, try to observe that and maintain it as well. I guess that's it from my end, guys. Thank you so much. That was pretty much from my end. If you guys have any questions or anything, please go ahead and ask me. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, super useful talk, super Baba. Thank you for that. And this is something like I feel most of us have experienced in our career, but like not many people talk about legacy code bases. And all. So thank you for doing that. And especially, I like the point where you said refactor your legacy code bases, but always remember that the refactor that you write, don't let them become legacy again. So write test and all those things.
Correct. Yeah.
Great
Thank
stuff.
you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. All right, so let's take some Q&As. People, so there's a Q&A section. If you have any question about legacy code bases or anything related to that, you can ping here. I see one question already for Suprabha. So it says, Shubhendu says, when can someone realize that the tech stack has become old and hence it needs to change?
Cool. So, okay. Hi, Sibendu. If I understood your question correctly, then it seems like when do you realize that your code has become old and when you need to refactor, like when you have to change it. So there can be multiple ways, multiple factors. The first, which I can see, is like when example you're working on a framework. Let's take an example for React itself, and I'm working on the React project. We build some new project over there, and that is done. Now if something is coming up, right, and if we think that the changes, it's taking a lot of time to change it, because we have to make whatever the changes functions over there, we have to update it, like we have to rewrite the whole functions. And if we think, like as I given you the example, right, in starting, like the card which we were working on. So we actually, like when we started working on it, it was quite very good. But later on, when some features came up, like one by one, we thought to actually rewrite the whole function so that we can make something generic, so that it should be maintainable for all the projects or all the components as well. So that's a like how we decided to actually maintain the and refactor the code base. The second, I would say, as a old jQuery project, I would again say, when we were working on the web platform over there, and then we realized like that we were using jQuery project, and right now we like how Vue and React are solving our virtual DOM problems over there, right? So we try to use those things so that our website become more, performance or accessibility wise very quite good. So we try to use those framework. And now we know, like, okay, jQuery is there, so we have to actually, change it accordingly. Now, as I said, like we started moving one by one project over there as well. So in that case also, the third thing I would say, like the maybe like version as well. Imagine you're working React 15 or 16 version, and now the new version is coming. So try to keep up, like updated with that as well, so that if any new things which is coming, you can able to change it accordingly as well. So
Great.
do let me know, yeah, if anything is there, how to, yeah.
Awesome. Uh, All right. So I see more questions coming up, but I think like due to time constraint, what we'll do is Shuprabha will be like available in a lounge area. You guys can like everyone can hop onto the lounge area. You can ask your questions there, discuss about legacy code bases and experiences Shuprabha has to share with you. So we can do that. Really insightful talk, Suprabha. Learned a lot of stuff, and I'm sure a lot of us are going back to our legacy code bases and doing stuff to make it much better for people to like work on it. Thanks a lot for your talk.
Thank you, Kusangria. Thank you so much, guys.
All
Thank you
right.
so much. Bye.
I'll see you in the next talk. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
folks, back here with another amazing talk that's gonna come up. There are really like two interesting things which like I'm really curious about always. I like them like a lot, which is UI and ads. And when you talk about these two things in the context of a company as big as Flipkart, things start to become a little more serious and a little more interesting, like how things are done in like respect of such a big company of such a big scale. To talk about exactly this thing, we have a very awesome speaker with us, Abhinash Mohapatra. Abhinash is a tech lead at Flipkart. He's here with us. He's a fitness gaming enthusiast and he loves motorcycles. And he is here to share with us how front-end apps are really configured at Flipkart, and specifically in the Flipkart ad space. So welcome, Abhinash.
Hey, thank you, Kushagra. Thank you for that awesome introduction. And I think, well, should we get started then?
Yeah, I think everyone here is really excited to hear your experience.
Great. Same here. I'm excited as well.
Over to you.
So, just quickly, just have a quick check. Is the audio and visuals good to go? Can anyone confirm if the audio? Okay, great. I get information. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all across the globe who are watching this. Welcome to my talk. Today we'll be discussing about not coding, but configuring UIs at Flipkart Ads. I am Abhinash. I am a tech lead at Flipkart Ads. And previously, I worked on the Flipkart Lite PWA at Flipkart itself. And I'm a sneakerhead. I love sneakers a lot. I play keyboards, and I am a fitness enthusiast. You can find me at TwistedFolk88 on social media. So, what is this talk about? Who is this talk for? And more importantly, why this talk? To set the context, so I'll just walk you through what exactly was the source of why we are actually here today. So in the ads team, we have a relatively high velocity when it comes to delivering features. And most of these features, in terms of size and volume, they would mostly range between M to L, like a medium to large sized features, which would basically translate into somewhere between 8 to 12 screens. So it goes without saying that we have a relatively high velocity of delivering features. And at the same time, these features are relatively large in size as well. Now, of course, we as a development team, we want to be efficient about it. We want to have a good DX as good as our focus is on a good UX. As responsible engineers, we started to solve this problem just like any other responsible team would do. So we started off by creating a reusable, pluggable, shareable component library, a designated design system, and that was great. It actually helped us remove a lot of redundancy in the system, to be fair. But over a period of time, when I started to ponder and look back, I saw that my team was still investing significant amount of its time in some other activities as well. We'll discuss about those activities though. And these activities, or the nature of this investment of time, it stems from the nature of the requirements that used to come to us. So now, as I said, that these features are usually M to L, spanning 8 to 12 screens. They are basically workflows. So we have n number of steps within a workflow, and the user could move forward and backward in these workflows. So I found out that in the team, while it had a shareable component library system, as well as a designated design system, they were still investing a lot of time in stitching these steps, doing the state management for all of these workflows. Now, to be fair, most of these workflows, they do have some amount of uniqueness amongst themselves, but at the same time, they also had a lot of overlapping areas, right? And this is exactly where this idea came up that, you know what, we need to do something about this. We need to think differently here. And I think a little bit more than a quarter of work, here I am in front of all of you, sharing my journey, my team's journey with all of you. In the next 30, 40 minutes, we'll go through what exactly was the problem, how we approached it, what were the challenges that we faced, and hopefully it'll be helpful for people who are maybe trying to solve a similar problem. So what exactly are we going to discuss about today? Couple of things, but mostly they will be centered around server-driven UI, SDUI, So we'll discuss about what exactly it is and why it is, and how we approached server-driven UI in the Flipkart ads ecosystem, what were the problems and the challenges we faced, and of course, what lies in the future. But we know that this is a very important topic. We are all here gathered to, understand what the ecosystem is doing, what the community is doing. It's one of the best, like the first conferences here, and we are all gathered here. But nothing trumps more in terms of importance than knowing what's the sneaker of the day. I'm a sneakerhead. I love sneakers. I will share what the sneaker of the day is. And today's sneaker of the day is an amazing collaboration between Pharrell Williams and Adidas, which is a human race NMD nomad in the dash green colorway. Take my word for it. I am wearing those sneakers. Of course, I'm not that flexible to show it to you. But yeah, take my word for it. Coming back to the problem at hand, we were discussing about server-driven UI. Okay, so traditionally, we have been building apps. We have been building apps as developers for a long time now, and we know that there are basically two parties. There's a server and there's a client. The client is responsible for the representation of the application and the behavior of the application, while the server basically provides the data that backs that behavior. Now, this is an absolutely fine design pattern to work with, and it has worked for us as well. But over a period of time, when the application that we are building evolved, when the user requirements involved, when the user started to expect more from the application, the user expected that they should be given, they should be notified, they should be provided the right help and succor at the right time. At the same time, our product teams also wanted to have a lot of flexibility, configurability, and control over the product. How does it look and behave? We had to take a pause. We had to decide that no, this traditional system of a client and the server, it might not work for us. We need to think about something else. And that's basically where we started to come up and started to explore around the idea of server-driven UI. Now, server-driven UI, the phrase to a large extent is quite self-explanatory, but definitely let's get into it nonetheless. So this is a pattern where basically the server is driving the UI. The server is telling what exactly the UI needs to do. And the UI's job is to take the task and execute it flawlessly. Okay, so if I were to put a simple definition around this, I would say that it's a design pattern where the server is basically going to tell what are those UI components or the widgets that need to be rendered on the UI. How are they going to be shown in the UI? We'll discuss about what this means. And the third thing is that, of course, like whether you do using a typical approach of coding it or whether your architecture is server-driven, the sanctity of the application, the correctness and the validity of the application should still stand. Like for the user, it should not really matter whether these components are hand-coded or whether they were driven by the server. So we should be able to still validate the correctness of the system. Now, this is also a result of a change in the way the front-end ecosystem has evolved over the past. Like we have been witness to this change, right? And the major change that we are noticing is that we have been actually moving away from a lot of imperative programming to declarative programming, right? And I mean, at Flipkart, we have been big investors in React, and we use React in most of our projects, and we understand the benefits of that declarative programming that comes with it. So what we are going to discuss about is basically an explosion of this idea that is not limited to just writing components, but what if we could use this idea to build entire applications? So today we will be discussing three things. First, representation of the UI. Second, validation of the UI. And third is that workflows problem is about that stitching, that state management problem and how we can mitigate that. So three major problems we're going to discuss. So let's start with the first problem, representing the UI. So what do we mean when we say representing the UI? Now, typically, we have a design mock that would come to us, and the developer is basically expected to translate that mock into an actual UI. So the developer would basically build the associated components for that, and then of course build the page by coding it, right? Now, because we decided that, hey, we need to experiment a little bit by moving away from imperative programming to declarative programming, can we find a way to represent the UI instead of coding it? So to understand, let's take a very small example. So let's take that, let's assume this is the UI that we want to build. It's a very simple UI which has 5 widgets or 5 components in no particular order. It's just a random grid structure. And eventually, we want to find a way how we could represent this UI. Now, of course, whatever happens in between, this UI eventually goes onto the DOM where it sits, right? Now, if we backtrack from the DOM and how it behaves and how it represents that UI, maybe it will give us a cue as to how we could model this UI in the first place. So a DOM is nothing but an n-ary tree. So it has a root, and the root can have n children, and each child can have n of its own children. So it's a recursive structure following a certain pattern. So we can take cues from here. So we could also go ahead and start modeling our UI just like an n-ary tree. So what would be the easiest way to represent an n-ary tree? There could be multiple representations to be fair, but to keep things easy and simple, a JSON object is very much capable of representing this because it's the same thing. It has a root, it can have n keys, each keys can have n values, and it's the same recursive structure that we wanted to. So, okay, so a JSON object to represent the UI. Great. So what exactly would that representation look like? So on the right, you see an actual JSON representation of the UI on the left. Now, to make things simple, let's assume that we have just a few couple of rules to follow, which will allow us to create this JSON for the UI that we wanted it to be. Rule number 1, we will assume that by default, all siblings are always stacked one below the other. They are always going to be one below the other. Rule number 2, if a developer wants to control the spatial arrangement, so let's say the developer says, I don't want them to be stacked one below the other, but maybe they need to be placed side by side, I'm going to create a wrapper component and tell that, hey, your children need to be put side by side. Just 2 simple rules. So now let's start to represent this UI on the left as a JSON object. Right? So what I would do is basically, I have the root, which will have 2 children, like W1 and the remaining, right? Now, because they are stacked one below the other, I don't need to do anything. Rule number 1 automatically kicks in. So I have an array of children, which has two objects in it, representing the 2 children, which is W1 and the entirety or the remaining of the UI. Recursively, getting into that remaining, I see that these elements need to be put side by side. So rule number 2 kicks in, I create a wrapper component, and I say that, hey, your children need to be put side by side. So I render W2 and the remaining, right? Again, I recursively get into that remaining. I see that their children need to be put one below the other. So I don't need to do anything. I render W3 and everything just below it. Again, getting recursively into the last part, I see that the children need to be put side by side. So I create a wrapper component, which is in green here, and I just render W4 and W5 side by side. So this is exactly how you could create a very, very simple representation of the UI. So we did 2 things here, by the way. We found a way to declaratively represent what the UI should look like, and at the same time ensure that the UI and the server, they are speaking and generating the same tree, which basically means that the UI is able to honor the spatial arrangement of the widgets with respect to each other. Now, having said that, when the server creates this JSON object, serializes it, and sends it over the wire, of course, on the client, there has to be someone which understands what this JSON object looks like, then of course, and then renders it in the way that the server wanted it to be. So we do have a UI parser on the client, which basically reads this JSON and creates that particular unique n-ary tree that the server wanted the client to do. Now, just to give you a little bit of heads up here that this isn't the first dig at Flipkart around server-driven UI. Having spent more than half a decade at this company, I am in some position to talk about how invested Flipkart has been when it comes to server-driven UI. I'm going to start from my current team, and then I'll give you a small example as well. So we had to build a very, a dynamic page as requested by the product, where they wanted to control the styling, the position, the alignment of widgets and everything. But at the same time, we also had requirements of dependent widgets, which means, let's say there's a primary widget and there's a secondary widget, and there's a dependency between them, which says that the secondary cannot exist unless the primary exists, right? So just before I'm just going to anyway play this video for you, but in the screenshot, I'm just going to let you know that we have two logos here, which are primary and secondary, and this is exactly the dependency between them, that secondary logo cannot exist if primary does not exist. The left part of the panel is actually built and rendered using server-driven UI with the dependency built in. So I'll just quickly play this video for every one of us here. So as you can see that this is just a page where the user basically comes and provides certain inputs for the application. And if you see that right now the secondary is disabled, but once you select primary, only then the secondary gets enabled, right? And basically you are able to continue the process with it. So this is a prime example how we could declaratively, without writing much code, we could define layout as well as behavior in UIs. And as I said in the past, that Flipkart has always been very, very invested in server-driven UI. It goes without saying that Flipkart.com heavily relies on server-driven UI, whether it is a native app, whether it is a web, mobile web or desktop web, it heavily relies on server-driven UI. Given the fact that these pages are so dynamic, to an extent that these pages change within seconds during the peak sale days, server-driven UI has been like a savior, and I think one of the best investments that Flipkart has ever done in terms of technology, and it has really helped us in powering such an experience at such a scale. Now, we were able to render the UI, as well as we were able to honor the spatial arrangement of this UI. So let's now understand about what about the data, like what exactly goes into these components, who provides, and how does the data come into picture. Now, there are multiple ways of how this can work, but the way we have approached this is a standard two-phase rendering process. Now, what happens in a two-phase rendering process is that we have two things, okay? We have the layout, we have the data, we crunch them, and finally render it in the UI. So we have let's say two endpoints of two APIs, one providing the layout information, one providing the data for that layout, and then of course we basically go ahead and start rendering the UI. Now these are certain advantages. So in case where your layouts are not that dynamic, of course you could fetch the layout information maybe once, cache it and reuse it over a period of time, and only refresh these data related things associated with that layout. And also, because you have separate endpoints doing two different things, it also gives you that benefit of deciding when the developer feels it's the right time to maybe fetch the layout information. Maybe you could do certain optimizations, where maybe you want to prefetch certain information or something like that. So a lot of control resides with the developer. But if your use case is not about that, if your layouts also change quite often, then you would not benefit from that caching of that layout. You would eventually have to fetch the layout information as well. Maybe in that case, it would be better to move to a single phase rendering where you would have a single endpoint that would provide both the layout as well as the data information together, right? And again, I'll take a small digression here and I'll talk about Flipkart.com as well, because Flipkart.com, initially during the earlier days of server-driven UI, we actually had a two-phase rendering process. We had a layout API and a data API, and these were both crunched to render the UI finally. But then, of course, we faced the same problem. Our layouts were changing so fast, we weren't able to take advantage of caching those layouts again. So we actually moved to a single phase rendering process without compromising much on performance. It actually uses a quite interesting diff API where it says that in the first phase, I will give you the layout as well as the associated data. But in the repeat visits, I'm only going to give you the diff of whatever has changed. Maybe the changes in the layout, maybe the changes in the data, maybe nothing has changed, or maybe everything has changed in the worst case. I feel this is a completely different topic for a talk separately. So if Flipkart.com team is watching, you know what to do. You know the procedures, CFP time. Okay, moving on. Okay, so 33% of our problems are solved, okay? We were able to declaratively define what the UI looks like, define the spatial arrangement of the UI, define a two-phase rendering process for fetching the data, the layout, crunching them, and rendering in the UI. The next part is way more important because, as we said, it does not really matter whether these UIs were hand-coded or whether they were configured by the developer. It should behave the same. It should impose the same restrictions, constraints on the UI as it was before. So we need to be able to validate the UI that's getting rendered. So to understand this, let me give you a small miniature version of an actual UI that runs in production. Even if it's a miniature one, it is sufficient enough to put the point across. So imagine this is a screen where the advertiser onboards and creates a new ad campaign. So there are a couple of fields in this particular screen. So we have a campaign name field, we have a campaign budget field, and we have a campaign budget type field, which can be either daily or total. There's a cancel button, which of course aborts the entire process. And there's a next button. Now, what does the next button do is irrelevant at this point in time. But what's important is that the next button wants to enforce certain conditions. The next button says, hey, I will be enabled only if certain conditions are met. Okay, so let's say the next button says that I will be enabled only if the campaign name exists, it's not empty, and if you choose budget type as daily, then your budget has to be at least 1,000, and if your budget type is total, then your budget has to be at least 10,000. That's a relatively simple use case of like in the ad space. But yeah, this is let's assume that this is a use case that we want to impose. Okay, so if we look at this, what exactly are we talking about? What we are talking about is how we could impose rules in the UI, how we could impose certain restrictions and constraints in the UI so that it ensures that the validity is always maintained, right? Now, what exactly is a rule? A rule is nothing but an expression combined with a condition, which could be tied to an expression or recursively gets into another rule. A condition here for us means either a logical and or a logical or. We'll see some examples. And of course, an expression means a simple thing. There's an operand, there's an operator, and there's a value or another operand to compute it against. So let's keep this definition, this grammar of a rule that we are looking into. Now, coming back to the problem, so if I had to hand code this, of course, I'm going to put an if-else condition somewhere, right? So I'll put an if condition that, okay, if campaign name is not equal to empty and blah, 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 that would basically define that rule or the constraint thing, right? Now, the question is, can we again take a no-code declarative way approach to describe this rule to a system, okay? And the answer to that is yes, we can actually define or express this particular condition declaratively, okay? So what you see on the left is a JSON representation of that particular rule. While it might look too much, but it's not actually. So I'll just walk you through on what exactly is happening here. So on the right is what you have is the rule. This is the rule we are describing, okay? And so let's start quickly and we'll go over this JSON object, what it is trying to represent. Okay. From the top, it looks like I am doing a logical AND of two things. One is this, and one is this huge big thing, okay? So this is exactly what it is saying, that I have a condition, which is a logical and I have two expressions. One is this, and one is this entire big thing here, okay? So let's look at the first one. It says that the operator is not empty, and the operand is state.campaign name. State is basically like a global thing that is available to that particular workflow. And of course, because the operator is not empty, it does not really have a value to compare with, so that's fine. And of course, like once we get into the next part, which is this big thing, you can notice it immediately that recursively, it is also a rule which has a logical OR operation of two things, which is this budget check and this another budget check. So this is exactly what it is saying, that I have a logical OR of two expressions, which is starting from here and starting from here. Again, recursively getting into that first expression, we again see that this is again nothing but a rule which has a logical and this is exactly what's happening here. So this is a logical and of two expressions. The first is the budget type check, second is the budget check. So this is exactly what's happening here, that I'm checking the budget type equals daily and the budget should be at least 1,000. For the other one, it's the same thing. It's a logical and of budget type equals total and budget should be at least 10,000, right? So this is a very, very smooth and a simple way that how you could, instead of writing code, you could just go ahead and represent your conditions declaratively as a JSON object, right? But if we have a condition like this, if we are able to still represent this UI, someone has to understand this rule, someone has to execute this rule, someone has to tell me whether this rule is valid or not. And hence, what we have is a first-class entity in our ecosystem, which is a rule engine. The job of the rule engine is to take a rule, take the dependencies of the rule, and then execute it and give it back to you, okay? So in a very simple example, so let's say I have a rule which says that I want to compare X, that it should be greater than 100, and Y, which should be either 1, 2, or 3. And this is a very simple rule. I'm doing a logical AND of these things. all that I have to do is, we have the engine construct with us. We're going to instantiate my engine. I'll give the rules. And of course, I'm going to execute this engine with a dependency. Of course, let's say state is that dependency that you want to pass it down. And voila, you have again a very less convoluted way of separation of concerns here. Your dependencies are with you, your constraints are with you, your executor is with you. All you have to do is just bring them together, right? So that is how basically, we use rule engine as one of the most important paradigms here to make this happen. And of course, it goes without saying that given that rule engine is like a first-class citizen in our ecosystem, it cannot be just limited what it can offer. So the rule engine is also extensible. It will allow the developers to write their own custom operators, and of course, the evaluation algorithm that they want to implement along with it. Now, let's understand one important thing here. We have the UI, we have the rule engine and the rules. But the question is, do they talk to each other? Can they talk to each other? Yeah, they can talk to each other. And the way we approach this is very simple, to be fair. We just make a conscious call of implementing something called as domain-centric or domain-aware components, which basically says that instead of understanding or bringing or thinking that input elements or a select element or a drop-down element are your leaf components, we kind of redefine what your leaf components look like. So instead of that, what we say is a campaign name is a leaf component, a campaign duration is a leaf component, a campaign budget is a leaf component, and the business logic and the constraints and the validations that this component wants to impose is of course going to rely or sit with it. So it basically makes that component a leaf component, but at the same time a very self-sustained component. It can be plugged into any place. Let me give you another example. So let's say I'm building a buy now component. The buy now component only needs one thing, a product ID. Give me a product ID, I will manage the entire life cycle of this process, which makes it quite easy. Tomorrow, let's say product decides that, hey, to make sure that the items that are there in your cart, I just want you to go ahead and buy. Maybe I can put a buy now widget somewhere so that, and at the same time, I don't want the developer to invest too much time in implementing that again, right? So this is basically the idea of a domain-centric component. Or let's say there's a campaign name component which says that, it should always enforce that only ASCII characters are allowed in this particular component. So all of these validations could reside within that component. Now, if we are putting all of this business logic and the validations within the component, we have to make sure that it is easy for such components to work as well. And just to show a very simple example, remember that next button that we're discussing about, right? So next button says I have certain rules and all of that. We saw how we could represent that rule, let's say, like using a JSON object. And of course, this is a sample code. I'm no React expert, but yeah, just try to understand the sentiment here. So basically, through some manner, we are able to read the campaign budget, the campaign name, and the type. And of course, we have the rule. We basically have a validation function, which basically we will call whenever these values change. We'll execute whether the validation is fine or not, and depending upon that, we could set the disabled property, right? So this basically creates a quite unopinionated way of implementation and quite maintainable in the longer run as well. Okay, now the next is, it's an important and an interesting extension to the rule engine for us. Now, we saw that we were able to represent our rules as JSON objects, which can be just shared between, they can be sent over the wire, they can be shared between server and client, and all of that. This representation or this implementation, to be fair, covers really 90 to 95% of our use cases in ads. But still, there are certain use cases where it is not possible for the developer to define these rules ahead of time. It depends on when exactly is this rule going to be executed, and that also makes a difference. So let's understand this with an example. And this is exactly what we call as dynamic rules or imperative rules. The other one is, of course, the static rule or the declarative rule, which we just saw, like representing those rules as JSON objects is definitely something that we have already looked into. Okay, so imperative rules. So what exactly is it? So let me extend that button example, and I say that I have one more condition which will allow the developer, which will make this, which will enable this button or not. And that condition is that whatever value the user enters in this budget field, it has to be at max the latest budget in the wallet of this particular account. Now this changes things, because now not only are you dependent on what this latest value is, latest is the keyword, which means that it also depends when you are asking this. Like if I ask you now, the latest budget could be X. 30 minutes down the time, if I ask you again, the latest budget could be completely different. So it really makes sense that it's not just about the what, it could also be about when, right? So imperative rules basically allow the developer to put certain things into perspective, where it allows the developers to put custom code or custom logic into their implementations. So it could be anything. It could be reading a file, processing it. It could be making a network call or anything for that matter. The rule engine does not really care about it. The rule engine only wants to provide a hook where the developer could actually associate some custom code. Like for example, in this particular case, I want to know what is the latest wallet balance in this particular account, and the only entity that can provide me this information with is the server. I have to make a network call, get this data, and only then execute the rule, right? So this is an example of how we had to look into implementing imperative rules. Now, technically, how does the developer actually write such rules? So it's very simple. So we define an imperative rule nothing but to be a piece of custom code that gets bundled and shipped to the client. And at the same time, we basically associate that particular rule to the rule that we have defined. And we are basically saying, the developer is basically telling the rule engine that, hey, don't use your brains here. I'm going to define what exactly needs to be done. Just call this implementation. Whatever value it returns, just compare it with the value that I want you to compare it with. So for example, in this case, the developer is saying, take the budget, okay? Now, call this exit or like this piece of code, get the value, compare it with true. If this value returns true, you're good to go. If not, you should abort. As simple as that. So this is one way where the developer takes over and does not delegate that responsibility to the rule engine. So with this, I just wanted to show a very simple example, a simple demo of that particular screen. This includes the system design and the declarative programming of the UI and the rendering, as well as the rule engine for deciding whether these UIs work or not. So let's quickly go over this video. So I have the name and the type and the budget. So I'm going to provide in the campaign name. Let's say I select daily as my budget type, and let's say I provide 500. The minimum requirement was 1,000, so that's why the next button is not enabled. The moment I give it, let's say 5,000, it works. With total, because it has to be at least 10,000, if I provide 15,000, it definitely works. So this is an example that it proves the point that this entire page or pages such as this, maybe with the higher complexity as well, they can be approached with a declarative programming in mind. Okay, moving on. The third problem, which is about workflows. If you remember, this is where we started off. We said that the team was investing too much time in defining these stitching of these components, the declarative, the state management they have to go through for each of these workflows that they have to build, right? So this is the last mile problem. This is the last thing that we're going to look at. So let's understand this. So what exactly is a workflow? So as we said that our features span across 8 to 12 screens. So basically they are nothing but a workflow is nothing but a collection of interconnected steps. And each step is nothing but a UI with certain set of elements. These elements could be doing data validation, form validation, data processing, image creations, anything for that matter, right? Any workflow could have one or more than one such step. And of course, the user will be allowed to navigate backward and forward within these set of steps in that particular workflow. Now, if this is what the representation is, if we want to create a logical representation of this particular workflow, it would make sense that if we could just represent the workflow as a directed graph. Now, depending upon if the use case allows the user to come back to an old state from a new state, of course, your directed graph can be cyclic. So bottom line is, a workflow is nothing but a directed graph, which could be cyclic under certain situations. So to understand that, let's take a very simple example. Let's have a workflow which has, let's say, 3 steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3, as shown in this diagram here. And of course, like there's an entry to the workflow, there is an exit to the workflow, and there are transitions and connections between them. And now, the moment we decided that we should represent our workflow as a directed graph, it actually gave us 2 more problems to solve. Okay, let's understand what these problems are. So the first thing is, if it is a directed graph, I have to definitely find a way to represent a graph, serialize it, and send it over the wire to the client, right? The second problem is that once this representation reaches the client, I should be able to unpack that representation, create a logical representation of that, conceptualize it, and allow a smoother execution of that representation of this particular graph. It should allow the developer to visualize what's exactly going on the client. It should allow the developer to debug if some things are not going as expected. So these are the two problems. So let's understand the first problem. How do I represent a graph? It's a known problem. It's a solved problem. There is nothing novel about this. A graph can be represented using an adjacency matrix or an adjacency list representation, which is basically shown like this. You have your nodes, and you basically say that which node is connected to which. And of course, it goes without saying that if you have a very large graph, which is sparse in nature, an adjacency list would perform better. But I think in our case, in UIs, because the graph is not going to be that large, it's okay. And adjacency matrix representation should suffice. Anyway, so we agreed that, okay, this is how we would represent the graph, which we need to send it to the client. Now, the difficult question, once this adjacency matrix representation reaches the client, what construct or what data structure could I use to unpack this representation, create back a logical view of this graph, which could look like this, which would allow the developer to define what should happen now, what it should allow the developer to view what the user is doing, and at the same time debug if some things are not happening. What would be the right logical construct to unpack an adjacency matrix representation of it? And the answer to that, in our opinion, is a finite state machine or a finite state automator, right? Now, what exactly is an FSM? A finite state machine is an abstract machine that can be in exactly one of the finite number of states at any point in time. The FSM can change from one state to another in response to some inputs. The change from one state to another is called a transition, and FSM is defined by a list of its states, its initial state, and the input that triggers each transition. This has been shamelessly taken from Wikipedia. Now, this is exactly what we wanted anyway. We wanted to represent our workflows as nodes or as steps. And then, of course, there are some user trigger. Of course, the user will start from some initial state. There will be some user triggered events that will basically initiate the transition between one state to another. So it logically makes sense that the direction that we took by representing the workflow as a graph and then choosing finite state machines to represent them conceptually, it works. So it makes sense, right? And I think at this point in time, I would think that we all know where it is going. But to be fair, we at Flipkart Ads, we have been big time, like lovers of XState. Of course, this talk is not about XState, but hey, give credit where it's due. So yeah, so we have been using XState in multiple places, not exactly related to this, but in the past as well. But yeah, we have been a really big fans and big time users of XState as a library. So for people who do not know what XState is, so XState is basically a library that allows you or developers to basically define such state machines very easily and very declaratively. So let's say we take a very small example here. So if you, let's say, have two states in your state machine, inactive and active, and you can toggle between them. If you toggle from inactive, you go to active and vice versa. Well, you could say that, yes, of course, I can, use an if statement, and let's say with an increase in the number of nodes, I could use a switch statement, but think about the explosion of things that could possibly happen from here. The number of outgoing, the fan out increases, and the associated spaghetti code that you want to write that comes along with this entire problem. So this is where exactly I feel that having the right tooling in place also helps. It's not just about writing code, but it's about using the right constructs, the logical constructs, and the tools around it. If you notice on the right, you see like this is exactly how simple it is to define a state machine in just 4 lines. You just define the name of the machine, the initial state, and of course the states and the trigger. That's how simple it is to define a state machine in XState. But our relationship with XState was eventful because XState actually helped us in 2 particular ways. The first thing that actually it helped us with was guarded transitions. When the user transitioned from one state to another, we wanted to put some checks. Again, very declaratively, we didn't want just to put this check multiple times. We just wanted to put it at the right time, at the right place. So the guarded transitions is something that XState allows us to do, which actually makes our life much easier and enforcing the right checks, which does not allow the user to move if the system or the state is not right. The second one is actually something that I feel that is actually true when you use a good construct like a finite state machine. But of course, combining this with an amazing library like XState, it makes life even more better. So because as I said that you were able to describe your state machine very declaratively, it also allows you to visualize what this graph looks like. You see, when you have a use case like this, where you have a lot of steps to take, there are so many entry points, so many exit points, so many trigger points. If not done right, the user might inadvertently end up in a very undesired state that the user never wanted to. And you must be thinking, how did the user even land here? The user should never land here, right? And you have to go back to your logs and you have to check, how did the user even land here, right? So the thing that we're talking about is predictability. What XState brought to us was predictability. It allowed the developers to see what are the possible paths that the user could take in this workflow. It meant like you could see the future. It meant like you have superpowers. You can actually foresee the future and see what the user can potentially do, right? So yeah, so this is exactly has been a big contribution of bringing predictability to the code base. And that is really important in my opinion. So let's quickly, look into what we have discussed so far. 3 things as I promised: layout, which is like what the components need to be shown, the spatial arrangement of these components. There is the validation using rules and a rule engine, using static rules and imperative or dynamic rules. And the third is, of course, the stitching, which has now been automated by using more declarative programming using a finite state machine, using XState, for example, in our case. Of course, like there are so many things that we might want to look into, but I mean, of course, maybe it will take an eternity to discuss about them. But I'll quickly go over the things that we are clearly looking forward to in terms of solving. So the first problem is actually not a new problem. It has always, kind of been a problem when it is related to server-driven UI. And is that, of course, when we say that the server decides what the UI should show, of course, the UI needs to have the code for that, right? So it is a bundling problem that we're looking at where, personally, I feel that, code splitting is not a silver bullet and it's not an answer to everything. Excessive code splitting also has its own associated problems. But yes, I mean, it's more about an acceptable compromise between performance and good user experience as well. And this is exactly what we're trying to investigate into further, so that we decide that what are the things that should automatically be there and what are the truly things that should be deferred for the user, right? The next one is, of course, you might have noticed during these examples that I showed you all of these JSON objects and everything. Now, while we front-end developers, we are quite attuned to writing these JSON objects, they're very error-prone. You can make a lot of mistakes, and that is something that we also want to avoid, because eventually this track started off with the aim to reduce redundancy and improve DX. While it actually did to a large extent, it also brought in some complexities with it as well. So of course, we want to invest in a good DSL with a domain-specific language. And yeah, that's basically where we'll be investing. And the third thing is, of course, is about more complex flows, let's say, where we have nested flows within. So let's say step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 2 has more nested flows within it. How would we do it? Previously, we used a finite state machine, right? A deterministic finite state machine to do that. The way we might solve this is, of course, a hierarchical finite state machine, right? And basically, a hierarchical finite state machine is nothing but it basically allows your states to be other finite state machines as well, where they can execute almost independently, but at the same time, they can inherit from the states or the information that has happened already till now. And this is exactly what we wanted. Yeah, so I would like to take this opportunity to thank my team, without whom this was not possible. Abhishek, Pavitra, Ishwar, they have been working diligently on this. So thank you guys. And yeah, thank you for listening. It has been an amazing time here. I thank the users for letting me give me an opportunity to come and address and share this journey of ours with all of you. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome, great talk. Like we have been so much occupied with building these UIs declaratively with all the frameworks that are out there. But you gave a whole new dimension, a next level of declarativeness, which will I'm sure a lot of us would take back and help us a lot. So thank you for that amazing talk, Avinash. Really great.
Okay.
All right. Okay, folks, I'll see you in the next talk. Bye-bye. Thank you, Avinash. For the QA, I'm sorry. I think the clock won't allow QA at this point. But worry not, Avinash would be in the launch area. They would be tabled by the name of Avinash. Awesome. Good to hear that. We are going live now. Okay, folks, welcome to our next talk. So, our next speaker, he's really a DevRel and head of open source at CodeC, but he's been mentoring and involved with children and refugees, teaching them to code. And he has some really interesting experiences he has like had while teaching children, learning all the while like learning back some things from them, which he would like to share with us. So, joining all the way from Australia, welcome Ramon with the bro.
Thank you very much, Kushagrats. And hi, everybody. It's great to see you. I'm so excited to be here today and to share a little bit of my experiences. So I'll do that just right away, get my screen share going. I hope everybody can see just fine. I'll just get my speaker notes here and we are good to go. So yeah, hey, thank you so much for joining today. One thing before we start, I've tweeted out a copy of my slides just in case you want to follow along on your device. You can find me on Twitter at Hola Soy Milk, which you see here. There's a link there to the slides if you want to download them. If not, they're at the bottom URL here too. That's ramonh.dev/mentorship-stories.pdf. So yeah, let's talk about mentorship. This is a topic that's really near and dear to my heart, and I like to think has affected all of us in one way or another as we've gone through our software development journeys. And in order to in order to contextualize that, I would love to start by telling you a little bit of my story and how I got involved with mentorship, software development, and how my career grew from there. And in order to do that, I'll just give you a brief summary of who I am. So yeah, hi, I'm Ramon. My pronouns are he, him. I'm living in Austria, but I'm originally from Chile. So I've been, developing software for about 10 years. Lately, I've gotten into DevRel or developer relations and also started instructing and coding as well. It's been quite a journey and getting to the point where I can share my knowledge with folks and being able to, contribute to the community and as Kushagra mentioned, work with children and refugees has been really extraordinary for me and really helped me grow as a human being and as a software developer, and it's really meant a lot to me. So when it came to for me to get my career started, I was studying university at the Technical University here in Vienna, and I had very little experience beyond. At the time, we were studying Java, so I was doing a bit of that. And I remember at the time, I wanted to move in with my girlfriend, and we wanted to move out of I wanted to move out of my parents' place, and I thought to myself, all right, it's time for me to get a job. Again, very little experience. I was looking on the want ads for things like babysitting jobs and that sort of thing, and my girlfriend found this ad for somebody looking for a freelance Mac OS X developer. And the thing about that is that I had very little experience, but I had just purchased my very first MacBook. So, it was a big chunky one. And I was like, super excited to be able to, get into software development with that. But again, I had very little experience, but, you know, she was, pushing me and saying like, hey, you could totally got this, go for it. And at the same time, I guess I was feeling like a rush of self-confidence. So I thought, why not? Let's give it a try. I'll email the person looking for a software developer and let's see how it goes. And I sent them my CV, and believe it or not, they agreed to meet me. So the next week after that, I went to, and yes, this is very Viennese, I know, but we met at Cafe Mozart. And so we met there. I wore a suit for like the fourth time in my life. I was very nervous. And I sat down with this person, and he asked me, Ramon, listen, it's really nice to meet you and talk to you, but I have to ask you, why are you applying for this job? You don't have any experience. And I told him, well, listen, his name is Philip. I told him, hey, Philip, listen, I've been learning at university. I've been practicing in my spare time. I think I'm a fast learner, and I think I can contribute well. And again, I was feeling oddly confident that day, but he took a shine to me. And Philip said, okay, listen, tell you what, I still don't think you're ready, but I'll tell you what, I need somebody to help me with email support with my apps. I've got these Mac apps that, need maintenance and email support. So why don't you do that for a couple of months? and you take this book, and he gave me this book, The Cocoa Programming for macOS X, just to give you an idea of how long ago this was. It was still called macOS X and not macOS. So yeah, it was a while ago. And this book, and with his guidance, helped me start getting to contribute a little bit. And this was a wonderful timeline until it got to the point where a few months after I'd started working with him, Philip sent me this email with the subject that I'm never going to forget. The subject said, "Highly pleased with your work." And I still got this email stored, like I've got it bookmarked, because it meant so much to me that not only was my work good, but also appreciated. And we still work together to this day. By the way, it's been like 11 years now. We still work together, and it's been incredible, and so appreciative. And I came to realize a long time later that this person kind of was and still is my mentor. So now we're at the portion of the talk where I pull out the dictionary definition of what mentorship is. So let's do that. So mentorship is a relationship between two people where the individual with more experience, knowledge, and connections is able to pass along what they have learned to a more junior individual within a certain field. And I love this definition because it's all relative, which we'll get into more in this talk. And one thing that I want to expand beyond that is that mentorship, when we think of mentorship, we think of it happening between two people formally, face to face, in a very rigid context. But here I want to argue that mentorship really is kind of happening everywhere at all times. And I want to show a couple of examples from my experience, from my lifetime, of what mentorship looks like. So, for example, mentorship can happen, as said, in a real life setting with multiple people talking to one another and helping each other out. So what this photo shows you here is a workshop that took place 7 years ago here in Vienna. It's called. It was a workshop to get us into Flask, which is a Python web framework. And this was at an event called PyLadies, where we got together and helped folks who are new, underrepresented folks who are new to programming, to get into Flask and by extension programming. And it was a wonderful time because what happened was we just got together. I myself was mentoring there and just sort of helping folks get familiar with Flask and computing in general and programming in general. And it was just a wonderful opportunity to be able to share experiences, ask questions, answer questions, and catch ourselves where we had knowledge gaps. More on that later. But again, mentorship doesn't necessarily need to happen offline, but it can also happen online. So what you see here, for example, is a screenshot from a GitHub pull request that I made to the Rails Girl Summer of Code project. Again, a very long time ago, is that 18? My screen's kind of small. A long time ago, where I was making a contribution to this Rails app, and I was getting some mentorship, some guidelines, some guidance, sorry, and a review from my friend Max, who wrote this looks solid. I added some small comments here and there. I think this would be a good opportunity to also clean up and remove some other parts, and I just kind of cut it off because the point I'm trying to make here is that this is a mentorship session as well. Max is providing me with his guidance and his mentorship. But more to that point, mentorship doesn't necessarily just have to take place between, folks and peers. It can also take place with learners. So what you see here is a picture from an after-school activity that my wife and I used to run, where we would teach kids programming. It was called computer game programming, and it was a fun activity where we would get together every week and do a little coding, make some games, and have a good time. And again, it was a context where we could, mentor, learn from one another. The kids would learn from one another. It was incredible. I've got another talk about this experience, and I can highly recommend it. But again, mentorship doesn't necessarily need to happen in one session at a time. Another thing I'd like to argue is that mentorship can happen all over the world with multiple sessions. So what you see here, again, shared with permission. Oh yeah, sorry. All of these pictures are shared with permission. I hope that's clear. All of these mentorship sessions can happen all over the world and between multiple groups of people. So what you see here are 3 different screenshots from Google Hangouts calls that we had with Rails Girl Summer of Code attendees and students from all over the world. In case you're not familiar with it, The Rails Girls Summer of Code was a worldwide initiative where every year underrepresented folks from around the world would get sponsored by crowdfunded and sponsors from companies, an initiative to get them into open source. And this was an incredible opportunity. I helped organize this for many years. Unfortunately, it's defunct at the moment. But here, we're going to go clockwise. You've got folks from India, you've got folks from Colombia, you've got folks from Austria getting together, talking about programming and learning from one another. And I love this opportunity. And my last example I want to show you is that mentorship doesn't necessarily, even though we're in tech, mentorship doesn't necessarily need to revolve around programming. For example, one of my favorite events around the world, and the picture you see up here, is from the Global Diversity CFP Day, which is an event that takes place every year around the world to help motivate folks to get into public speaking. CFP, if you're not familiar with it, is short for Call for Proposals. It's what I did to be able to, speak at this conference with you today. And so what this was a workshop for over a Saturday where we would get together and just learn how to, create a bio, write a proposal. It's just a wonderful time. Highly recommend it. So those are different kinds of mentorship that can happen. But I kind of also want to head off the question, why be a mentor? Why do mentors? Mentorship book, which I highly recommend, because I like to think, and he agrees with me, that mentorship helps three groups of people. Some might be more obvious than others. One being it helps others. You can help somebody, your mentee, as they're called, through their career, their education, help them with their imposter syndrome, help them with their projects. It also helps you as a mentor. It helps you learn more about yourself. It helps you expand your worldview. It helps you make friends, allies, and supporters. It makes you feel good about giving back. It helps you find knowledge gaps in your own thinking. And most importantly, it helps you learn new things. And finally, it helps all of us as a community. By mentoring each other, we encourage each other to collaborate. We encourage each other to be inclusive. We encourage each other to grow and thrive as a community of tech. So I want to make a quick distinction between mentoring and teaching, because both can be conflated a little bit. And in my opinion, teaching tends to go one way. You have a teacher and a student, and that goes one way. But the learning with mentorship, I find, goes both ways, where a mentor and a mentee get together and have this relationship where they can learn from one another. Now, I want to get into some pieces of advice on how you can become a mentor, or if you've been out of it for a while, get back into it. Or if you've been mentoring for a while, maybe expand your expand your horizons a little bit. So, some pieces of advice, we'll start at the beginning. When you enter a mentor-mentee relationship with somebody, I find it very helpful to open with by asking, hey, mentee, what are your goals? What is it that you hope to get out of this mentor-mentee relationship? And to keep in mind that over time, these goals can change. As this mentee goes through their career evolution, as they go through their experiences, they might find that their goals change. And so I find it very important to once in a while just check in with them and say like, hey, is it still your goal to, for example, become a senior developer? Or do you want to be a solutions engineer or something like this? Yeah. And by doing so, I think this kind of allows us to get into an opportunity where we can help our mentee develop good habits, because everybody develops habits out not from nowhere, but by being exposed to these over time. And I think it's very important to bear in mind that a mentor-mentee relationship, although might be just a day, just an hour, just half an hour, or maybe a couple weeks, this tends to extend into the long term. Because by association, you're not just mentoring your mentee, but if someday your mentee becomes a mentor themselves, that mentee will go on to mentor a mentee affected by your experiences. And I think this is really important to bear in mind. And what's the most important thing, the most important tool that we have as a mentor? It's empathy. Putting yourself in the shoes of your mentee and being able to see the world as you did perhaps many years ago when you got started, but also how your mentee sees the world and being able to sort of communicate that effectively. And speaking of communication, it's also really important as a software developer, but also as a member of a community, to be able to effectively communicate. I spent a long time in my career freelancing, and I feel like it's one of the most important tools that I have in order to have a good relationship with a client, to tell them, well, for example, I'm not going to be able to have this done next week because I ran into these unforeseen problems. When working in a team, however, I think it's also really important to bring that communication over in the form of asking really good questions. Asking questions is such a powerful tool that we have as software developers, and I think it's really, really important to bear this in mind as we move forward. So I wonder, folks, if this has ever happened to you when you're opening in a mentor-mentee relationship, that your mentee will come to you and ask, "Hey, which programming language should I learn if I want to work as a web developer?" Which is a good question, and I bet a lot of you are already thinking, "Well, it depends," right? So I think it's a good idea not to us as mentors say like, "Oh, this is something, this, it depends, blah, blah, blah," but to really extend beyond that and help the mentee get to that question themselves. So let's narrow that question a little bit and say, which programming should I learn first if I want to work as a web developer? Which is already an improvement, but if we can go a little bit further and really ask, not the best one, but what's a good programming language to learn first if I want to work as a web developer? And that's where you can bring in your perspective and, by extension, expose instead of impose. Now, I found this over the years myself as I developed. We programmers tend to be opinionated because we've got our experiences and we found what works best for us. But I think it's really important to bear in mind that when we were presented with these opinions, they weren't imposed upon us. I hope not. I think it's really important to expose instead. For example, when it comes to editors, I myself still use Vim. I've been using VS Code more lately, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to just say, "Oh, you should use Vim because it's the best." No, I will say this is why I like Vim. Same goes for programming languages, right? We're at a JSConf, but we've all learned that for different contexts, different programming languages are the right tool for the job. And again, exposing someone to say why, for example, Haskell is the right tool for the job is really important. Same goes for coding styles. With different linters and stuff nowadays and different linter configurations, it's really important to bear in mind that, for example, people have different opinions on whether the curly bracket in an if statement should go on the same line or the next line. Not that I'm inviting that argument, but rather to say why it's better for you is something that you can expose to your mentee. Same goes for tech, by the way. I'm presenting to you from a Windows machine, but that doesn't mean it's the best tool for every job, you know? Same goes for Git history styles. I have a specific way I like to style my commits. I like to have lots of small commits, but some folks like to have bigger commits with conventional commit style. This is different for everybody. And I think by exposing that to your mentee, it kind of enables you to, my next point, which is to be supportive. It's on the topic of empathy. I think it's really important to remember that a lot of us, if not all of us, go through some form or another of imposter syndrome. If you're not familiar with it, imposter syndrome is a phenomenon that happens to a lot of people in tech and in other parts, in other industries as well, where we get to a place, especially if we're underrepresented, and sorry, when we get to a place in tech and we finally achieve our goals and we think to ourselves, "I don't belong here." But I think it's important to remember for your mentee as well that not only did you go through that, and heck, I still feel that many ways myself nowadays. I've just gotten some tools to be able to, some ways to be able to handle that works for me. And maybe I can, again, expose that to my mentee, tell them, offer them the perspectives that come from my experience, the strategies that I've developed in order to do that. And a way to keep that imposter syndrome at bay as a mentor is to offer constructive feedback. Hopefully, this hasn't happened to all of us, but I'm sure we've all heard stories of folks who get really negative feedback and then end up discouraged, or worse, leave tech, and how discouraging that is. So, a way that I find that I can recommend for giving constructive feedback is to ask guided questions. If you're not familiar with guided questions, these are questions that lead into a discussion that involve critical thought and sort of invite a conversation. So I'm going to show you my only 2 slides with code today. They're not JavaScript, they're Ruby, but I promise you'll get the point. So here we have some ERB, or embedded Ruby, where we've got some markup that shows where this is what I got in a pull request from my mentee once. And what you see here is they're putting in a translated, an internationalized string for the week, so which week this takes place in, a space with an empty string, sorry, two quote marks to denote a string with a white space in it, and then the week number, you know? And so I saw this and I immediately thought, ooh, we might, for example, if this were JavaScript, we might want to use template strings to be able to, avoid having the string in the middle of the, I don't like having those white space strings there. These are things that started coming to mind. But instead, I reframed this and asked my mentee a guided question. I asked them, hey, so this looks great, thank you. What do you think will happen in a week where the week number, sorry, in a spoken language, where the week number is in the middle of the sentence? And I cannot for the life of me think of an example, but bear with me. Not that it matters. But what does happen? And so the mentee gets to thinking. And so the two of us, we go on a journey. We start looking at documentation. We found a solution, by the way. It turns out that for internationalization in Rails, you can pass a variable along to that internationalized string and be able to put it, when you localize it, wherever in the string you like. So we came to that solution together, and that was a guided question that got us there. So, and by doing things like asking guided questions, being supportive, I think it's really important to bear in mind, especially those of us with privilege, that we need to maximize help and minimize harm. I read a blog post from Will Larson, which I highly recommend, called "Mentoring from Privilege," and I think it's really important to bear a couple things in mind there. For example, to invest into understanding my privilege, not to give advice or authoritative advice on things that I don't know about or cannot relate about because of my privilege, grounding my stories into my privilege and saying, this is what happened for me, but that does not necessarily mean that this is the way things work. And to incorporate, with permission, stories from peers and coworkers that with different degrees of privilege and who've had different experiences. It's really important, on the note of empathy, to bear that in mind. So being supportive is important, but I also want to talk about being attentive. Whenever I mentor somebody, I like to think of myself as an on-the-shelf, always on demand, when possible, rubber duck. If you're not familiar with rubber ducky programming, it's the concept of explaining your problem to somebody in such a way that you can get to the solution by yourself. Folks recommend having a rubber ducky on their desk to be able to talk to. I don't have one myself, but I do have this little penguin dog, which is really cute, and he's sort of like my rubber duck. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Whenever it comes to solving a solution out loud with my mentee, what I always try to do is to give them the space to be able to voice out their thoughts in full. Even if I think they're wrong or if I disagree with them, I give them the space to sort of voice it out in full, because one of two things might happen. One, they might, maybe three. One, they might get to that solution on their own. Two, they might realize that they're wrong. Or three, I might realize that I'm wrong and need to change my perspective. And by doing so in such a respectful way, you also help train your mentee in that art of communication that I mentioned earlier. Next, I want to talk about learning, because as I said previously, mentorship and being in that mentor-mentee relationship is a two-way street of learning. And as I said before, when it came to minimizing harm, I think it's really important to avoid giving advice on topics that you don't know about, not just from a human perspective, but also from a technical perspective. I'm sure we've all been tempted at some point or another to just be like, just accept it as it is, And I'll tell a story to emphasize that. Because I learned a phrase recently. When I say recently, I mean many years ago. Anyway, I learned this phrase that I love when I don't have the answer to something. When somebody says, hey, Ramon, XYZ, ? And I'll say, you know what? I don't know. Let's find out. And I'm going to tell a story to go towards that. For example, when I used to teach kids to code and we would make games, when we sorry, when we used to make games, I think it's really important to, get to the graphics portion and they all get super excited. And I would teach them how coordinates work. And so I would say, this is the X coordinate and this is the Y coordinate. And when both values are 0, the character would be drawn at the top left of the screen. And I'll never forget, one of the kids stops me and goes like, oh, wait, hold on a minute, hold on. In math class, we learned that when both values are 0, that would be at the bottom left of the screen. Why is it different? And I didn't know. And I also didn't think it was very important. I remember thinking, no, this isn't important. What's important is we learn how it works. But I took the time and I said, no, you know what? I don't know, but you and I will find out together. And we did some research, and I'm going to share the answer to that today because it's quite interesting. So what you see here is a picture of an old monitor, of an old CRT monitor. And the way these things would render graphics back in the day is that they would draw their pixels line by line from top to bottom in a row from left to right. So it just kind of made sense to have those pixels drawn at the top left, which I think is super interesting. And I'm going to show you a quick GIF of it. Just a heads up, everybody. This is animated. Somebody took the video game Super Mario Brothers and slowed it down thousands of times with a very high-speed camera, and you can see those pixels being rendered in slow motion. I think it's both beautiful and terrifying. But yeah, I think it's really important, not just when you don't know the answer, but every now and then, just to go on a learning journey with your mentee. Go on a search engine together. Here we are, for example, looking up how to exit Vim, and go on that journey with them and discover together how things work. One of my favorite questions that I was asked was at a Rails Girls workshop, where somebody asked me, Ramon, why is it called a div? And I had no idea. And what I found fascinating about that is that I had never stopped to wonder why it was called a div. Never occurred to me to ask. We did end up looking it up. In case you're interested, it's short for divider. I would have never thought of that. Again, using those guided questions to help go on that journey together with your mentee to get that learning. And when you're doing that, I can highly recommend showing your thinking process. Because one of the best things that we can offer as mentors is show how we learn. For example, I like to try and talk out loud as you get to your solution, as I get to my solution. I've recently started live streaming coding, and this has been really fun because it also lets me think out loud and also show people how wonderfully wrong I am a lot of the time. It's a lot of fun, and I can highly recommend it. And this really helps what I like to call demystifying the mystical. One thing that I've noticed a lot nowadays is that a lot of relatively junior developers kind of have this idea that as senior developers, we just know everything or we have the solution to everything. So, and I really want to try and de-emphasize that, because by being live, by showing that, actually I don't know, I love to just take the time every now and then and think hey, mentee, do you want to go on a deep dive with me? And just take the time to just learn together with them. Sort of say well, for example, and excuse me, I'm not a very good drawer, as you saw with the other slides. Just, bring up a piece of paper, draw a client and a server, and teach them how, and go together through how an HTTP request works. And show them your resources. Show them the things that helped you. Maybe they're outdated. Maybe there are new versions of that. But show them the things that helped you learn things. For example, when I was learning regular expressions, I used regex crossword. I don't know if anybody's heard of it, but it's a great fun game for learning how to do regular expressions in a kind of crossword puzzle context. Or for learning CSS selectors, I used CSS Diner, which I can also highly recommend. Again, super fun for being able to learn how to do CSS selectors. Or when I was learning Flexbox, I can highly recommend Flexbox Froggy if that's your thing as well. Just sort of showing them how these community resources have come together to help folks get better at their programming, their daily software development. One other thing I want to touch upon today is how knowledge and experience are relative, especially for those of us who probably think, well, I would love to mentor, but I don't have enough experience. I want to tell you a story about that. So many years ago, my sister, who's also a software developer, she's a cloud engineer now, she started programming at a Rails Girls workshop, and she had a wonderful time. And a couple of weeks later, she got approached by the organizer and said, hey, Would you mind coming to the next one in a couple of weeks as a mentor? And she said, but I just did this 2 weeks ago. I'm not ready. And the mentor said something that I'll never forget. Sorry, the organizer said something I'll never forget. And that's that having that relatively new experience is actually super valuable because you remember quite freshly what it was like to learn those complicated subjects. And so I like to think that the same applies for the other way around. Myself, as a senior software developer, I probably need mentorship in, say, project management, or I'll probably, for example, as a web developer, I'll need help with graphics programming. And these sort of like these seniority levels are really relative, and this mentorship, this expert status, is this expertise is relative. Last thing I want to touch upon today is how important it is, even though it's super fun and super tempting to do lots of mentorship, to really be aware of one's own limits, because we all have energy, we all have needs as human beings, and we want to avoid burnout at all costs. And I have noticed, not just for myself, but for my mentees, if I've got too much going on, I'm not going to be able to be as good a mentor. So it's really important to take that time and say, being able to say, listen, I'm really sorry, I can't mentor you right now, but maybe I know somebody that can help you, and just connect them, leverage that network, and to most importantly, to take care of yourself. So you've been listening to me ramble about mentorship for a good while now. You might be super excited and think like, so where can I go to mentor folks? And I'm going to give you a couple pieces of advice that I can recommend. For example, I can highly recommend finding a local organization or event. For example, here locally, we've got the Coder Dojo, we've got those Rails Girls workshops that I talked about, Rails Bridge, Rust Bridge. Maybe there's some local to you that you've been thinking about checking out. Highly recommend doing so. If you're, of course, more keen to do so over the internet, I can highly recommend hosting open advice one-on-ones. This is an idea that was invented by my dear friend Jessica, who came up with this concept of saying, going on Twitter or something and say like, hey, I would love to offer free career advice. Get in touch. Let's get a calendar link going, and let's talk about your career. These I've done a couple. I've been trying to do these in Spanish to help folks, who are Spanish speaking and looking to further their career. I'm still doing these, and I highly recommend them. If you speak Spanish, get in touch. There's my Twitter. Another thing I highly recommend doing is, if you have an open source project, tag your open source issues and say, hey, I would love to mentor somebody and go through the solution together with somebody who's probably, maybe you're looking for co-maintainers, maybe you're looking to onboard somebody to your project. Tag them and say, hey, I'm happy to pair with you on this. If you're in a more in a more full-time context, maybe see if your workplace has an internal program. And if you're feeling bold, maybe propose creating one. Another thing I can recommend doing is starting a community of practice. This is a term brought to me by my friend Joe, who said, who defines this as just a session where every now and then you get together with a couple of folks and just hack on whatever it is, talk about coding, maybe share side projects, just get together and co-work. It's really gratifying. Another thing that I can highly recommend doing, quite popular nowadays, is to learn in public. Take your learning online, blog about it, live stream yourself, do whatever you like, maybe create a YouTube series. I can highly recommend this resource from Maggie Appleton called Digital Gardening, where you just put all your learning online and share it with the world and share it with other digital gardeners. I'll put a link to this as well. There's also a great book I can recommend called Working in Public by Nadia Egbal about these concepts, about what the open source world looks like. So I've been talking a lot about this, and what I really want to get at is to just sort of tack on just a tiny thing to that definition of mentorship that we talked about earlier. Because to me, mentorship isn't just so much about sharing knowledge, but I think it's also about sharing the joy of sharing knowledge. And I really want to emphasize that today. You can do it. You can be a mentor. You can be a mentee. So folks, as promised, there's a bunch of links here. Again, I tweeted out that link to my slides, so check them out. I highly recommend a lot of these. There's even a piece of it, a GitHub link from my friend Jessica on how to host these open advice one-on-ones. Go check them out. And also, I want to hear from you. Please get in touch. I want to hear what mentorship is like for you. So thanks, folks, and I hope you enjoy the rest of JSConf India.
Great, fun talk, Ramon. I found it really fun, and especially the insights on mentorship, how you should mentor, how a mentee should like approach mentorship. It was really fun, especially for me. I often do these mentorship sessions with few like people who are getting into in their early phase of programming career. So it was really an insightful talk.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Really, thank. Let's take up question and answers. I see one question here by Dave Mittal. So he says, if your mentor is giving you some advice which you find not relevant to your current situations in the industry, how do you convey the same to your mentor?
Ooh, that's a great question because it's. I mean, I think again, as I said before, um, this mentorship goes two ways, right? So if you disagree with somebody, if you have a piece, maybe somebody you've read, maybe a tweet you've read from somebody that is counter to this, I think it's totally fine to be able to say, hey, I've actually heard, for example, I don't know, that Vim isn't that good a coding editor anymore, and that I should use VS Code, and this is why. And again, change some minds, right? And having this mentor-mentee relationship is supposed to be two-way and an open and honest conversation. Thank you for that question. That's really helpful.
Yeah. There's one more question that Sachin asked. How do you gauge if your advice is not too heavy for your mentee to absorb?
How do you gauge if your advice is not too heavy for your mentee to absorb?
Mm.
That, ooh, again, super good question. And I think it really strikes home to this open and honest conversation and flow of dialogue to check, being honest with your, like establishing with your mentee about being honest with yourself and saying, listen, I'm here for you. If what I'm saying, for example, by heavy, I hope you mean like maybe it goes too technical, or maybe it goes over their head. Maybe you've not explained something properly. I think it's really important to check in and say, hey, I hope this makes sense. Could you please establish with them that it's totally fine for you to not have explained something, because we're human, and sometimes we don't explain things properly.
Sure, definitely. And there's one question that I would ask, like to ask you
Sure.
personally. So it's more on the mentor side. So there are people you
Yeah.
find who do a lot of crazy stuff, interesting stuff, but they don't share it with people. They don't share it in public. And when you see them, you can gauge that if they share their learnings and experiences with others in public, it would be really helpful for them. But when you tell them about it, they would say like, oh, it's already shared in such blog post, and there would be no benefit if I share it again. So how do you approach these people and really convince them about sharing in public their experiences?
That's a tough one. That's a really tough one because I've had this with public speaking, where I've seen somebody who has like a really, really compelling idea, a really compelling project. And I always tell them like, hey, you should totally share this. I think it's important to bear a couple of things in mind. First off, you can totally try to be inclusive and say like, hey, this is going to be fine. I would love to, for example, repost your project. I would love to share it with my colleagues, something like this. But I think it's also important to remember that we're as human beings, we're not all the same, and some folks do not want to public speak. Not because they don't feel like they can, they just don't want to. And that's totally fine. That is absolutely fine. When it comes to, for example, sharing open source projects, and you think like, oh, this will be really cool to share with the world, and you tell them like, hey, for example, can I show this to my colleagues? Like, ask them, is it okay if I show this to my colleagues? And they say, you know what, I'd rather keep it to myself. I don't want them to see my code. Again, you can encourage them, but you can't force them. I think it's really important to respect those boundaries.
I totally agree with that. Great points. All right, I guess we are on time, and the questions do not have to like stop here. Ramon would be in our lounge area. There would be a table by the name Ramon. You can like hop in there, ask your questions, get some insights, more insights on mentorship. Yeah, and Ramon, thanks a lot for sharing your experiences on this like very interesting topic, not talked about much. It was really exciting and for experience. Thank you for coming in.
question. And yeah, some great talks going on. And yeah, we have something like really good ones lined up too. I think the last one was by Ramwan. Great work there. And also thanks to Kushagra for taking all these things very flawlessly. So yeah, I'm here. I'm Sanket, and I'm going to be the host for this talk, which is coming up. So this talk is going to be like super interesting. I'm always a fan of what this person does, and the type of things that he has done. Like when you talk about Node.js, I think there are little pieces here and there. There are different frameworks available, but the underlying things, something as basic as say logging. So this person, he has some contributed to the core of Node.js, and he is also the author and maintainer of modules like say Fastify and Pino. I think you must have guessed who he is. So I would love to welcome Matteo Collina, all the way from Italy, to talk about Pino and how we can use Pino in a multi-threaded environment. So hi, Matteo.
Hi, Sanket. It's so nice to be here, wherever it is. So glad to be speaking at JSConf India.
Yeah. So are we. I mean, we are super excited to have you and hear more on the Node.js side. Great. So I leave the stage for you, and yeah, all the best.
Thank you, and welcome everybody.
Yep.
So slides should come up. Hopefully. So, everybody, I am Matteo Collina, as I said. You can follow me on Twitter at Matteo Collina, on the, follow me, probably tweet about stuff about Node.js. If you like the content of this talk, you'll probably see it. Okay. So, let's get into it. Oh, one more thing. I also keep a newsletter. You can find it at nodeland.dev. I don't know, I talk about Node.js a lot, and Fastify, Pino, and those things. Yes, I created these two frameworks over time. A few people have defined it the Matteo stack, whatever, I don't know. It's or as a generic rule, use what Matteo produces, but I don't know. I leave it to them. What I do for a living, I am chief software architect at Nearphone. So if we are hiring, by the way, so in case you're interested, check it out. Sorry, this should not have happened. Okay, so yeah, sorry about this. My impact on Node, well, I don't know. I got 6 billion downloads in 2020. So that's part of my reach on the Node side of things. This is just an npm, by the way, minus the word. I don't know. Yes, I do a lot of open source. So last but not least, and why it matters, is like I have these. I'm not developing open source full time, and I'm also helping companies using Node.js applications at scale. So this creates a little bit of a balance between the two things. And it was one of the key reasons why I created Pino in the first place with my colleague, or ex-colleague, David McClement, and why I keep maintaining them. Okay, so it's probably important for all of you to know why. So going back to Pino. Pino is the fastest logger for Node.js, and it has minimal features and a very good, great community. It's I don't know. It's been used probably throughout the ecosystem. It's been downloaded 8 million times per month, something like that. And it's version 7 now. So we shipped version 7. Okay, it has been in the works for a year or something. So I'm so proud of this. What do you use it? How do you use it? You just require it or import. It just works both cases, and you instantiate the logger, and you start using it as a logger. So you can call info, warn, err, and all those things. Okay, and as well as that, you could create child logger. By creating child logger, you can solidify a few properties in your JSON line. It's actually very, very useful. for example, HTTP transactions and all those things. So part of a good chunk of Pino and what Pino does, I will cover in this talk when we probably will introduce Pino in the world. It's a talk that Dave and myself did at NodeConf EU. It's called The Cost of Logging. It's probably the progression talk from this one. Anyhow, go check it out. It's a great talk, and it explains a lot of the rationale behind Pino that I briefly summarized, but also some of the trade-off that we had to do to reach that state. Pino is fast. It's probably faster than the equivalent, most of the other equivalent that do similar things. So JSON structure as well. So yeah, it's important now to talk a little bit about why it is so fast. Because if we don't understand how it is, what makes it fast, how could we improve things? We wanted to do something big for the V7 release. Anyway, I don't know if you have ever seen this explanation of the event loop. Okay, but it's probably important to linearize what happens in the event loop and see what happens when an event comes in. So our application is idle. We are here at the beginning, and our application is idle. It is waiting for something to happen. When that event, when an event arrives, it's the event loop call a callback in C, and that is in C++, and that executes some JavaScript. Note that this is important. Okay, so we have the event loop is idle, then we call, we go to C++, we go to JavaScript. And JavaScript, what JavaScript does, it's basically this happens synchronously. It's a synchronous JavaScript function that gets executed. Now it can get as complex as we want. After that function has finished the processing, it goes back to C++, and from there we go back in JavaScript land by processing the task queues. So we have the next tick queue and the microtask queue. The next tick queue comes first, and then we do the microtask. So next tick, and then microtask is promises, essentially. And we complete all of those, okay? After all of this has been done, and it goes back into the event loop. So wait for more events and see when an event will come through. Nice, right? So this is our event loop. So in order for something to be fast, so just go back. Let's go back. Let's go back here. In order for something to be fast, what you need to do is you need to minimize the time in which we are blocking the event loop. Okay. So in the time in which our C++ JavaScript function, all next tick, all promises have been executed. It's critical. Okay. However, what happens if an IO operation takes a long time? So if an IO operation, it takes some time to finish. Well, what happens is your application increases the amount of concurrent tasks. Why? Well, because you're specifying those callbacks in JavaScript. This keeps, you are waiting more, so your CPU is free to receive more HTTP requests or anything. So basically, it automatically increases concurrency, just because it can. And the more you increase the number of tasks, the more you increase the memory consumption of your application. Remember that whenever you receive an HTTP request, you're allocating a lot of objects, and then you're probably waiting for a database calls and so on and so forth. All of those are typically a lot of JavaScript closures that are being kept around. So all of these increase the amount of consumption of your application. The increase of the consumption add work for the garbage collector on our CPU. So we are increasing concurrency in theory to speed things up. But then in reality, we are increasing the memory usage and also increase the garbage collector, word in our CPU. Well, but then this is when the circle closes. When you are on very high load, the garbage collector will start to steal CPU cycle from the JavaScript critical path. So the reality is that the garbage collector will start to reduce, to slow our main JavaScript application down. So the final conclusion to this is latency and throughput are highly connected, especially in Node.js applications. So if you want an application to have a high throughput, you can work to reduce latency if you want to, and you will see throughput go up as well. It's very nice. It's a very nice property. Let's go back to our event loop. So what is the problem of logging and logging of a lot of applications? So, let's say you want to log a line. Logging a line, you can do it with a synchronous write or a synchronous write. Anyhow, you receive an HTTP request and then you want to log a line. Okay, so you are in the JavaScript function, you do a logger.info, and you're doing that. Once you have done logger.info, there is a few things that can happen. It could go into the C++ immediately and schedule a write, for example, or something to be done in the future. Or you could potentially do some data processing on that line. So you take that line and you start assembling it into, changing the format, for example. Or you want to send it to another service, or doing all sorts of work. All of this work will happen either immediately in this synchronous block, or it will happen in a future event on the event loop. What happens in the result is that this creates a lot more work, especially if you start adding very complex tasks. So, such, for example, sending logs to a remote location or something like that. So, what Pinot does to be extremely fast is it does all its processing synchronously in one tick of the event loop. So, by going in here, you have Pinot, all the work Pinot does ends when the control goes back into the event loop. This is a great property. It means that you're not keeping a lot of memory around after the fact, and it's actually really, really fast. We finished our talk in 2016 saying that Pinot is more than a module, it's a way of life. And the reason why was because we recommended for transports we recommended to move all these additional transformations and data processing outside the main node process. So, for example, if you want to do log formatting, if you wanted to send logs to remote destination like Elasticsearch, if you wanted to do log rotation, if you wanted to send the data to multiple destinations at the same time. And so we recommended all of them to happen in a separate process. So spin up another process to do this. And however, what happens when you do something like that is that people, users, you kept asking for those features to come back in. And also, if you needed to do those things, that required more work on your operations team, on the DevOps to automate. This was not ideal for us. So we decided we needed to improve the situation. Now, in Node 12, since Node 10, but then it stabilizes Node 12, worker threads are stable. We have threads. We could do computation in another thread of Node.js. And it's worker threads have a great property. They also have these easy synchronization primitives called atomics. I don't know if you ever heard about atomics. Atomics is probably the secret sauce of worker threads. So we could, why don't we use another thread to do some of the processing that Pinot does. Well, the original idea came from Mark Martin. He prototyped it in this library called LogPP, which uses a native add-on, so it was probably a no-go to ship for me. But it's at the time that was the only way to do threading. So the question we started asking: could we use thread to build transport for Pinot? We hit very quickly a roadblock. So if we wanted to implement, if we wanted to implement this on top of the traditional or the example communication primitive called post message, it would be too slow. Just sending a message and seeing a response come back takes 8 milliseconds, which is too slow. It doesn't compute. Okay, it's not fast enough. You don't want, like, you need to. We are talking about applications that can log, 10,000 lines per second or something. So it's completely something that we need to have very, very small latency here. Moreover, it's lacking a critical feature. We cannot block the main thread while waiting for a message. I will explain why this is important later. So what we have built is a library called ThreadStream. ThreadStream exposes a stream-like API to interconnect two worker threads. So what is happening is that we write things in memory, and on the other end, we read things from memory. All of this is done using non-blocking primitives. So reality is it's pretty fast. How fast? We'll see that in a moment. Okay. So how does it work? Yeah, we have the main thread and the transport, and we send log from the main thread to the transport. The main thread uses this rig buffer, which is this nice long list of bytes that are available. By default, is 4 megabytes to give you a hint. And it's the transport as a read section in which can keep the index inside the buffer, and the main thread keep a write register where it stores the position it has last written to. So you see there's always this gap, and the two threads can orchestrate between themselves using those two signals, those two areas, to be able to move the data back and forth the two threads. It's pretty powerful because it allows us to it allows the main thread to automatically write data inside the ring buffer without blocking. So we have non-blocking writes, which goes back to the point of having really fast pass-through of data to reduce the impact on the event. So how does it work? We created the Pinot transport option and property. It's actually pretty powerful. It uses ThreadStream underneath, and it creates a single worker thread where we run all our transports. And we support, for example, Prettyfine, Elasticsearch, and all the other transports that you can find in the Pinot world. And you can also just point it to a JavaScript file, and we will run it for you as part of the worker thread. It's pretty great, and we'll see benchmarks we'll start seeing benchmarks in a moment. One more thing though, it's transports could also be written just using async iterators and streams. So it's if you don't like streams, it's just if you don't like streams, you can just use async iterators, and it will all just work. It's pretty neat. Okay, I love when we can build this nice syntax into things. It also supports the concept of pipelines. What is a pipeline? Well, literally, this is a transport that are organized in steps. So there is the transformation step, and then a end step or writer step. It's like a pipeline in Unix, right? And beneath that, it uses streams. What we can use, how we can use this is we create a transfer stream, and we just do some modifications, and we return that string. It's pretty easy, pretty easy. It just works, by the way. It's we only need to see that we need to tell the system to that our transport can be used as a pipeline. So the exit problem. Okay. So one of the critical problem of doing this type of operation is that we are transferring the data to the worker thread, right? By transferring the data to the worker thread, the data is not flushed yet. So the main thread is only telling the worker, hey, please write me this stuff up. But it's not waiting on the main thread, sitting and waiting synchronously for that to happen. Which means that whenever your application crashes or you kill it, there is, and you call process.exit, the secondary thread is still running, right? It's still flushing logs and still printing logs out. And how can we make sure that all logs are flushed? Because it's a big problem. The fact is, if you want to intercept process exit, you could, in fact, use this process on exit event handler, but only asynchronous code can be run there. So we can do any asynchronous operations. So, but the event loop is stopped. So we cannot even receive any more events from the worker thread. How can we make sure that all the logs are flushed? Well, let's see. So the solution to this problem is by using a few flash sync operations. The flash sync operation is inside our exit handler. It calls we can call flash sync on the transport. These uses some other registers or state buffers, whatever, inside inside thread stream to tell the transport to actually close. So by telling the thread to close, it takes all the data that I've received till now and it actually prints it. So it actually synchronizes them and makes sure that there is nothing else to be sent remote. And only after that's completed, it unblocks the main thread. Now, we could actually use the transport or the worker thread to do asynchronous work because it still has an event loop running, while the main one is processing the exit handler. Okay, it's great. So how does this work? Well, this code is a little bit simplified. It's what we do. We have a while loop. Now this is a nice one. Okay, so basically we in this loop we block for 1 second and block the main thread for 1 second while the worker thread breeds stuff, and after it's done, it's we check if red has not come to the end. Okay, and sorry, we come if it's not done to the end, and we repeat 10 times, so 10 second max. It's great because we can do those. We can do those 10 things. Now, we only wait for 10 seconds to avoid deadlocks. I stumbled on so many deadlocks when developing this that I needed to put in some safety measure. So if there is a bug, this 10-second timeout will fix things and unblock your main thread. So I also wanted to show you this this library. It's called onExit leak free. onExit leak free is a tiny library that I developed to shut things down. Essentially, it has a registered and unregistered method, and with the register, what we do is we register a function to be called when the process is shutting down. But it also can be safely garbage. The object that you use as key can be safely garbage collected. So basically, we register every single worker thread that it's being created with on exit leak free. And once it's done, and so that we don't leak memory, it's great. It works really well. How is this implemented? It uses our friends finalization registry and weak-map. So if you want to see some, it's not such a big library, but it's a little bit convoluted. It's probably worth a talk on its own. Anyhow, going back to our slides, it's great, right? So what we did some measurements on the performance of Pinot when logging in a Fastify application. So and the result was that you should, like, this is fast. Let's get into it a little bit, okay? So Pinot can log synchronously, and this is the default right now. So basically, when you start up a Pinot, it will log synchronously to either standard output or a file, and if that destination is stalled or cannot keep up, it will block the main thread. So that's synchronous logging, and this is this first column. We could enable asynchronous logging, and we could gain a little bit more throughput. If you know, if we then, you know, you could, oh sorry, then you could check of you know, the first one that we tried is, can we log with using a transport but to a file? And we'll see that this is just a little bit faster than a sync to a file. It's great. I didn't expect it to be fast. Oh, sorry. Why is it moving? I didn't expect it to be faster, but it's just a little bit faster. What should not come to a surprise to all of you is the fact that writing synchronously to Elasticsearch is slow. Okay, for example. So especially if you start using a separate process, and the main one blocks until the other one has kept up. These you will hit in some very bad bottlenecks in everywhere, and it's not going to be fast enough. So you could enable asynchronous logging even in that scenario. And if you do that, then it's probably fast. However, but this still requires two processes. With transports, you can actually have one process without any problems, and it's actually very good, very good. So now it's the time for my demo. Okay, so let's go through things a little bit. Okay, so I have a few things. I have a Docker Compose running. So I have Kibana and Elasticsearch, and I have my transport here. Okay, so this is my file. I go import Pinot. I create my transports, tell that I want to log to a file. I want to log to Elasticsearch, and I want to prettify my logs. Then I do a lot of those things, lot of logging, okay? Lot of logging. Okay, so what happens? Then we are here. So this is Elasticsearch, okay? As you can see, there is no logs available in Elasticsearch right now. And this is Kibana, sorry. This is Kibana, and it queries Elasticsearch. So let's run this transport. You will see that it printed some stuff. This is the pre-print interface. So you can customize how it looks. So we also have our log. So our out file, you can see those are JSON delimited logging. And this is the format. So it says the level, the timestamp in Unix epoch, the PID, the host name, and the message. It's great. And last but not least, we need to refresh Pinot Elasticsearch and see if log came here. Oh, we got 14 logs here. And it all happened using threads and a lot of other complicated things. So as you can see here, logs are being indexed correctly, and you could do all your usual Elasticsearch queries because of that. so I sorry, let's go here. So and so that's all, folks. And I'm pretty happy about the release of Pinot 7. It's fast, it's easy to use, and you can start using worker threads in your code too. So it's check it out. As I said, I work for a company called Nearform. We are currently hiring all sorts of profiles between Europe and the US. So if you are interested, please reach out. Even if you're in India, please, if you think you can qualify for a role, just ping me. My DMs on Twitter are open at Matipolina, and we can try to see what we can do. That's all, folks. Thank you.
Hey, Matteo, that was a very insightful talk about Node.js and login and a lot of things in and around. So great talk. And thank you so much for being a part of JSConf India. It was a pleasure having you. I think we have some time, so we can probably go ahead and check some questions.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, great. So I think, yeah, we'll go with the first question that is by Akib. He says, will there be serialization cost involved when using transpose stream?
So we have transport stream, and no. So the answer is yes and no. Okay. There is a serialization cost. We serialize the line. So essentially, what we do is we take your full log line and we completely serialize it in your JSON structure. Essentially, what you will get is, it's here. You will get a line like this one. Oh, sorry, I'm not screen sharing anymore. So what you will get is a line similar to the one that I showed you. So it's just a JSON line. That is then sent to the transport stream using the shared array buffer.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. I think we can't see your screen, but I think we figured it out.
Yeah, we figured it out. We figured it out. So.
Great. All right. I think we have one more question. Actually, two more questions, which is one is related to transport. So transports solve for the 8 to 10 ms latency increase while communicating between the threads. Is that correct?
So it does not solve it. It sidesteps it. So yes. So it's not solved. Okay. I'm sorry. It probably there is something lost in translation on the term solve. So it's not possible to solve that thing. Okay. That is not. It's not possible to solve it. It removes the need of it. So we have the main thread that is writing into a shared array buffer, and the other thread is reading from that shared array buffer. Okay. The two processes do not do any kind of synchronizations most of the time. So it's complete. So there's no need for the two processes to wait on one another or to synchronize or send messages. Doing normal operations, data just flows through from one to the other, unless there is some real pushback from the worker thread. Everything keeps flowing, and there's no need for having that kind of.
Right, makes a lot of sense, Matteo. I think we have one more question, but I think the answer is pretty straightforward. But anyway, we'll take it. Can we use the approach you spoke about in our Node.js code? Any thoughts?
So I would say yeah. So yes, you can. The result, though, it really depends on what are your goals. So it's and how do you deploy Node.js application. So I am not necessarily, especially in developing this feature, I ended up having a lot of deadlocks, bad crashes. It was not super simple to deploy. So the API of Pinot is safe to use, but getting there was rocky roads. Okay, it was a little bit
Right.
not so good terrain to travel into. Okay, so
Makes a lot of sense. I think, yeah, the amount of work that you have put into Pinot, I think people can go ahead and use that library if they don't want to go through the entire cycle of hiccups, I would say.
Yes, so they need to. So there is a lot of like you could use the same approach internally, but you will need to study a lot on how all those things interleaves. Now, consider also the fact that transport logging is a one-way street. Okay, so your application main thread produce logs, and those logs are shipped to the target and are shipped to the pipeline. If you wanted, for example, to develop to run all your HTTP requests in a different worker, that will incur in serious overhead cost, because we will need to go back from the worker to the main thread once things are done, and that will be expensive.
That makes a lot of sense. Definitely, if we can decouple logging to a different thread and then use that, I think that will definitely give a lot of performance boost.
Yep.
Great. I think we have some more time. I have one question.
Oh, go for it.
I've used a shared buffer in Chrome. So do we have the same thing here in Node.js, like shared buffer?
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm using. Yes. So it's a shared array buffer.
Oh, okay, shared array buffer. Okay, great. So on a very high level, if I understand it correctly, it's something like a socket connection on two different things, and then it just keeps emitting from the main thread to the logging thread, and then it takes care of the rest of the things.
Yes, exactly. But it's yes, at a very high level, yes. It's like a socket between the two things, but with a lot less network involved.
Makes a lot of sense, Matthew. Great. I think we have the next talk lined up at 2:15. Do you have any last bits to share or talk about, Matthew?
No, thank you guys for having me. It was great to be here at JSConf India. I hope to maybe visit you folks in sooner rather than later. I've been once to Bangalore, once to Delhi. So
you have been to Bangalore. Yeah, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Go ahead.
Yeah, go
Sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, we would love to meet you in person, and I think next year is going to be an in-person conference. So let's see what do we have for that.
It's we'll see. Let's keep finger crossed. The world is in a much nicer shape next year. So
yes, yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Matthew, for all your time and great talk. It was nice having you here. And yeah, all right.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye bye.
CSS part, I'm using CSS preprocessor. And even for the HTML part, I'm using an HTML preprocessor. But all the logic of this game, like when I'm clicking on the UMI button and it's opening a pop-up, the logic of the opening and the closing of the pop-up is done only while using CSS and HTML. And when I will click the Save the World button, the play button of the game, it will hide the game navigation and it will open the game frame itself. Even that logic is done only while using CSS and HTML. And when I will click on some coronavirus creature, they will be disappear and the score of the game will go up. Even that logic is done only while using CSS and HTML. And what about the countdown? No, really? The countdown is built only while using CSS. But before you're writing any single line of code in your own project, you need to think about something that inspires you. And I don't know why, I remember a code plan that I saw in the middle of the year of 2019 that was painted on Canvas HTML with these cute creatures that remind me a little bit the coronavirus creatures. And I needed to think about the name for the game and how to design the main navigation. And I don't know why, I remember the Chicken Invaders game and I took the Invaders word from the name of the game and some other design ideas on how to design the main navigation. And when you're thinking about inspiration, it's not to create everything from nothing. Inspiration is always to take other older ideas and to create from them something else, something new. And the first thing that I wanted to create in my own project is to create the coronavirus creatures. And this was my inspiration, but in the end, the coronavirus creature was looking different, and I love it because this is my coronavirus creature. And then I wanted to start to create the HTML of those coronavirus creature. And for me, the HTML is very important. It's not just to take an HTML element and to throw them to an HTML document. No, this is an object of HTML of coronavirus creature, and it needs to be very precise. Then I created this label HTML element with the class of coronavirus, and I put it inside input type radio. And you may ask why I'm using here label HTML element and why there is an input type radio inside. This is part of the logic that we will talk about it a little bit later. But all the visual part of the coronavirus creature are starting inside its body. We have the body, inside we have the 12 hairs and its both eyes. But from the beginning, I saw that I have a lot of repetition in my code, like to create those 12 hairs. And in the real game, I have 100 coronavirus creatures. And I didn't want to copy paste them one by one. And I needed to think a way to solve this problem. And to solve this problem, in my first time in my life, I'm using here an HTML preprocessor that can do the repetition in a lot more smarter way. And yes, for the CSS part, I'm using the CSS preprocessor of SAS that I'm using, I think, in the last 10 years for every one of my projects. And now, instead of doing this repetition part, for example, of all the hairs of the coronavirus creature, you can do it with a pug, with variables, while loop, and to create the HTML a lot more dynamically. But as you can see here, pug is written very different from regular HTML. Yes, it's being compiled to a regular HTML, but when you are working in Pug, you cannot write half Pug and half HTML. If you are working with Pug, you need to write everything in Pug, and this means that I needed to update all the code to the new way that Pug is being written. But all this project I was creating in 2 days in the weekend, and I was learning Pug meanwhile I was creating this project. Because of that, everyone can learn Pug. It's really not so hard. And now I wanted to start to paint the visual part of the coronavirus creature. I started with the body. I gave it position relative. Why position relatives? Because all the other parts need to be according to its body. The body got width and height of 100 pixel, background color black, and to get the circle shape, I just gave it border radius of 50%. To create all of the eyes and to select the two classes, if you remember, of I1 and I2 together combined, I'm using here the attribute selector with the star character. And I'm just giving it width and height, little bit different, background color white and border radius of 50%. Because the width and the height are a little bit different, with the border radius, it's getting the egg shape that is nice to get. To locate both of them, I gave both of them position absolute and top 25%. The first eye, the left eye, I1, I gave left 25%, the right eye, right 25%, a little bit rotates it to the inside. To create the inner part of the eyes without adding another HTML element, I'm using here the before pseudo element. And in the same way, width and height, background color black, and border radius of 50%. And if you are looking what I created until now is just circles, circles, and circles. To create the hairs of the coronavirus creature and to select, if you remember, all the classes between R1 until R12, I'm using here again the attribute selector with the star character. Every one of the hair is created from two boxes that I'm creating with the before and the after pseudo element. The after pseudo element is the root of the hair that I'm putting in the bottom. The before pseudo element is the another box that I'm putting up above, and to get this circle shape, I'm just giving it border radius of 50%. To locate those hair, first I gave all of them position absolute and locate all of them in the middle, in the center of the coronavirus creature, exactly here. And now, one by one, I want to put them around the coronavirus creature. The first hair will get a transform property with a rotate z value of 0 degrees that doesn't do anything, and a translate y value with a value of minus 65 pixels that taking the hair from the center to the top. But the second hair need to be top but little bit to the right, in this way. How I'm locating it, hair 2 will get a transform property with a rotate z value of 30 degrees, and only then the translate y value with a value of minus 65 pixel. And the rotate z is affecting on the translate y axis, and in this way the second hair will go top but little bit to the right. And if you didn't know until now, the order of the values in the transform property are very important because they are affecting each other. And in this way, I just located all those 12 hairs around the coronavirus creature. As you can see here, different rotate z value and the same translate y value. But as you can see here, we have a lot of repetition in our code, and we as the web developers don't love to create repetition. How can we do it in another way? Because I'm working with the CSS preprocessor of Sass, in Sass we can create Sass for loop. And this is exactly what I'm doing in my real project. First, I'm creating a Sass variable with the name of start position, and I'm giving it a value of 0 degrees. Then I'm creating the Sass for loop that have another Sass variable with the name of I that is going dynamically between 1 to 12. In every one of the iteration, this creating me dynamically the CSS selector between R1 until R12. In every one of the iteration, the Sass variable start position is getting bigger by 30 degrees, and in this way, I'm just putting this Sass variable inside the rotate z value inside the transform property. And in this way, I just now created you this CSS. Nice. But I wanted this creature to feel a lot more alive, and I wanted to add animation for all the hairs. But the problem that I had, that every hair have a different transform value, and this means that I need to create 12 different animation for every one of those hairs. And because I didn't want to write them one by one, I just created 12 different animation in the same Sass for loop. In this way, I'm only writing it once, but it's creating dynamically 12 times for every one of those hairs. And I wanted this creature to feel a lot more alive, and I wanted to add some animation for the eyes, and I added 2 animation for the eyes, one of the inner part of the eyes that they will move a little bit, and I wanted to create the effect that the eyes are getting closed. To do that, I'm using the second pseudo element, the after pseudo element that is inside every one of the whole of the eyes, and it has a width of 100%, height of 0 pixel, and background color black. And you don't see it because it has a height of 0 pixel. But in the animation of it, every 5 seconds, in the last half second, it's getting a height of 100%, and in this way, the eyes are getting closed. Nice. But now let's talk about all the magic of the game, all the logic, and how I'm dividing first all the project to frames in the game, in this specific game. And to understand that, let's take a look in the game itself and understand how we are separating frames in our own game. The first frame, as you can see right now, is the game menu frame, and this is one frame that we need to represent in our HTML document. The second one is when I will click on the How to Play button, it will open a pop-up, and this is another frame type of pop-up, and yes, we can put frame above other frames. The third frame is when I will click on the OMI button in the same way, another pop-up, and this is the third frame that we need to represent in our HTML document. And the last frame is when I will click the Save the World button, the play button of the game, it will hide the game menu frame and it will open the game frame itself. And this is our last four frame that we need to represent in our HTML document. How I'm representing them, I'm just creating four separated section HTML elements. And as you can see by the class name and by the ID name, the first one is the game menu frame. The second one is the game frame itself. The third one is the pop-up of who am I. And the last one is the pop-up of the how to play. But when I'm loading the game, I want to see only the game menu frame. I don't want to see all the other frames. How I'm hiding all the other frames in a very easy way that everyone knows, I'm just giving all those other frames display none. And in this way, when I'm loading the game, I'm only seeing the game menu frame. But now I need to create some flags that they will tell me if something is open or something is closed. How can I create flags without using any JavaScript? And if you are thinking about form HTML element of input type checkboxes, they are like flags. Unchecked, false. Checked is true. And this is exactly what I'm adding in the beginning of the HTML document. I'm adding three input of checkboxes. Every one of them have a specific ID name, and every one of them is need to do different operation in my own game. For example, the first checkbox that has the ID of toggle game, if it's unchecked, this is meaning that I want to see the game menu frame, but to hide the game frame. But if it's checked, I want to do the opposite. I want to show the game frame, but to hide the game menu frame. The two other checkboxes are even more simple to understand. The checkbox that has the ID of how to play pop-up, if it's unchecked, I don't want to see the how to play pop-up. And if you are checked, please show me the how to play pop-up. The third checkbox in the same way, the checkbox that has the ID name of OMI pop-up, if it's unchecked, I don't want to see the OMI pop-up. And if you are checked, please show me the OMI pop-up. But those are just checkboxes that I'm putting in the beginning of the HTML document with opacity of 0, position absolute top minus something, and you cannot click on them specific. Now we need a way to trigger those checkboxes without clicking on them specific. How can I do it? And to do that, I'm using a very old feature that exists in HTML. The game navigation button that you saw, these one are not button HTML element. Instead, I'm using here label HTML element that only look like buttons. And label HTML element can trigger any input that you want with the for attribute that can be connected to a specific ID of an input. For example, the save the world label button element is connected to the checkbox that has the ID name of toggle game. You see toggle game here and toggle game here. And this means that if I'm clicking on this label button, it will trigger this checkbox and it will change its status from unchecked to checked. If you will click it again, it will change again from checked to unchecked, and as many times that you will clicking on it. Okay? The same way for the two other buttons. For example, if I will click on this OMI label button, this one, this will trigger the checkbox that has the ID name of OMI pop-up. This one, and it will change its status from unchecked to checked. If you will click it again, it will change again from checked to unchecked, and as many times that you will clicking on it. Okay? But now we need to use those statuses of those checkboxes to show or hide other frames of the game. How can I do it? For that, I'm using two special CSS features. The first feature is the check pseudo class. I can see if there is a specific checkbox that is in status of checked, and if there is a specific checkbox in status of checked, I can go to any sibling element that come after, and I can give a display block, display none, and in this way I can show or hide other frames in the game. And this is exactly what I'm doing in my real game. For example, when I'm clicking on the how to play label button, it will trigger the checkbox that has the ID name of how to play pop-up. And if this checkbox is now in status of checked, this selector will start to work for us. If this checkbox is in status of checked, go to the sibling element that has the ID of how to play, this is the real pop-up, and just give a display block. And now this pop-up is open. But now you need to ask yourself another question. how I'm closing the pop-up. And it's really the same idea if you are thinking about it. When this pop-up is open, this means that this checkbox is in status of checked. And now I need to change the status of checked to unchecked. And to do that, the X button and the close button, again, are not button HTML element. Again, they are label HTML element. And in this case of this specific pop-up, they are both have for attribute that is being connected to the same checkbox. And if I will click on the X button and the close button, this checkbox will change its status from checked to unchecked. This selector will stop to work, and we will get the display none that we declared in the beginning, and now the pop-up will be closed. Nice, but now you need to ask yourself another question. What is happening, for example, when I will click on the Save the World button, the play button of the game? When I'm clicking on this button, I need to do two operations instead of one. First, I need to hide the game menu frame, and then I need to show the game frame itself, where we are playing. How can I do two operations instead of one? And it's really the same idea if you are thinking about it. The checkbox that has the ID name of Toggle Game, if it's in status of checked, first go to the sibling element with the class of game menu frame and just give it display none. And after that, go to the sibling element that has class of game frame and give it display block. And in this way, if you are thinking about it, I can do as many operations that I want with one status of one specific checkbox. This way of writing is of course written with Sass. You can write it in two separated CSS selectors, but it's a lot more readable to read it and write it with Sass. Nice, nice. But now let's jump for one of the most amazing tricks that we have in our own game. When I'm clicking on those coronavirus creatures that are being disappear and the score is going up, we actually have here two tricks. One is when I'm clicking those coronavirus creatures, they need to be disappear. And the second is that we need to count all those dead viruses. And let's talk about those two tricks. The first trick. If you remember, in the beginning I told you that every coronavirus creature is a label HTML element with class of coronavirus. And I also told you that there is an input type radio inside. But I also told you that all the visual part of the coronavirus creature are right here. We have the body, and in the real game, the eyes and the ears are inside this div class body. And what I'm doing in the real game, I'm doing animation for the label HTML element and moving it around the screen. Because all the visual parts are inside, all the visual parts are going with it. And this is also meaning that if I'm clicking on the visual part of the coronavirus creature, it's like I'm clicking on the label HTML element. And because the input type radio is inside, it will automatically get triggered. I don't even need the for attributed ID name. In this case, I'm having the coronavirus creature moving. You are clicking on it, it's like you are clicking on the label HTML element. Because the input type radio is inside, it will automatically get triggered and it will change its status from unchecked to checked. If this input type radio is in status of checked, this is telling us that the virus is being dead. And now we need to hide the visual part of the virus. To do that, I'm selecting the input type radio that is in status of checked. If you are in status of checked, go to the sibling element with class of body. This is the visual part of the coronavirus creature, and just give it opacity of 0. In this way, you are clicking on those coronavirus creature and they are being disappeared. And now I need to count all those dead viruses. To do that, I'm using another special CSS feature, the feature of CSS counters. In order to it to work properly, you need to be defined it before all the input type radio that you have in your own game. The easiest place to put it is just on the body HTML element. How I'm creating a CSS counter? I'm using it on the body HTML element, the property of counter reset, and you can give it here any name that you want. I gave it the name Corona. And now I need to count all those dead viruses. Every input type radio, if you are in status of checked, counter increment me the Corona value that I created here, okay? And now I need to print the total score to the screen. In order to it to work properly, it needs to be defined in the HTML after all the input type radio that you have. And the easiest place to put it is just in the bottom of the HTML document. And I created here the div class sum. The text score is coming from the HTML, and I want to print here after the total score. To do that, I'm just selecting this class sum, using the after pseudo element that's using the content property that are using the native CSS counter function that just printing me the corona value that I incremented here and created here. And in this way, it's always listening and printing the total score to the screen. Because it's a very complicated example, I want to show you this in a real live code demo. Let's see it in a CodePen. As you can see here, I kind of created 5 of coronavirus creature. You can even see the input type radio. This is the input type radio. In the real game, it has opacity of 0. And all the visual part of the coronavirus creature is this div class body. This is the big black circle. In the real game, the eyes and the ears are here inside, okay? Very important. Okay. I have here 5 coronavirus creature. I have a place to summarize the total score in the bottom. The text score is coming from the HTML, as you can see, but the numbers are coming from the CSS. To create a CSS counter, I'm selecting the body HTML element, and I'm using here the property of counter reset, and I gave it the name corona. For every input type radio that is in status of checked, counter increment me the corona value. Beside of it, if the input type radio is in status of checked, go to the sibling element with class of body and give it opacity of 0. You see, if this input type radio will be checked, all the sibling selector with the div class body will be hidden, okay? We'll get opacity of 0. To summarize the total score, I'm just selecting the class sum with the after pseudo element, with the content property, with the CSS native counter function that just printing me here the corona value that we incremented here and created here, okay? Let's see that it really works. I'm clicking on those coronavirus creature. They are being disappeared. The score is going up. You can even see the radio button is being checked. And in this way, I'm creating a pure CSS score for a pure CSS game. Nice. Let's continue to another amazing trick. Pure CSS countdown. How can I create a pure CSS countdown? Let's see this in a real code demo. As you can see here, the numbers are not coming from the HTML. They are coming again from the CSS. And as you can see, there is an animation here that's going between 9 to 0, but here the number is going between 99 to 0. How I'm doing it? We actually have here 2 separated strings that doesn't have any connection between them. This is the before pseudo element and the after pseudo element. That you will understand exactly what you are seeing right now. Let's press here the text AA, and you will see that these both numbers are being separated. They don't really have any connection between of them. It's only looking like one number that is going every 1 second, one number down, but it's actually 2 separated strings that are very synchronized. And how it really works. I'm selecting this span element with class of count. On the before pseudo element, I'm calling the animation for the content property of countdown. I'm calling this animation. This is for the first value of the number, yes? I'm calling the animation and I'm telling it to work for 100 seconds and 1 iteration. Because it's 100 seconds and total of 10 frames, as you can see here, a total of 10 frames between 9 to 0, this means that every 10 seconds it will go one number down, 20 another, 30 another, and when it will finish, I want it to stack on the last frame of the animation, of 0. This is for the first value. And after the 1 iteration, if you want it to stack on the last frame of the animation, you just putting here the forwards value that telling the animation, when you are finished, please be stuck on the last frame of the animation. To create the second value, the after pseudo element, I'm calling now the same animation, but in a different way. I'm telling this animation to work for 10 seconds and 10 iteration. 10 second, 10 frame, this meaning that every 1 second it will go one number down. 2 seconds another, 3 seconds another. And when it will finish the first iteration, it will do it again for another 9 iteration. Why? Because I tell it to work for total of 10 iteration. And after all those iterations, you want that the second value will be stuck on the last frame of the animation. To do that, I'm just putting here again the forwards value that I put it here. And this means that when it will be finished, it will be stuck on the 0, 0 value. Let's see. 4, 3, 2, 1, and finish. Nice. Let's continue to another tricks. Random values. First, I want to show you why I wanted to create random stuff in my own game. If we will take a look again on the game itself, you will see that the location of the virus are being randomized in the game. Even the scale of them is being randomized, and even the rotation of them is being randomized. But wait a minute, how can I create random stuff in CSS? You can't, but you can do it with Sass. And you need to understand that every virus has 6 different locations on the y-axis. And because every one of the viruses have different location, it means that I need to create 100 different animation. But because I didn't want to write them one by one, you can guess how I have done it. And I first want to show you this in the real code that you will understand exactly what is happening here. Let's see how I created it. Let's find it here. As you can see here, I have a for loop that is running 100 iteration. And this creating me, I will do one zoom out, this creating me this animation 100 times. But in every one of those times that it's creating it, every virus has 6 different locations in the game. The translate x is always the same, but the translate y, I'm using here the Sass random function that randomizes me a value between 1 to 80, and I'm just doubling it in 1vh. Even in the scale, I'm doing the randomize, and even in the rotation, I'm doing random stuff. That you will understand exactly how it really works, I want to show you another example that you will understand and you will not afraid to use this Sass random function. Let's see the compiled HTML that you won't be afraid from it. Just 6 empty li HTML elements. The numbers that you are seeing inside are not coming from the HTML, as you can see. They are coming from the CSS. And what I'm doing in the Sass code, I'm creating a Sass for loop that is running 6 iterations, creating me dynamically all the CSS selector between class 1 to class 6. On the before pseudo element, I'm using the content property, and inside I'm using the Sass random function that randomizes me a value between 1 to 80, and I'm just doubling it in 1vh. And all those values are really randomized. For you to believe me that they are really randomized, let's do a small change in the code of Sass, and we will see that those values are being changed. Let's press enter, and you will see that are being changed. I press it again, and again. Every time that I will compile the Sass code, they will be changed. And yes, it's happening only when you are compiling the Sass code to CSS. And how it's looking when it's being CSS, because Sass are not being read in the browser. It's just really regular CSS, nothing special, as you can see here. In order to this value to change, we have to compile the Sass code again and again and again, okay? Nice. Let's continue to our next trick. In the end of the game, I wanted that I'm putting the game over curtain, and I wanted to create the effect that the player can play this game again and again and again. But the problem that I had, that I need to reset all the checkboxes that has been checked to unchecked. All the radio buttons, because I want to reset the total score, all the radio buttons that has been checked need to be reset to unchecked. And I thought about a lot of ways how I can do it. But the best way that I thought is to create here a special button. This back to main menu button is again not a button, a regular button, and it's not a label HTML element. Instead, I'm using here an input type reset. And what this input type reset is doing, if you are wrapping all your project with a form HTML element, when you will click on this special button, it will automatically reset every input in your own project. All the checkboxes that has been checked will be unchecked. This will bring you automatically to the game menu navigation. And all this total score, all the radio button that has been checked will be unchecked, and now the score of the game will be again at 0 point. And the last question that you need to ask yourself is, how can I know exactly when to put this game over curtain? I need to put it exactly after 99 seconds. And this is really the easiest trick that I have in this game. Everyone knows that animation can get animation duration. Animation duration telling the animation how much time it needs to be take. Yes, this thing. But this is how much time the animation is taking from the start to the end. But what we are often forget, that animation can get another animation duration, the animation delay duration. This is telling the animation after how much time you need to be start. And in the real game, it have 99 seconds. For this example, I wanted to put here only 5 seconds. that we don't need to wait too much. And let's see that it really works. I will refresh the screen and we will count together between 1 to 5. Okay, let's count together when it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Game over. Nice. Okay. We saw here a lot of CSS tricks that with them you can create a pure CSS games. And maybe you are thinking that this is the main key takeaway, but it isn't. What I want you to take from this talk is to create your own code project, but only for fun. Not for your company, not for your friends, not because you want to make small money from the side. No, only for fun. And why it's important to create project only for fun? When you are doing fun stuff you are enjoying and you don't care that it's hard for you, and this is one of the best way to learn new stuff. I think when we are getting adult, we are starting to forget that this is the best way to learn new stuff. We're starting to learn things in the hard way, in the boring way. Instead, to create our own project, meanwhile we are learning, we don't care if it's hard or not. In this way, we are getting to be a lot better web developers, and in the end, you will get a better salary. But even this is not important because the most important thing in life is to have fun. Create your own project because you can do it. And before we finish, my friend, I'm Elad Schechter. I'm a CSS HTML architect. I'm doing a lot of stuff on CSS. The best way to see the new stuff that I'm doing is in my Twitter account. I'm only retweeting about CSS. And you can see all my other stuff in Medium, in CodePen, in GitHub, or in my own website. You can QR the slides from here. And thank you very much for listening.
Whoa. So many CSS tricks, so many hacks. Like my mind is blown. Like what are the things I just like saw. And the output of those tricks is really amazing. Like it's hard to imagine you can use a language like CSS, which is meant for styling and presentation, to actually create those behaviors and an actual game, which is like most interactive software you could have. So really amazing talk. Thank you, Elad, for that.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, let's see if we have any questions here. People, you can put in your questions in the Q&A section. Um, so while we wait for question answers, I have a question for you, Elad. So things that we saw here, those tricks basically, which can be used to create interactiveness. What are your views about like how much of those tricks are like can be used in actual professional CSS development in projects?
Um, it depends. I'm not really using a button in my real project and with label HTML element because even if we can do it, it's not the right semantics. And I still prefer that it will be all the logic will be done in JavaScript. But what you are learning maybe to use the pug if you want, and you are learning how to create the correct animation because in the beginning, and I'm doing a lot of stuff in CSS, but less animation. Animation is not the best part that what I'm doing in CSS. And in the beginning, I didn't care about the performance too much, and some of the animation I done on the position, but because I have 100 viruses, it didn't work correctly. It started to be stuck, and I changed all the animation to the transform. And you are thinking, you are getting a lot of problems that only when we are creating those projects for fun, you are trying to fix and to solve them. And when you are trying to fix and to solve, you are always learning how to do new stuff. Most of these tricks I'm not using in the real day-to-day. It really was project that I was really sitting at home when there was been a closure in Israel, and I really was stuck. I needed to be in a conference in Russia that was being canceled, and I really thought to myself what I would do with really all this free time in the weekend that you cannot really go out anywhere. And this was in my mind, and I started to create it. I didn't know that you're starting something, you don't see the end, but I working all the weekend, and in the end I got this pure CSS game that really was made only for fun.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely, like lots of things to learn, and actually maybe they are not directly usable, but they teach you a lot about CSS and how it works. Awesome. There's one question by Akib. He asks, is that proper semantics with div inside label?
What is the question? The div inside?
Yeah, is it proper semantics having div inside a label?
Div inside a label. I'm not sure. To tell you the truth, maybe it needs to be with span. But as you understand, I didn't care about that it will be a real good semantic, because if I didn't wanted to do everything good, I cannot do this game. For example, the label cannot be really a button. I add a roll button and tab index 0 that it will be accessible. I'm not 100% sure for this question. Maybe yes, maybe not, but it's a good question. In the real day-to-day, I don't need to put div inside a label HTML element. And if we need, maybe span is better. I know that in button HTML element, inside you are not allowed to put a div HTML element and only span. But I don't have 100% sure, and I don't want to say something that might maybe mistake. We need to check it out in Google or something.
Right, right, right. Cool. I think that's about it about the questions here. It was really a fun talk, Elad. I'm sure we all learned a lot of things here, and maybe we'll apply them or create like just for fun side projects, just like you did during those hard times. So definitely inspiring stuff. That won't be it for the QAs. Elad would be in the lounge section. You can find him on the table named Elad. Just hop in there, head over there, ask your questions regarding CSS and whatnot, and Elad will be there to answer those. Again, thank you, Elad. Thank you for taking out time to give this awesome talk to our audience, and thanks a lot.
Thank you for it. And have a more nice talk here, and we will meet in the table.
Yes, sure, sure. Thank you. Bye bye. Hey folks, welcome to our next talk. The next talk is something about a really interesting topic, something which has been in trend recently, GraphQL. I'm sure you have heard the name of like about GraphQL. Maybe you have used it as well in your project. So GraphQL, as we know, it's a good alternative to REST. Like it's better than the REST. And one of the things that GraphQL gives you is like a single endpoint where you can query. But what if you have microservices based on GraphQL? What happens then? Like there's so many questions around this thing. Like if you have GraphQL around in so many microservices, to answer these questions, we have us joining from all the way from the Netherlands. Henry is a JavaScript developer, and he also works full stack with Java. And I welcome you, Henry, to first ever JavaScript conference in India, JSConf India. Hello.
Thanks, Kshagra. Nice to be here.
Awesome. So yeah, if you're ready, the stage is all yours, Henry.
Sure. Let's just share my screen here. All right. Yeah, thanks for joining this talk. Welcome to GraphQL Node.js microservices are the future, and why I believe they are. So a little bit about me. Hi, my name is Henry. I'm a full stack engineer at Vanderbron in Amsterdam. I mainly focus on readable code and JavaScript with TypeScript, so React.js, Node.js. This is my first conference talk, so I'm really excited to be here. And yeah, I'm excited to get stuck in, and I hope you find this interesting and as interesting as I do. So here's an overview of the agenda. I'm going to start with an introduction to the 3 talking points. I'll start with Node.js, and then I'll give an introduction to GraphQL, and then an introduction to microservices. Then we'll go over combining them and the benefits of doing that, and also why they are good tech choices at the moment. Then there'll be a quick demo just to kind of go over GraphQL and everything that it can bring, and then Q&A at the end. So, wasting no time, let's have a look at the introduction to Node.js. So, Node.js is a free open source runtime environment, and that allows you to write JavaScript code outside of a browser environment. Previously, you could only really write JavaScript for web apps in a browser environment, and with Node.js, you can now write it outside of a browser, which opens up really great tooling such as Run.js, which you can run on your desktop, and you can just run JavaScript directly for debugging. It's also nicely configurable with TypeScript. TypeScript can be set up super easy. There's a TS node, which takes all of the weight away from you as a developer, or if you want to, you can just directly use the TypeScript compiler. And it's growing in popularity for web usage because of its ease of use. This snippet here below spins up a web server in maybe 15 lines, and you have an endpoint which you can interact with the content type and everything. It's also really popular for Lambdas. AWS have been using it for years now, at least 4 or 5 years to my knowledge. And it's really popular for web APIs. Again, at least 4 or 5 years to my knowledge. Node.js has been really popular for building web APIs. You can also use Node.js for scripting tasks, which makes it really quite good for universal usage. So you can interact with data in a database or in a file, or you could even push it to interact with hardware in some scenarios, like on a Raspberry Pi. So next is an introduction to GraphQL. GraphQL began development by Facebook internally in 2012, and then around 2015 it was publicly released. It kind of moved from Facebook to the GraphQL Foundation in 2018 and became its own independent technology. The slogan when you visit their site is that it's a query language for your API. And one thing that it does really nicely is describe the data that you can pull from that API. When you visit a GraphQL endpoint or you're interacting with a GraphQL schema, you can generally see the schema description, which is really, really nice and makes working with GraphQL APIs very simple. And it also gives clients the power to only ask for data they need, which in the modern era, when businesses almost definitely generate a lot of data, is incredibly useful. It can be used alongside REST in a big infrastructure as well. which is really nice. So at Vanderbrom, for example, we use REST APIs for a lot of general requests, such as like customer information, but then we might have a lot of data sitting somewhere, which GraphQL is perfect for, because then we can select which data points we would like to retrieve. So you can completely customize the data you would like to request from a GraphQL API, and you don't have to create multiple endpoints to do that. You can just have one GraphQL endpoint. Yeah, you can also make GraphQL domain-based. So if you have large teams, you could have multiple teams working on a particular domain for the business, and then you could just have multiple GraphQL endpoints just for that domain, and then teams can interact with each other just by viewing each other's schemas. And finally, an introduction to microservices. So a little bit of history, I think, is needed. I don't know if you've seen this analogy before, but we can kind of relate very early services to spaghetti, and spaghetti code kind of comes to mind, where you have dependencies all over and everything's connected to everything. And if you remove one thing, then a part of the system collapses, and it's just a big bowl of spaghetti where everything is interconnected. So that was kind of very early days and doesn't really scale at all. Then we moved to lasagna, where you had a 3-layered approach, front end, back end, and database, which kind of fixed the spaghetti problem, but still didn't fix it entirely, because you could have multiple services, or you could have one big service that's front end, back end, database. So it kind of evolved to that. And then you have today's landscape, which is ravioli. So you have one big pan of ravioli, and everything is just responsible for one thing, and it does that one thing well. And you can also then divide your services into your domains. So you could have customer services, you could have producer service, or you could have, say in football, you could have team service, fixture service, or league service, for example. And each of those ones just does one thing and does it well. So let's have a look at combining them. So we're generating vast amounts of data. That's pretty obvious now if you just have to look at the news and things that have happened in the past 10 years, even 20 years. The number of web-connected devices generating data is also increasing. So a book I'm reading at the moment, the guy says, hey, count all of the devices around you, and he counted 30. I mean, sat in this room, I can already see at least 10 web-connected devices. All of them are generating data, whether it be debug data or any kind of data. Reading extensive API documentation can take a lot of dev time. I don't know if anybody else gets this as well when they need to interact with APIs, but it can take ages reading Swagger documentation after Swagger documentation, and then you find out that certain bits could have been left out depending on whether it was included in the schema, and it can just be a bit messy. More users are browsing on mobile devices. That much is relevant. I think almost everybody has a mobile phone within my close circles anyway, and they are all generating data. And also service downtime can lead to poor customer experience, which, yeah, I mean, when we're building services, we're building it for customers. So any service downtime is not good. So we want kind of high redundancy for services to make sure that all of our code and our products stay up for as long as possible. So Node.js, GraphQL, and microservices fit nicely into each of these categories. So with microservices, you can increase your resilience, I suppose, your reliability of your system, because you could have multiple services running for one thing, and then if one fails, you have backups. And then GraphQL is perfect for interacting with vast amounts of data, and also with the schema, you get the API documentation kind of out of the box, which is really, really nice. And then, of course, Node.js for running it all, because it's lightning fast and very nice and easy to write, and incredible amount of packages for doing anything you could want to. So here's some key benefits. One of the most obvious key benefits to me is the need to only maintain one endpoint for your GraphQL schema, for your GraphQL data. Yeah, when working in a team, for example, you only have to have one endpoint. Your schema shows up on that endpoint, and any teams who need to interact with you can just go there and they can see your schema. You also only need to maintain your data schema as well. So when you're adding data or removing data, you can just maintain that schema. Having a fast deployment pipeline increases developer efficiency, which is a really nice point to have there. So building a Node.js app, if you have lots of small services that are really lightweight, then you're going to have a faster deployment pipeline because you're only deploying that small package. Distributed architecture, it means, no longer means a single point of failure. So should you have downtime for whatever reason, chances are that only one small part of your system will be impacted. So in a football score system, for example, if your fixtures service goes down, then your users will only notice an impact for the fixtures, but they might still be able to see the league scores, they might still be able to see the teams, might still be able to see the ticket purchase system, and it would just be the fixtures that goes down. So you could then fix fixtures. You can also define types. So this is straying into TypeScript a little bit, but also in GraphQL you can define types. But this is really nice. This is where TypeScript and GraphQL can kind of come together. You can define types in TypeScript and then use those throughout your Node.js application and kind of define your data structure there and then build your GraphQL schema off that. Or you could reverse it and have your GraphQL types and your TypeScript types. And there are also packages which will translate your TypeScript types into a GraphQL schema, but that's probably for another talk. That's not for today. And also you can only request and work with the data you need. So this is really, really nice when you're dealing with a large number of columns in databases. So if you have loads of analysis data, analytical data, which is just not needed, or maybe one team needs that once a month, you don't need to create another endpoint just for that. You can have just your GraphQL endpoint, and then when that team needs that data, they can just request it, and everyone else can just continue interacting and request only the data that they need. Cool. So now a quick demo. So I've prepared a GraphQL and Node.js app here. So I'd quite like to start with the types. So here are some TypeScript types. We've got student and we've got school. Student has a name and can have a school, and a school can have a name and it can also have students at that school. And then here's the actual data. This could be a database connector, it could be MongoDB, it could be SQL, MySQL, Postgres, anything. But for the sake of this, I figured it would be easier just to have a couple of arrays. So we have the students array and the schools array. And now we have our schema. So here is our GraphQL schema. So we have our GraphQL types, student and school, and these map directly to our types here, just in GraphQL language. And then we have these two, the query and the mutation. So a query allows us to query data, and a mutation allows us to update data. And the impression I get while reading the GraphQL documentation is that it's mainly meant for querying, and that mutation is added there just to give it the full, so you can mutate data if you want to give it the full usability options. But you get the query and the mutation object in your schema. So each of these maps to a resolver. I'm going to focus on the queries first. So we have this query type here, and in here we have our code for the resolver. And the resolver resolves the query in your schema to some actual concrete implementation in the code. So you can see that we have two queries here. We have students and we have schools. I'll just move that up. Move that back down. And they map directly to here. So we have schools here, which is just returning our schools array in the data, and it's got some filtering on there as well. So we can filter by minimum student count, or in students, we can filter by name. All right, let's see how this looks on our graphical endpoint. All right. So here is the Documentation Explorer. I mentioned that each GraphQL service exposes Documentation Explorer, so you can see the schema that you're working with. And we can go actually into the root types. So let's go into the query type, and we can see here the queries available on this service. So we have the students and the schools. If I click into students, I can see I should get a name back. And if I click into schools, this is the school type. So it has name and it has students. And I can really explore the schema like this. So I'll go back to students, I'll see the student type, I have a name, I have a school, and I can see the types that these will be. And then actually interacting with this, let's have a look at students. So I already have a query here, so I'll write it out again. So I'm going to go into students, and in the IntelliSense, I can see I have school and I have name. So I actually just want to pull back the name for now. Actually, no, let's go to school. Yes. And we can see that these are the schools that students have in the students list. And then I'm going to pull back name as well. I can see the names. Or I could decide that I want to pull back both. And now I have both a name and a school. So I can see these are all the students in the system. All right. So there is also filtering on the student's endpoint, and we can, on the student's object even, and we can filter based on the name. So let's do that. So we're going to filter on the name, Harry, and we'll pull back the school. So now we can see that students with the name of Harry, this is their school, and we've just passed a parameter there. And then also on the schools, we have on the schools query, we have a slightly different parameter, minimum student count. So let's query on schools. Pull back the names. We have Hogwarts and Billstrand. And I'm now going to query on the minimum student count. And I want all schools that have a minimum student count of 1, which is both schools. Let's go for minimum student count of 2. And that's Hogwarts. So let's just have a look at the students in Hogwarts. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. So that is a school, minimum student count of 2. So that's queries, and queries are really quite powerful in this sense. So you could add as many parameters as you wanted to here, depending on the data that you're working with. So now let's have a look at mutations. So we have 2 mutations on our schema. I'll go back to the code here. So we have create student and add student to school. And let's have a look at what they resolve to. So in here we have create student and add student to school. Now, I'll repeat again, this is just an array that I've created, but in here you could have a DB connection. And one thing that I really love about the JS GraphQL landscape at the moment is the number of libraries and different ways of doing this. So I used Apollo Server and Apollo Client for a while, and I've recently come across something called Miko, which is really good. There's loads of different ways of interacting with data sources. Yeah, so these 2 mutations here are gonna mutate our school array and our students array. So let's start by creating a new student. And I'll go back to our queries here. And we're going to define a mutation object. And we're going to add a student to school and give them the name of Hermione. And let's try using a school that doesn't exist in our data set at least. And let's see what it does. Right, so I've got null back. So this means that the query has failed, but I get a nice null here, which I can assert on if I'm calling this. Now let's add Hermione to a school that does exist. Okay. It worked. Okay. I wonder why that didn't work. Oh, maybe it was because of the query. Okay, add student school's not working at the moment, so let's instead. Oh, it's because Hermione doesn't exist as a student, so we'll create a student. Hermione school. So we've just created Hermione as a student. Now we'll add her to Hogwarts. And there we go. So now if we do a query on schools, and we pull back the students, now we can see Hogwarts has Hermione, as well as Ron and Harry. And now we should be able to query on schools as well. We have a student count of 3, and we should see Hogwarts. And there it is, because Hermione has been added to the Hogwarts students. Yeah, so hopefully this is hopefully this provides enough information to see why this would be useful in a team environment when you have many teams maintaining many different domains, and perhaps you have 1 or 2 times that you need to communicate across teams. If everybody's deploying small, lightweight microservices that all have schema descriptions for what they do, then you should be able to create quite an efficient work environment, because you could just check the GraphQL endpoint for that domain and see the queries and mutations exposed on the different environments. So you could even have like a test acceptance and production environment. And if you're building something that's only in test for one team, you could visit their test environment GraphQL, see the schemas on there, see what you're working with, and then build your side of the application interacting with that GraphQL service. And a benefit of having small services, I mean, you could sit and list them for ages, but one of the biggest ones to me is speed. It could be really nice to have a fast deployment pipeline where you can deploy a descriptive service within a team environment very, very quickly. All right. Q&A. Thank you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed that, and keen to open up the floor for Q&A.
Awesome, great talk. Thank you for that, Henry. I really learned a few things about GraphQL in the talk.
Thanks.
So people, you can put in your questions for Henry in the Q&A section, and we'll pick them up as they come. So while we wait for questions, so one thing I would like to ask you, Henry. So what was the inspiration like for this talk? As in, are you using microservices architecture, GraphQL based microservices at work, or like is it something you're doing, experimenting in like side projects, or like how?
It's a bit of both. Up until now, it's been mainly side projects. Now at work, we're moving, potentially using GraphQL for big data sets. We have a inherently REST architecture. In fact, have a REST architecture. There's no diversity, but we also have a lot of data which we're dealing with, and a solution to interacting with the data is GraphQL. So we may be using it with Scala, and we do also use it for some front-end apps as well in production using JavaScript.
Right, get it. Really cool stuff. And are there any like disadvantages or basically bottlenecks that come up with such a microservices-based architecture that you have seen yet?
The big one has to be schema stitching, or trying to combine schemas across teams. Not a challenge that we've run into yet, but I have heard from people who have been using it in production that while you can have the domain-based architecture, and that works really nicely with GraphQL, the issues have come when they've needed to stitch schemas together and maybe reuse resolvers that are available in another domain and really try to reduce the duplication. And sometimes duplication can come up, or it can just be quite tricky to stitch schemas together.
All right. Okay. Cool. I think we don't have any questions here, but so folks, Henry would be available in the lounge area. You can hop onto the table named Henry, and you can ask your questions, any doubts regarding GraphQL and microservices directly to Henry there. And again, like I would like to thank you, Henry, for taking up the time and coming here and giving such a wonderful talk to our audience. Thank you.
Thank you for hosting. It's just really great. It's really fun.
Awesome. See you. Bye-bye.
See you.
See you in the next talk, everyone.
started the talk, so it's all good. Yeah, really excited. It's 10 a.m. here in my time, so when you kind of said, "Oh, in the morning," I'm just like, "Wait, it is the morning." But yeah.
Okay, I think if you're ready, the stage is all yours. We're excited to see the virtual piano.
Amazing. Cool. I'll get started.
Over to you.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. So my name is Sophie. I'm an engineer at Incident.io in London. We build software that helps companies create, manage, and resolve incidents in Slack. It's very cool. And I'm also a keen musician. So here in London, I help to run a women's pop choir, and I arrange and conduct a lot of songs for that choir, and I do make a bit of music myself sometimes. And I've got a website where I blog about tech stuff at localghost.dev, or if you prefer tech-related shit posts, you can find me on Twitter as well. Do follow me. So this is what I'm going to talk to you about today. This is my virtual piano. You can click the keys and it will play different notes, or you can choose different scales and chords to play. And I'm going to talk to you a bit about the musical theory behind it, a bit about how it works, and also show you some of the API that powers it, which is the Web Audio API. So first, some background on how this came to be. So my choir that I mentioned has a weekend retreat every year where we go away to the countryside. We have singing, workshops, we drink lots of wine. And this year, for obvious reasons, we couldn't meet in person. So we decided to have a virtual retreat instead. And I decided it was a great opportunity to give a workshop on the basics of music theory. It's something that I've kind of absorbed over the years, learning instruments. And a lot of people in the choir don't have a musical background. And usually with a workshop like this, I kind of do some exercises with the attendees to put into practice what they've learned. So if we're learning about different chords, I would maybe break them up into groups and give them each a note to sing and make them sing together and see how the notes sound in a chord. And we couldn't do that because we were doing it over Zoom. Believe me, we did try singing over Zoom at the start of the pandemic. The latency is terrible, it just doesn't work. So my mind went to other ways that I could potentially get people to try out chords and scales. Well, being a web developer, my first thought was, can I fix this with a web app? Is there a web app that does this for me? Well, at this point, I realized there's almost certainly already a web app that does this kind of thing. But I did see a great opportunity to not do the workshop prep work and build something silly in JavaScript instead. So it seems appropriate to start with a bit of musical theory and the science behind all of it, as the theory that I was teaching in the workshop actually went into this app. And I know not all of you will be familiar with the terminology, so I'm going to cover some relevant terms as well. So sound itself is made up of vibrations that travel as waves, and the number of vibrations of that wave in a set time period gives us what we call the frequency. And the frequency of the sound is measured in hertz, which is 1 cycle per second. And with the keys on a real piano, you've actually got hammers hitting strings inside the piano, and those strings vibrate at a particular frequency to make the right tones. So each string inside a piano will actually vibrate at a different frequency when it's hit. Now, Western music uses a set of tones with specific frequencies, and in music we refer to these individual tones as notes, particularly when we're talking about written music. And I should clarify here that having grown up in the UK, I'm going to use the musical system that I'm familiar with, and it might be different to the one that you're familiar with. So specifically, the system that we use in the UK and the US has 12 notes. Each has a letter, A to G, but that's only 7 letters. Well, in between those 7 letters, there are 5 what we call accidentals. So these are notes that sound very similar to the ones either side of them, so they don't get their own letter. Instead, we give them a symbol, and we call them sharp or flat, depending on which way we're looking. So an accidental is sharp in comparison to the note below it, and it's flat in comparison to the one above it. So each accidental actually has 2 names. For example, the accidental between C and D, it's C sharp in comparison to C below it, but it's D flat in comparison to D above it. And the division of these notes is actually based on the frequency of each note. And if you want to know more, I recommend looking at the Wikipedia page on musical notes. It's a great place to fall down a Wikipedia hole. So as I mentioned, not every country uses the same letters. So in Germany, for example, what I call a B flat is actually a B. And what I call a B is what they call H. And the composer Bach used to play a little note pattern in a lot of his songs that went B flat A, C, B, or in Germany, B, A, C, H, spelling his own name and giving himself a little shout out. And some more useful terminology for you. So the distance between a note and its nearest neighbor, for example, C to C sharp, is a semitone or a half tone. And two semitones, for example, C to D, is called a tone or a whole tone. Cool. So generally, when we're talking about musical notes, we refer to them as they are laid out on a piano, starting from C. And the letters of the notes repeat for all the notes on a piano in groups, from the lowest on the left to the highest on the right. And a piano has black and white notes, as you can see, and the black notes are the accidentals. And again, if a black note is to the right of a note, it's a sharp, and if it's to the left of a note, it's a flat. And the distance between one note and the next occurrence of it, so A to A, is called an octave. And on a regular piano with 88 keys, there are 7 1/4 octaves. And these octaves are pitched higher and lower relative to each other. So here's 2 notes, both A, but in octaves 4 and 5. And it's a weird quirk of our brains that we can hear 2 notes of the same letter in different octaves and just kind of tell that this note is higher and lower. So each note on a piano has a set of 8 notes that you can play after it to reach the next octave. And the word scale in English used to mean ladder, and it is kind of like a ladder to the next octave. We call it a scale. And music tends to use the notes from a particular scale throughout a piece or a song. And this is what we mean when we talk about the key of the song. So if the song is in the key of C, it uses the notes from the C scale, probably the C major scale. So this picture shows 2 octaves of the C major scale written in musical notation. Now, the important thing to note for this talk about scales is that they follow particular patterns. You can apply a particular pattern to any note and you get the scale starting from that note. So let's have a look. So in this example, which is the G major scale, you can see the pattern that creates the major scale. If we remember that one semitone is the distance between one note and its nearest neighbor, and a tone is 2 semitones, we have G to A, tone, A to B, tone, B to C, semitone. Then we have C to D, tone, D to E, tone, E to F sharp, tone, and then F sharp to G, semitone. So that pattern will give us every major scale. Regardless of what note we start from, we'll get the major scale for that note. Okay, let's have some code now, please. This is JSConf India. This is not Music Camp. Let's talk about the Web Audio API. So the Web Audio API is super cool. It's a really powerful API and you can do some amazing stuff with it. Haven't tried most of it, but you can do things like play audio files. You can synthesize audio, which is what I'm going to be doing. You can analyze playing audio. You can create some really cool Winamp style visualizations. You can do things to audio that's playing, like panning left to right, changing, mixing, filtering. It's really powerful. Oh, you're not seeing my slides. Oh no. Thank you. All right, let's try that again. Cool. So yeah, sorry about that. Don't know what happened there. So yeah, let's start from there. So we talked about sound waves before and the frequencies of the waves that shape the waveform. And synthesizers generate these waves programmatically to make sound. And that's what we need to do in order to make sounds for JavaScript. So we're basically going to build a little synthesizer. we need an oscillator, which in real life is actually an electrical circuit that produces an alternating waveform to make a constant tone. And then we need to tell it what that waveform should look like. We need to know the frequencies of all the notes on the piano to tell the synthesizer what note to play when we press a virtual piano key. And then we need to actually build those piano keys as well, using some kind of interface. So to get started, we need to get access to the API, and we do that by initializing an audio context. And this interface exists on the window object of the big four browsers. And we only want one of these in the app, because if you've got more than one, then we could get multiple sounds playing at once, which we don't want. And this audio context instance will give us a lot of functions that will let us interact with the web audio API. So now we need to create the waveform that our synthesizer is going to output. And the shape of this waveform determines the sound that's produced. So a sine wave, the kind of curvy one, will make a very different sound from a square wave, for example. And for the purposes and the audio context object gives us a function called create periodic wave, and we can use that to feed in an array of floats, basically, which determine the shape of the waveform. So if you think about it a bit like a graph, it's almost exactly like a graph, actually, and each of those floats is a point on the graph, and that determines the shape of it. And for the purposes of this project, I just wanted something that sounded nice. So I kind of thought, can I get something that resembles a piano? No. Generally, software pianos will use real samples of piano sounds, and that wasn't really an option for this little project. So I just kind of Googled for web audio waveforms, and I found this bank of web audio samples from Google Chrome Labs, which had some okay sounding presets, so I just nicked one of those. Sounds nothing like a piano, you'll see that later. So we've got our waveform, we need an oscillator to turn that into sound, and as I mentioned, an oscillator generates a constant tone. So we create an oscillator with the function create oscillator, and then we set that wave that we've just created and connect the oscillator to what's called the audio context destination. And in this case, this is our speakers. But if you've got a lot of kind of different audio equipment connected, you could choose a different one. And then we start the oscillator using the start function. Now, actually, if you wanted a simple square or sine wave like the one I played you, you actually don't need to bother creating a separate waveform. You can just set the oscillator type to sine or square. It's got some presets built in. So at this point, the app will be playing a fixed tone, and it defaults to a frequency of 440 Hertz, which is an A. So how do we tell it to play a different note? Well, in order to go from the note letter from the piano to a frequency, I needed to do some maths. And we used the note A4 as a constant. So it's A above middle C on the piano. And it's actually standardized as ISO 16, which is a reference pitch to tune instruments to. And it's a really nice one because its frequency is 440 Hertz, a nice round number. So the equation for calculating frequency is we multiply 440 Hertz by 2 to the power of n over 12, where n is the number of semitones between A4 and the note that we're trying to find. So, and for example, the note C5 is the next C above A4 on the piano, and that's a difference of 3 semitones. So that n would be 3 in that case. And the intervals that we use to calculate those semitone steps are hard-coded based on a single octave. So what would n be if we were looking just within the one octave? And this is a semitone distance of all the notes in a single octave from A. Remember that C comes first. So this is how I translated that equation to code. And this function takes a letter and number combination, for example, C5, which is C in the 5th octave on the piano, and it gives us the frequency. So first we find the interval corresponding to that note in that hard code I just showed you. And then we calculate the number of steps from A4 note by first working out the difference in octaves between the octave that we're looking for and the 4th octave that the 4 list. and then we multiply that by the number of octaves in an octave, which is 12, and we add the additional. And finally, we can calculate the frequencies, the value of A4 multiplied by 2 to the power of that number of steps over 12. And for convenience, we must be rounded to a decimal place. So let's work an example through. In this example for C5, we subtract our base octave, which is 4, from our base, and 1 times 12 is 12, and then we add minus 9, which gives us the interval from A to C, which is 3. Correctly, that's the number of steps between A4 and 5, and C5. And this feeds into the formula, so we get a frequency of 523.3 Hz. Now, with these frequencies, I could generate octaves of notes in the form of arrays. So I iterated over the notes in order, and I could calculate the frequency of each one and appended them to an array. And I used this to supply notes to the virtual piano and generate things like chords and scales. So now that we've got the frequencies, we can build the piano. I actually built it in React, though vanilla JavaScript would work just as well. And I ported over a JavaScript library called Piano SVG into React because I didn't want to build my own from scratch. And each note is assigned a numeric ID corresponding to its position in the array of frequencies that I generated in the previous step. So the first note of the frequency would be 0, the last one would be 36, or however many notes there are on this. And each key is an SVG path that's rendered by a separate React component with its own props, including the ID of the note that it represents. In this way, I can pass in whether or not it's currently being played and render it differently, a different color, and then what happens when you click it. I added an on-mouse down handler to each key, and that sets the oscillator frequency to the frequency at that position in the array. And then I added an on-mouse up handler, which stops it playing when you release the mouse button. And the piano SVG code takes care of all the rendering, so I didn't need to worry about positioning the keys in a kind of piano form. And the piano component renders 2 rows of keys, which is 1 white and 1 black. And I'm not going to go into the details of rendering the piano itself, but the code is all on GitHub, which I will share the link for afterwards. Cool, so with the piano rendered, I can now pass in the functions to actually play the stuff on the piano key click. So as I mentioned, the component takes an array of notes, of frequencies, and each key component has an ID, which refers to the note in the array that it represents. And the piano component itself sits inside a parent player component, and that controls all the audio operations and manages what's currently playing. And I wanted to be able to press a note and have it sound once, but I also wanted you to be able to kind of hold a note and then play other notes at the same time, activate a kind of sustain pedal. And I also wanted it to be keyboard accessible as well. So the parent, we have this kind of pedal toggle Boolean, and the parent player component stores whether or not that pedal is active in state. And each key has a ridiculous number of event listeners for like on mouse down, on mouse up, and then we've got key down, key up, all sorts of ones, and on click as well. So the on click listeners play and stop when the pedal is active, and then mouse up and mouse down only do something when the pedal is not active. So as soon as you release the note, then the mouse, then the note stops. And the play and stop functions are defined in the parent component. They're passed in as props to the piano itself. And I create a new oscillator for then each note that plays, because remember, an oscillator can only play 1 note at a time. So to play multiple notes at once, we need multiple oscillators. And I keep track of those oscillators in the player state, and I stop and disconnect them when I'm finished with them. There is a lot of code that goes into this, so I do recommend having a look at the GitHub repo if you're interested in the specifics. So as well as being able to interact with the piano directly and play notes, I wanted to be able to automatically play all the notes of a particular scale. Remember how those scales have predictable patterns? We can use those to generate the notes of a scale. And I put together this table of intervals for various scales, where each number is the interval of the next note from the previous note. And the first number is the starting note, which is almost always 0, unless we're starting from the top and going down. So with the major scale, if you remember, the pattern is tone, tone, semitone, tone, 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 semitone. And if you think of all these numbers as semitones, a tone is 2 semitones. So we've got 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1. And then you use that to generate an octave of notes and feed through the scale pattern by iterating through, fetching each note based on a cursor that I kept called current position that keeps track of which note we're currently on. And then we add each interval to the current note to find the next note in the octave array. And when it comes to playing the scale, we want to change the frequency the oscillator is playing at regular intervals as we go through the scale. So we're only using one oscillator for this because we only need one note sounding at a time. So I set timeouts for each note in the scale. In this case, it was ½ a second multiplied by the index of that note in the array so that it's staggered. And when the timeout elapses, the frequency of the oscillator is set to the frequency of that note. And we end up with this really nice series of timeouts that plays every ½ a second, changes notes every ½ a second. And the player keeps track of the timeouts in the state so that if someone hits the stop button, we cancel all the timeouts and stop the scale. So I got it all working, but I had a bit of a nightmare with it. So sometimes the notes just don't stop. Even though I'm cancelling timeouts and I'm making sure that we stop oscillators, it just seems to lose track of the oscillators sometimes and be unable to disconnect them. I don't know if that's my code or whether that's just like bugs in the API. Either is entirely possible. So I decided people could just refresh the page and live with it, which is not an attitude I take to my work, I promise. Also I found that initializing oscillators sometimes just doesn't work fast enough, and I get errors from trying to set the frequency of undefined oscillators. So I ended up wrapping that in a promise so that I could be sure that we'd finished initializing the oscillator before trying to do anything with it. Also, accessibility wise, it's something I really care about, and I never thought I'd be building an app with on-click handlers added to SVGs, which is not good from an accessibility point of view, because SVGs are not clickable in the HTML spec. And it feels wrong, but in the HTML spec, button is not a valid child of SVG, and the whole piano is one SVG with lots of path elements. So I ran with it. I added the ARIA attribute role equals button to each key. And then the display order of each key didn't match the tabbing order. So when you were tabbing through with the tab key, we would have the white keys and the black keys are rendered separately in rows. So you go through all the white keys and then all the black keys. So I had to fix that by manually overriding the tab index attribute on each key. Not something I usually suggest. Usually I say leave tab index alone, but I think in this particular case, it made sense. So each key has an ID, as I mentioned before, from 0 to the number of notes on the piano, so I could use that to influence the tab order. I added an offset because I wanted to make sure the remaining elements on the page above it were still tabbable. So I kind of added an offset to each index to get the tab index number. Brilliant. Okay, let's have a look, shall we? So there are some other features I didn't show you in this talk. It also plays various different chords and shows you what note is playing as well. So let's have a look. Oops. Okay, here we go. Let's play some music. It's a C major scale. We can have the C minor scale. We can play some notes. That's the on-click, that would be the on-mouse down, on-mouse up handler. Or we can just put the pedal on and use the on-click handlers. It does sound kind of terrible when you play multiple notes together, but that's the beauty of synthesis and using someone else's waveform. And we can play some chords. You should have heard the waveform I used before, it was even worse. Brilliant. So, oh, that's the slide somewhere. Cool. So that's me. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Don't forget you can find me on Twitter at type__error or on on my website localghost.dev. And I'm going to be around to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you so much for listening.
Great talk there, Sophie. Such fun projects. I mean, really love these fun projects which are a mashup sort of between JavaScript, coding, music, harmonic, mathematics, and the final result is such wonderful and beautiful to hear. Like emulating such a real thing through code. It's such a fun experience. So thank you for sharing the wonderful project with us.
Thank you. I don't know if I described the sound as beautiful, but I appreciate that.
Let's see if we have any questions. So people, you can put in your questions in the Q&A section for Sophie. So while we wait for these questions, there's one thing I would like to ask you. So is there any plan to take this up to another level, maybe like having touch support or maybe multi-finger support, or maybe taking this forward with other instruments? Anything that you have planned for this?
I mean, yeah, I think I could probably add touch support. I guess at the moment it kind of works on mobile, like kind of, it's definitely not responsive. And it's hard to fit all those notes on a small screen. But I think for now it was just more me learning how to use the web audio API and me not wanting to do the work I was actually supposed to be doing. So yeah, for sure I could take it further. Maybe add some maybe I could make it so you could change the waveform and play around with different waveforms. That might be a fun addition, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be a lot of fun. And actually, Rajat coincidentally had the same question. Like, have you tried creating any other instruments like that?
Yeah, so I haven't tried that. I think, yeah, as I mentioned, it's kind of hard to get authentic sounding instruments when you're just using waveforms like this. Because often the most authentic sounding software instruments actually use recordings of the real thing. So there are definitely, like, for example, there's some really great organ style waveforms out there. On the audio bank that I mentioned, the Google Chrome Labs one, there's like some audible, like bass and audio and organ ones that they sound relatively good. So yeah, I could definitely switch out, like on a real keyboard where you've got like different presets. I could definitely add something like that.
Right, sure. Cool. I think that would be it as far as questions go here. But so there's our lounge section. We would request you to move to a lounge section. And people, you can find Sophie on the lounge table named by her name. And you can go there, ask questions about music, harmonics, and whatnot. And she'll be there. Right. And thank you again, Sophie, for this amazing
Thank you.
app. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks so much. All right, see you later.
See ya. Bye-bye. Sorry about that. So welcome, folks. We are here for our next talk. Our next speaker is an experienced CTO. She has been helping others level up as CTO, technical leaders, and she's a technical advisor at a lot of companies. She's also a published author, and when she's not doing all this stuff, she likes snorkeling and playing with Lego. And she's really passionate about making the tech world inclusive so that everyone here who works in tech feels part of it. I'm really excited to welcome here Mary Williams. Hey, welcome. Hey, Mary, welcome.
Thanks very much. And thanks for having me, everybody. So let's get straight into it. I'm Ray Williams, as was said. I'm geek_manager on Twitter. If anybody wants to get a hold of me, that tends to be the easiest way. And thank you very much to the very patient person who's going to deal with my like 75 slides for a 25-minute talk. I apologize in advance. So I'm a South African originally and a hardware hacker by background. So I started off soldering things more often than I was coding things. But it led to me doing something kind of weird when I was a kid. I built part of South Africa's first satellite, which is Sunsat in the bottom corner there, which means I'm not a parent yet, but I have fantastic advice if you are a parent, which is don't let your kids do anything cool when they're young. I soldered something that went into space when I was like a gawky teenager, and it's all been downhill since then. So don't let your kids do anything cool when they're young. It all ends badly. But then, as described, I've done a lot of different roles and jobs in the past couple of decades. Was at Procter & Gamble for a long time, then the Government Digital Service, helped build up marksandspencer.com, CTO there for a bit, then Moo, then Monzo, and more recently at Helix, which is an AI-powered way of finding treatments for rare diseases. And I have a rare disease. I've got Ehlers-Danlos, which is a connective tissue disease. And I also help run the lead dev conference, and I'm an advisor for Kindred. But that probably doesn't matter as much as what's coming on the next slide if we go ahead, which is, we can go next slide. Here we go. I'm the one the Daily Mail warned you about. So I'm a bit of a diversity statistic in some ways. I'm a woman working in tech. I'm queer, I'm foreign. I'm an immigrant who has a job, which I think is worse than if I were living off the state, but I have to like check the headlines to be sure. I have a physical disability, I'm neurodiverse, I'm autistic, I'm godless. My wife is British, so I'm literally over there stealing their women and their jobs, which goes down great. But I grew up white in apartheid, right? And in apartheid South Africa, the color of your skin determined a huge amount of what you were capable of. And that's kind of the definition of privilege. It was something that was not something I put any work or effort into. I just happened to be this ridiculous paleness, and that meant I had all sorts of opportunities that other people didn't have. And so I understand when we have these conversations in the world of tech about, you know, whether it's harder to be here if you're a particular gender or a particular color or similar. Like, it's not an attack on people who are those things that are easier. It's just a realistic kind of acknowledgement that some stuff comes for free if you're in certain groups versus others. And so this isn't some huge like half-hour attacking kind of talk at all. This is to go like, we're an industry that aims to be really rational and aims to be really logical. If we apply that and then look at practically what we can do differently, then we can get there. So if we go to the next slide, please. This is the sort of example of what was surrounding me when I was a kid. So these signs were everywhere. That said Ned Blancas, whites only. So the beach and the sea in a lot of places was whites only. The bathrooms, you read about or you hear about the US having kind of, you know, have to sit on the back of the bus. Like, you weren't allowed on the bus at all if you were in South Africa. And one thing that was very interesting about growing up like this, if we go to the next slide, please, was it's all very blatant, right? This is like part of the legal framework, right? And so I can't deny that I had the privilege of having access to all these places and education and everything else. The thing I can do usefully is kind of like understand and acknowledge it, and then do something about it, do something with it, try lend it to other people. There's a guy called Anwan Simmons who did the best talk about this I've ever seen, and it's called Lending Privilege, and I highly recommend you go you go watch it. Sorry, don't know why I keep losing camera there. I'm not quite sure why it happens. If you could jump to the next slide, please. There we go. And these systems were very like actively and blatantly set up that way. But we're less good at spotting it when it's not so blatant. And if you've never read the Unpacking the Invisible Nap, am I disappearing every couple of minutes for you guys? It shows like my audio visuals being pulled away, but I'm worried that I'm just interrupting myself for no reason if that's not the case. If someone could jump on and just let me know. Okay, thanks, folks. So I'm not doing anything, so I don't know if there's something in the app that's doing something different, but let's try now and see how it goes. And apologies for that little bit of disruption. If we can go to the next slide, I will probably try hurry up a little bit. And so I want to deal with this right off the bat, right? Like, we cannot pretend that we are a true meritocracy when we have at the moment have a system that's designed very specifically to advantage only certain people. And I appreciate that I'm usually giving this kind of talk to an all-white, mostly dude audience, and that's like wonderfully not the case today. So, but I think that all of us can see the ways in which the industry and the ways that we have of working are really set up to advantage certain groups. And if you can't see it, ask somebody near you who's a bit different to you. I'm pretty sure that they could explain some of those ways. We can go ahead to the next slide. And this is a really important point. So we need to not think about equality as treating everybody the same, but as treating people differently in order to achieve equal outcomes. So treating everybody the same, and like somebody can see over, one of the people can see over the fence already. You give everybody the same thing, they're like halfway up the fence now. They're going to get hit by a fly ball. The second example is much more equitable, right? It's much more about making sure everybody has access, even though one person needs significantly more help than the others, right? Go ahead to the next slide. And not discriminating is important legally, if nothing else. Next slide. But I think like tolerance is not something that we should be aiming for. If we go to the next slide. Sorry, my presenting style, you can see, is very lots of slides very quickly, and it's not brilliantly suited to somebody else having to be the clicker for me, and I apologize for that. But we talk about tolerance a lot, and I think tolerance is a really low bar to aim for. Like, you get tolerated if people kind of hate you, but they'll put up with you anyway. I don't think any of us want to be tolerated at work. I don't think it's the aspirational point that we should be going for, right? And so if we go to the next slide, you'll see, I think we should think about this as how making environments fully inclusive can be better for everybody. It can make the work environment, the industry environment, the academic environment, wherever we're at, it can make it better for literally everyone, because we achieve more together when we are getting the most out of everybody who's in the team. If we go ahead. Next slide. There we go. And so diversity, or sorry, go back one again. Diversity and inclusion is more like it's a spectrum, right? And so we're good at spotting and used to seeing, unfortunately, like active hatred, active discrimination, where people are being sexist, homophobic, racist, etc. We then have the kind of like people who don't care, or microaggressions. Talk about microaggressions in a second, or like maybe tolerance, it's like putting up with everybody even though they're different. Active inclusion is quite a lot more than that, right? And if you don't know what a microaggression is, if we go to the next slide, there's a pretty good example. So a microaggression is where it's telling young boys that they're very smart, but young girls that they're very pretty. It's reinforcing all the time what does and doesn't matter about someone. So my favorite example of this is when that happens to me, like there are obviously lots of examples that happen to other people, but when people find out that I'm from South Africa, that I'm not British or American, because when I'm in America, I sound American, they go, "Oh, your English is very good." I'm like, "Yeah, it's my mother tongue. I've been speaking it my whole life. Not like my whole life. I wasn't like a baby that came out speak. I wasn't some kind of prodigy or anything. But like, it's my first language, and I'm sure that many of the folks attending have this as well. Somebody going, "Oh, but where are your people from? Where are you really from?" And it's just a way of kind of going, "You're not really one of us. You don't really belong here," over and over in small ways. And it's kind of sucky, if nothing else. If we go to the next slide, please. But why would we even care about this, right? If you go to the next slide, you're missing a wonderful Keanu GIF there, but I'll post the slides up afterwards so folks can see them. The number one reason to care about all of this stuff is that diverse teams win. Businesses with a good balance of men and women and non-binary are, specifically here it says men and women, 15% more likely to outperform their competitors. Employees with a good mix of ethnic backgrounds are 35% more likely. That you're more likely to create significant patents, so you're more likely to be innovative in a way that can be protected. If you have a gender diverse team, women make groups more effective at solving difficult problems. There's lots and lots and lots of evidence. Almost every time this has been looked into, there's been pretty significant evidence that shows that diversity in a number of different factors has a really positive impact on teams. Go to the next slide. So having different industry backgrounds, countries of origin, career paths, genders, all of those can make really significant impact on innovation. Academic background and age, a little bit less so. Age, interestingly, a negative significant relationship, which is an interesting study to dig into a bit afterwards. Go ahead. The next slide, please. And we also see that inclusive cultures, which is, I suppose, making that diversity land and grow well. So if you think of diversity as there just being difference, inclusion is going, difference is a feature, not a bug. Difference is something that we can make the most of here rather than just ignoring or glossing over. And so you're twice as likely to meet or exceed financial targets, 3 times likely to be high performing, 6 times as likely to be more innovative and agile, and 8 times more likely to achieve better business outcomes if you have a fully inclusive culture. And that inclusion isn't just gender. It isn't just race. It's all of these things. It's intersectional inclusion. And that's all that intersectional just means, like across a number of sectors, across a number of facets. And it's increasingly important to focus on this, because if you aren't, if your team isn't, maybe your competitors will. And I'll be honest, I'm at the point now where I kind of don't want to help the companies and the teams that are just resolutely shit at this anymore. I feel like the better move these days might just be to provide such excessive support to the organizations that are getting it right, that we just watch everybody else wither and die, right? Like we know that this is a better way. We know that it makes a huge difference, and if we can invest in it in a number of good organizations, then over time that will play out in a way that's better for everyone. If we go ahead to the next slide, please. I've got a couple more slides here, which are just other examples of studies, which you can follow up with afterwards if you want, like the full detail of how people with disabilities, people who are neurodiverse, people who are, in any way aware of inclusion. So it's not just people who are personally affected, it's also people who think it's important to care about, that are starting to care about this and to take it into consideration when deciding whether to join somewhere, stay somewhere, etc. So if we go ahead, please. And again, sorry, I'm just skipping a couple of them. And then there's, interestingly as well, also a whole bunch of evidence that shows that if you lack diversity, if you are in the bottom quartile for racial, ethnic diversity, or similar, then you are way more likely to be underperforming. So it's not just that diverse teams win, it's that homogenous teams also lose. If we go ahead to the next slide, please. But I want to highlight here, it's not because inclusion is easy that it makes a difference. I actually think that it's because it's hard that it makes a difference. I think the reason that it makes such a improvement in innovation, in outcomes, in business results, in everything, when you have a more diverse team, when you actually make sure that you treat them equitably and that you include everyone, is because it's difficult. When you have lots of different perspectives, lots of different points of view, lots of different backgrounds in the team, you have to look at more data to try to be more objective if you've got lots of different opinions, and you have to work harder on communication and on constructive discussion in order to get to a shared way forward. And I think that's what makes these teams so much better. And so that's a really important thing. If you're starting on a journey like this, or you're trying to make your own team a better place for lots of different people to be, recognizing it's not going to be easy is quite an important thing, and that it's work for everyone. It's not just work for the people who are different, it's work for the whole team. In fact, it's probably more work for the people who are already quite similar to each other to adapt to other people being different than it is for somebody who's in many ways probably used to being in the minority when they join a team. But that's possibly all a little bit depressing, I suppose. So let's go ahead into some of the things that we can actually do about it. If you go to the next slide, please. And the next slide again, sorry, I'm going to skip through some of these just in the interest of time. But this is a really interesting one just to quickly highlight, is that there is so much energy put into masking or like hiding who you are when you are different. People could be 40% more productive if they didn't have to waste that energy pretending to be something that they're not. And that's also just a huge opportunity in your team, right? If you have 10 people and you have the equivalent of like an extra person possibly in potential just waiting to be unlocked, where people will be happier not having to spend that energy hiding, then it's also very, very much worth doing. If we go ahead, please. So how do we fix this? We stop allowing underprivileged or under-indexed, underrepresented groups to be pushed away, and we start building actively inclusive environments. And those are two very simple things to say, but quite difficult to do. So let's go into a bit more detail about what we would actually do about it. If you go to the next slide, thank you. This is a framework that I basically developed over a number of years, working with lots of different teams on how to figure out how to solve whatever problem they were having. Some of them couldn't get people of certain demographic to like stay and be promoted or like stay and lead. Some of them couldn't attract a diverse range of people in the first place. Some of them got applications but never had anybody accepting their offers. And so I realized that there were a number of different points in a journey of interacting with an organization that somebody was forming opinions. And these three questions are essentially what everybody is asking themselves when they're considering whether to join somewhere, whether to stay, take promotion, take a new role, or to go somewhere else, when they're looking at the organization and deciding whether it's sort of somewhere that they can build their career. And it's essentially these three questions of, am I expected here? Does it look like anybody like me is expected to even apply for these roles? Am I respected here? Do people interact with me in a way that shows that they are aware of the difference, but that they value it? It's not that they're just ignoring the ways in which people are different to each other. It's that they actively value there being that difference. And then, can I be myself and be successful here? Do I see other people in the organization who show me that I don't have to fit one mold or act one way or have one type of life in order to be successful here? And so let's talk a little bit about each of these. If you go to the next slide, please. So am I expected here is really about like the outside indications that you have of someone like yourself being expected to work there. So what about, what's on the company website, the job ads, the events, the visible employees, what benefits are listed even is a really good example. The number of startups in London who are like, oh, we just don't understand why like nobody over 25 ever applies to work for us. And like your benefits page on your website is literally a foosball table. People over 25 care about like healthcare and pensions and shit, dude. Like, of course, nobody's applying right now. And the number of them who are like, oh no, we have that stuff too. We just didn't think anybody cared. Like, oh, sweet summer child. Anyway, so sometimes it's an easy fix. You just put more information out in the world. If you go to the next slide, though, it's also about thinking about the different characteristics that need to be that are legally protected. I appreciate I've only put the UK and the US here. This will be different. Particularly in India, like it's different based on the national laws, but also the sort of regional. I apologize, I forget the right term for provincial in India, but like there's a number of different sets of laws that apply here. But in general, these are the kinds of things that are starting to get legally defended or recognized in some way. Go to the next slide, please. And then beyond legal requirements in equity and inclusion circles, we're starting to talk a lot more about diversity, about education level, about what people's mother tongue is, whether you've got lots of folks speaking a second language as part of their kind of day-to-day working, social class, addiction, sobriety, introvert, extrovert. Like we're starting to be more and more aware of the ways that people can be different and the ways that those can be challenging, but also advantageous, right? If you match people to the right kind of work in the right kind of way, it can be really helpful. And so if you go to the next slide, the way to use this am I expected kind of part of the framework is you look at your company, your organization from all of those different demographics. So you go, if I were a Muslim man who can't have alcohol, wouldn't even want to be where alcohol was being served, would I think that the place that only has foosball and beer Wednesdays on their benefits page is somewhere that I'm expected to apply? Probably not. And some of that's just about the information that's given, but some of it's also about the way in which that information is given. So have a look at your site and look at things like, is there information about whether your office is wheelchair accessible on your job page? If not, then probably you're not realizing some disabled people might be put off by you not even thinking that they might apply, because that's kind of what's indicated by the lack of that information. If you go to the next slide. So audit all of those materials and remember that you're not seeing the people who aren't even applying for the job. The top of your funnel misses everybody who looked and decided that you didn't appeal to them. And so you need to think about whether there are people who you are reaching, they're getting to look at your jobs or your page or you as a possibility, but then they're not actually applying. Like that's the opportunity you have with the am I expected here side of things. If we go ahead, I'm going to zip through the next few slides, if that's okay. So if we keep going until we get to am I respected? Go ahead. So the things I just skipped through were basically just a specific tool for auditing job specs, the fact that role modeling matters a lot more than you realize it does. And so if you've got the opportunity to show lots of different kinds of people already doing things differently, then go ahead and use it. And a couple more specific links and things, which you can see in the materials afterwards. I didn't want to take too long today. So go back to that one. Sorry, I'm very sorry to whoever's having to be my clicker. It is, I'm sure, extremely annoying. So the second question that you're going to ask when you craft inclusive environments is, am I respected here? Does everybody who's going to interact with it, with the new people that you're coming into interacting with, are they going to feel respected, valued, or stereotyped? Do people like me work here is one of the things people are trying to figure out. And so this is about the experience somebody has when they've applied, when they come for interview, whether that's in person or not, given the pandemic and everything. Obviously, that's changed the process for a lot of us. But this is things like people not having people assume that you're there for a different role than you are just based on how you look or what your gender seems to be. The number of women engineers I know who people go, oh, you're here for the design job when they arrive for interview. And it's not that there's anything wrong with being a designer, but the fact that you're assumed to be a designer just because you're a woman is a bit shit and not not a great sign, but it happens to many of us, right? If you go to the next slide, please. So the way to think about this is, how do you educate yourself and others about privilege and implicit bias? So we know that we've all grown up in a system that was built a certain way and shaped a certain way by a subset of the population, because not all of us had the vote, not all of us had the right to own property. Like, we know there's hundreds of years of a particular subset of the world getting prioritized in the design of things. And part of that just means that some things are not set up to advantage everybody equally. If you go to the next slide, there's examples like Harvard's innate bias kind of things. Go to the next slide again. And so think of privilege as the difficulty setting of the game of life, right? John Scalzi, he's a pretty good sci-fi author, he says, like, straight white male is the lowest difficulty setting that there is. It's not necessarily then that the game is easy for you. It's just easier than it would be for everybody else, right? And in the same way, it's not that if you have privilege, you can't or don't work hard. It's just that you're starting a few paces in front of the start line versus everybody else. If you've never seen the privilege walk video, that's also a good one to look up and watch if you haven't seen it already. If you go to the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there's this, Harvard's got some implicit bias training and testing that you can do, so you can find in yourself what you are or aren't biased about. It does this by measuring like micro reactions. It's quite clever. And the reason to do that isn't to then like hate yourself for being biased. It's to go, oh, I know I'm biased and therefore I need to do something about it. I have to actively remind myself that I'm not going to be fully even-handed when it's this kind of person or that kind of person. I need to actively make up for that. And that's the useful thing that you can do with it. If you go ahead, please. Go ahead again. There's an XKCD slide for pretty much everything in the world. So actively de-bias your interview process, make it all about past performance, about real experiences, avoid hypotheticals because they really, really feed into interviewer bias. The judge level interview performance based on evidence of past performance, not on potential. There's a well-evidenced thing that essentially in particular, that men tend to be judged on their future potential, where women are judged on their past performance. And one of the problems with that is we tend to, when we think about potential, we're pattern matching to leaders we already know. And so if you have a particularly undiverse set of leaders or more senior people that you know, then you're only going to pattern match, you're only going to spot that potential when it shows up in a very similar way, which tends to be in very, very similar people. And then the most important one of these tips is the last one, which is have whoever's running the kind of interview debrief trained to spot and address bias. So if they go, hang on, you're talking a lot about what this person could do in future, when assessing, we really want to look at what they what were the examples they gave? What have they already done in the past? Let's focus in on that. And it's small things that can make a really big difference in how even-handed your interview process is. Go to the next slide, please. And then this is the other side of it. It's similar to the am I expected here? Put the hat on of each of those different demographics and go, if I were dyslexic, is it clear that we would provide help or extra time in the process for folks? If folks might be fasting for religious reasons or need to stop at certain times of day to go pray, have we got that properly taken into account in our process, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a whole bunch of things that you can do just to make it a little bit easier on people to be going through your interview process. If we go to the next slide, please. And next slide again. Sorry, my GIFs aren't working too brilliantly today, are they? And then the third question, like I mentioned earlier, is can I be myself and be successful here? And so that's all about looking around and going, are there people who are like me who succeed here? Or are there people who are different from each other who succeed here? Because I'll be honest, I have, like my Daily Mail joke earlier, right? I don't find people who are exactly as intersectionally diverse and more senior than me very often, right? Like there just aren't that many of them. And the combination of things is quite a specific combination, right? The odds aren't brilliant. But I tend to do better in organizations where you look at the leadership and they at least look a little different from each other. I have definitely worked places in the past where the leadership looked like they don't only have matching haircuts and ties, but they're probably wearing matching underwear as well. And let's just say it's not an outfit I would look great in when it happens that way. And so think about your current team, your current organization, think about the leaders you have, think about the future leaders, the people who are already starting to step up and do more. How many of them all seem very, very similar in some way? And whether that's a visible difference or a way of thinking or talking or whatever else, just try to spot whether there's multiple routes to success. And if you don't have multiple routes to success in your organization, think about why and talk about why and try and figure out how to make that better. If you go to the next slide, and I'm aware I'm a tiny bit over time, so I'm going to hurry up and then we can get to Q&A. But fundamentally, what all of this is about is people being able to say yes to this question, like, do I have the opportunity to do what I do best every day? Go to the next slide. For a long time, we used to only focus on what people weren't good at. We would essentially find things people sucked at and then try to make them a bit better. And that really had the impact of leveling people out to be equally mediocre, because it takes a lot of energy to go from shit to okay. And the same energy might have been better spent at going from good to great, right? So instead, let's focus on getting the most out of difference. Next slide, please. Let's not try to think of ourselves and our teams as interchangeable resource units. And by the way, if you're someone who gets called a resource, my recommendation is whoever does it, start calling them overhead until they stop calling you resource. It tends to fix their dehumanizing terminology quite quickly. So we're not interchangeable resource units. Next slide. We're flavors or or colors. We're better in complement, in concert with each other. Go to the next slide, please. I would absolutely, totally watch a 5 Hulks movie, but the Avengers are cool because they're good at different stuff, right? And it's sort of a by their powers combined. I am Captain Planet, for those of you who are elder millennials like me and possibly old enough to remember Captain Planet. But it's the combination of skills that is what's amazing, not the fact that they're all the same. If you go to the next slide, please. So let's think of people and roles as a matter of casting. How do you put somebody in the role? Like, what's the jigsaw piece for this team that lets each person be primarily doing the thing they're great at and enjoy and are getting better at, and that by combination be more than the sum of the parts? Go to the next slide. So how do we assemble that great team with complementary abilities? Next slide, please. If you haven't watched this movie, you absolutely should. Another great example of very, very different talents. Also, a much funnier movie if you watch it thinking that Chris Hemsworth is basically trying to do Clark Kent. So this is actually Thor's alter ego's movie. Brilliant. But teams that are very different from each other tend to have superpowers which other teams don't, is I suppose the fundamental point here. If you go ahead. Next slide. There we go. And then the other thing you can do from an inclusion point of view is just like check if systems are loaded, train managers on how to spot bias and treat that bias and feedback by going and telling people, hey, you wouldn't have said this about someone else. I want to explore with you why you've done this. Let's talk about whether that's really the right feedback, for whether that's really fair feedback for you to give. If you're a manager and you don't know how to do this, you want some advice, feel free to reach out to me. It's something I'm very happy to help on. And if we go ahead, I really want to get to Q&A now, so I'm going to just zip through the last few of these. Again, please. Again, please. And again, and again. Sorry, folks. Next one is that we should get to a summary, basically. Q&A now, so I'm going to just zip through the last few. There we go. And so, again, please. Oh, go back one. Again, so this is the last slide I'll speak to, and then very keen to take questions and answer them. And so, just a reminder here. So, as you're thinking about practically what to do differently, and for apologies that I didn't get to go into all of the examples in loads of detail, the materials will be shared afterwards, and you can click through and have a look. But what you need to do is think about these different questions from the perspectives of all those different demographics that might be applying. So is there evidence that they are expected? If they came and interviewed or interacted with your company, the organization, would they feel respected? Would they feel like their difference was a feature, not a bug? And when somebody looks around your organization, can they see ways that they can be themselves and be successful? Or does there seem to be just one way of succeeding, one way of being that is required in order to succeed? And on that note, I'm going to jump to the questions. How would you like me to do this, folks? Do I read out the question and then answer it? Evidence that they are expected. If they came and interviewed or interacted with your company, the organization, would they feel respected?
And hey, Mary, that was a great talk. And personally, like one slide from the presentation that really hit me, it was kind of an eye opener about equality that you said. It's not really about giving equal stuff to everyone. It's about giving whatever it takes to like finally have make them equal in the end. So that was really like an eye opener for me personally. So yeah, let's move to the question and answers. We have a question from Rajat. I'll just put it up on the stage. So he asks, can you expand on neurodiversity?
Yeah, so neurodiversity is a fairly broad term that is basically for people whose brains work like in a different way, which is starting to be how we regard autism and ADHD and dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, and similar. So there's increasing evidence that it's not like in all cases something missing or something wrong. It's just a difference that probably has some evolutionary reason and potential, and we've just been a bit bad at recognizing. So, and so what you're starting to see is more people whose brains work like awareness about the things that are like some things come free, some things are easier if you're autistic, some things are easier if you're and some things are harder too, right? So giving somebody who's dyslexic the editing or proofing responsibilities in a project is almost deliberately pushing on one of their weaknesses rather than one of their strengths, right? And so it's not looking at everybody's ways that they're different and going, how do we make them the same? It's going, oh, okay, well, hang on. If I'm one of the impacts of my autism and people's autistic experiences are different, right? So it's not one size fits all, but like I am very good at pattern spotting and checking detail, and it means that if you give me that, if I end up with that kind of task in a project or in a shared bit of work at my executive team or whatever else, then it's going to get done really well, and I'm going to be very comfortable doing it. You give that same like double checking of detail to somebody else who it's not their strength and it's not something that they enjoy, and they're probably not going to do it as well, and it's probably going to make them unhappy. And so it's a really simple way in which you could go. Just a distribution of tasks could be done in a way that is like super effective or really unhelpful, and it's just being aware of that. There's even places now, Germany in particular has got some interesting examples where there's specific roles that are like specially like well shaped for people with autism is the example that I've seen, because there's a like distressing proportion of people with who are neurodiverse who aren't able to work because the world of work is like very not set up for them. And so if you are willing to shape a role around what somebody's strengths are, then you're more likely to get really great things out of them.
Right. There's another interesting question. Can't put it on stage. So, okay, already answered.
No, I think it's the right one. Yeah.
Yeah. So, how do I make sure that I've been hired for my skills and not just to make the team seem diverse?
So I think whether you're, so I think it's a fair worry that a team might be being tokenistic. So some teams are just like, oh, just add difference, it'll be fine, and they don't want to put the work in that we talked about earlier of like actually making it a better workplace. So where people are too focused on diversity and not enough on inclusion, it shows up in the way, usually in one
How
of
do I
these
make sure
ways,
that
like,
I've been
are
hired
you
for my
expected,
skills and
respected,
not
can
just
you
to
be
make the
yourself and be
team
successful
seem
here?
diverse?
They're the kind of teams who want you to look different but not be different. They want you to still be willing to go to the pub on a Friday night and still act the same way that like, there's nothing wrong with the pub on a Friday night if it's something you're comfortable with, but there are teams that, like, if you don't drink with them, you can't be part of the team, and that does exclude a whole bunch of people who don't drink for whatever reason, like religion. And maybe because I'm based in the UK, this is particularly apparent to me. It may, I'm sure it's not the same problem everywhere. But yeah, so I think when you are somebody who is different from the rest of the team, it shows in the way that they ask questions, the ways that they're really just trying to check if you're the same and you just look different or you just seem different, but actually you're the same, you're going to work the same way, everything else. I tend to ask, to evaluate this myself, I ask questions like, you know, how many women have been promoted into leadership recently is like a decent question. Like, what's the representation of people of color in the leadership team? It's those are the kinds of questions that I ask at a leadership level. I think as an individual contributor, depending on what level you're at, you can ask the question in different ways. But the other sort of implicit question in this is like, well, how are we sure that people who are not like straight white dudes aren't just being hired because they're different? And it's like, well, the reality is that the people who were being hired before were being hired because they were the same. Whether we like, it's this sort of grand myth of meritocracy that we're like, oh no, we were completely even-handed, even though everything was designed by a bunch of people who were all very, very, very similar. This doesn't advantage them in any way or shape or form. Like, there's no way we would make that argument in any other work, like in any other situation where it was so blatant, except for this one. So I suppose that's the other side of it, is like, recognize that just because we didn't see that people were being hired despite maybe being less qualified, less experienced, less capable than other people. Just because you didn't see the other people that didn't get hired doesn't mean that the people who did were the best that could possibly have been there, right? Like, that, acknowledging that some of the folks who are in a very homogenous team are probably there because of the bias rather than believing that there was like a complete lack or complete even field is kind of important as well.
Right.
Sorry, long answer to short question. Didn't mean to go over time.
It was really insightful. So yeah, I guess those are the questions here. But we would request you to move to the long session after the talk, where people can hop in and ask you further questions if they want on the topic. Yeah, so this was a great session. I'm sure this would be an eye opener, a lesson learned for a lot of us, and hopefully we'll go back and fix our processes to build team of Avengers and not just like team of similar people. So thanks a lot, Mary, for joining here and giving such a wonderful talk to us. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, and apologies again to whoever had to be a human trigger. I know my presentation style's not super well suited to that. I apologize.
Yeah, so it was an honor hosting you. Thank you. I'm sure this would
Thanks
be
for having me, everyone.
an eye opener, bye bye, a lesson learned for a lot of us. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our next talk. We are nearing the end of today's conference, but amazing talks haven't stopped yet. This is one again, like amazing talk that we're gonna have. Our next speaker goes by the description of a mad scientist, a random inventor. She likes to work with software, tinker with hardware, and whatnot. And in the free time, she likes to learn Unicycle. And she's been working with Redwood JS and Storybook, and those are the topics she'll be talking about in today's talk. So presenting Malisha McGregor.
Hey everybody, my name is Malisha and I'm a developer advocate at iterative.ai where I work on an open source tool that makes MLOps a lot easier, which is pretty far away from what I'm talking about with you all today. So I'll be talking about how we use Storybook to maintain components in Redwood. And if you have any questions or you're interested in more content like this, you can follow me on Twitter at Flipped Coding. So let's just talk about the problem. So the problem that we have this complex app that changes the UI based on whatever data. So let's say we're reading some data from an API and we need to change the state of a button. We need to update the styles on a table and the content that's displayed, or we need to do something like change the way a drop-down works based on whether we have nested data or just straight plain data in an array or something. So there's a lot of different little components like that that are super data dependent that build up these complex apps. And to make things even trickier, we do kind of want these components to be reusable, right? So you don't want to have to make a table for every page that needs a table. You want to be able to reuse these components throughout your app. And that leads to some kind of trickiness when you start developing things. When you have these components that are super dependent on data, a lot of times what happens is you end up developing these components along with the application itself. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's something that it works. Like sometimes you just make these components as you build out the pages and then abstract it later. But a lot of times this leads to components being super glued to a page, or they're really dependent on an API in particular instead of the data that is needed to make the component work. So there's a lot of different trade-offs when you're developing a component along with the app itself. So one of the ways that we solve this problem is with component-driven development. And what this does, it just lets you model your systems better. So when you have these buttons, these tables, these drop-downs and toggles, it really helps to know how your system works before you start building out these components. Because if you go with a component-driven development approach, you're not necessarily focused on what's on a page. You're more focused on kind of making the Legos that you'll actually build the page with. So instead of working on, let's say, the reporting view where you're super focused on this design and getting the API calls and making sure that things change that way, with component-driven development, you'll pull out things like, I want to develop this table in isolation, and I want to develop this form in isolation. That way, when you do need to make these pages, you just have these different blocks that you can pull into the page and basically just send some props to a different component, and then it gives you exactly what you need. And when you work like this, it makes it easier to go with the flow with your APIs. So we all know what it's like when business requirements change and the data that we need to display is completely different than what we originally planned for. Well, instead of scrapping a whole page, now you just have to rework this one particular component. So let's say that you have a reporting table and you need to show a new column on one page, you need to show some kind of nested view on another page. This doesn't mean that you need to go back and remake component and say, oh, well, I can just update this condition and we'll show the nested data then. Or I just need to make sure that we're on a certain route and then I'll show the table with the extra column. So this is what component-driven development lets you do. You're focused on the components in isolation of the app itself. I hope that makes sense. So the components drive the pages instead of the other way around. And that's where Storybook comes in. This whole developing components in isolation, it sounds cool, maybe a little obscure, because it's like the components are in the app, so what do you mean you develop in isolation? But what that means is you don't necessarily need to run your entire app. You don't need to make these API calls, or let's be real, sometimes we go in the code locally and we set up this fake data anyways. Now you have a framework that lets you do that in a way that is reproducible. So you're able to not just develop these components for the first time, but also maintain them in isolation from the app. And we all know how pages change as stakeholders come in with new requirements. Maybe somebody has a crazy idea and that whole design you had is completely scrapped. And now you have to start from just components again. That's what's so beautiful about component-driven development. It gives you that flexibility to do that. But Storybook in particular, you can develop components in isolation, and a really important and very, very overlooked part of development is documentation. So you have these cool components. You have this table that can handle whatever data and edge cases your API can throw at it. But when you bring on somebody new, how are they supposed to know what those props mean? How are they supposed to figure out what values those props can take? And even yourself, after you've worked on this for, 3 months, and then you get pulled to a different feature, maybe a different product completely, and you go back and something's broken in prod and nobody remembers what values the props are supposed to have, how do you keep track of that? Storybook is one of the answers to that, because the way that you develop components in isolation, you're able to add text to them describing what the components do, the props they take. You can show the fake data that you use to trigger different states of the component. So it's just a really good tool that lets you play with a lot of different situations and scenarios. And then we all know about testing, whether we're as diligent about it as we should be or not. We know we're supposed to do it, but that's another perk to using Storybook and doing component-driven development in general. It makes writing tests a lot easier. So when you're writing a test for an entire page, you have all of these mock requests you need to make. You need to mock these functions. You have to mock the data. You need to test for these weird edge cases. And yeah, it's great because the pages are definitely what users are going to see. But when you are able to test components in isolation, it makes it a lot easier to figure out where those weird quirks are. So you're able to just pass fake data instead of having to mock all of these functions and these requests to see if a button changes state. You can do that just by writing tests for your component in particular. And when you're working with Storybook, odds are you're probably trying to document as many of the different states and props and their values that you can. So when it's time to write a test, you basically have everything you need to just copy and paste into Jest, which makes it a lot easier to include it in your flow without being stressed out about writing tests. Why isn't this call working? Is it some weird thing in Jest that I need to figure out? No, you don't have to worry about that now. So now that you know about Storybook and how it fits into component-driven development, let's talk about this Redwood framework. And it's a full-stack JavaScript framework, but really it's more like a full-stack Jamstack framework. So it's honestly a framework that I've just been kind of enjoying using personally, just because it does a lot out of the box for you. Like, you have your React front end, a GraphQL back end, and Prisma supporting all of your database operations. And as soon as you make this app, like an app from scratch, you already have a fully functional full stack app ready to go. It's kind of crazy, and it doesn't do the weird black box stuff where it just makes a bunch of files and you're just supposed to nod and smile and go with the flow. No, you can go in and edit everything. You can change the file structure if you want to. It'll break a lot of the cool functionality, but you can do it if that's your thing, but definitely check out the framework because that's what we're about to do. So now that we're gonna look at a project, let's just switch to VS Code. It's everybody's best friend, right? This is what a Redwood app looks like when you first create one. And I've learned from enough trial and error to not try to make a new app during a demo because it takes a little bit just because it creates so much for you. But if you do want to follow along and make a new Redwood app, just run yarn create Redwood app. Isn't it so crazy how creative we are? Yarn create Redwood app. Sorry, that's just something that kind of tickled me because it's so literal. But if you like TypeScript, you can include this TypeScript flag here and it'll spin up a Redwood app with TypeScript enabled. Or you can leave that off and just go with the regular old JavaScript setup, which is what I'm gonna do to keep things a little bit simple. And then you can give it the name for the app. So if you wanted to follow along exactly with what I'm doing, this is the command you would run. But again, I'm not gonna run that because I already have all these files over here. So Redwood's ready to go. But let me explain just what's happening over here quick. The main focus will really be in this API and this web directory. The API directory, which you can probably guess, this is where we'll handle all of the code for our GraphQL backend. This is where we handle all of the code for our database operations. So in here, you come in and set up the schema for your database. You handle migrations through here, and you can set up your GraphQL types, add some resolvers, and you have a whole backend ready to go. And then here in the web directory, this is where we're going to be focused at, because this is where we use Storybook and component-driven development. But this is where all of our front end lives. So the pages, the components, layouts, you can check out more about why these folders are here if you look at Redwood's docs. It's honestly very, very thoughtful. It's made me question some of my past development workflows. But I digress. We have all of this stuff here on the front end ready to go. And if I run this app right now, first let me make sure I'm using the right version of Node. Glad that I checked so that ugly error didn't show up. And then we'll run yarn redwood dev. And what this does, this starts up the GraphQL server and it starts up the React front end. So if I switch over to the browser real quick, this is what Redwood looks like when you run it straight out of the box. So we already have a front end set up with some routes. It's already connected to the GraphQL backend, which is already connected to our database. And we haven't really done much but run 2 commands, right? That's the part that blows me away every time. But I digress again. Gonna go back to the code and let's start talking about how Storybook works. So there's a lot of different approaches you can take to develop with Storybook. You can test your components in isolation, and you can also make pages in isolation. So that's what we're going to start with, just because we need a page. And I'm going to leave our app running in the background and open a new terminal here and make sure that I'm using the right version of Node again. And now we're going to run a Redwood command. So we're going to run yarn. I use that shorthand so much, it's just second nature. But we're going to use yarn redwood generate page. And we're just going to call this the home page and say it should direct to the root of our app. So what this is going to do is tell Redwood to create these 3 new files and update our routes. So here you see we have this new route for our home page, and in pages we have this whole new home page directory. And this is one of the cool things about Redwood. We have our homepage component, we have our storybook story for the homepage, and we have a test for our homepage already. So straight out of the box, we have all of this built in for us to just start building on top of. That way you don't have to worry about remembering to include the test or remembering to include the stories. You just have to go in and update the file, which is, well, we're not going to update anything right now because this is just the home page. We're more focused on components. But I want you to see how Storybook actually works within Redwood. So I'm going to clear the terminal, and Redwood handles all of the configurations for you. You can go in and change those if you want, but straight out of the box, Redwood has Storybook covered. And to run it, we'll do yarn Redwood Storybook. And this starts up a separate Storybook server. So we'll be able to look at our components in isolation from the app. We don't have to run the app to use Storybook, which is kind of the whole point of using Storybook. So if I switch back over to the browser now, you see this is what Storybook looks like. So we have our pages here for when we're working with a bunch of different pages. I was talking to a developer recently and they were working on a 700-page app. And I can't even imagine what that means. Like, why does it have 700 pages? But if you did have an app that had 700 pages, this would be one of the ways you could take a look at all of them in isolation. And you'll see it has exactly what you would expect from our code. So if I switch back over to VS Code and we take a look at the homepage component, this is exactly what we saw in the browser. So nothing too crazy here, right? So let's make it just a little crazy. I'm gonna stop the Storybook server for now, just because I want to use this terminal. We're gonna go ahead, close up the home page, all that good stuff. Let's make a button component. And we're gonna do that with yarn, Redwood, generate component, and button. Again, it's so creative how we make these commands that is so literal. I don't know, maybe it's just my bad developer humor. But yarn, Redwood, blah, blah, blah. It makes the button component for us, which is really similar to what happens with the page. We get this new folder here, and it has the button component itself. We have our Storybook story, and we have a test file for just the button. I know a lot of times I have used the excuse, oh, I forgot to make the test file, so the test just got left out this time. I didn't forget it. I just didn't want to make it. And then Redwood has it here, so you can't ignore it as easy. So it makes it easier to follow best practices. But that's just something that I really think is nice they include in the framework. But now let's talk about our button scenario here. So we were talking about having this app that has a reporting page, has some table, maybe some form, and we're going to work on the button for that form submission. So let's say we know that we need a primary button just for when they want to submit the form and everything is good to go. We need some kind of default button, so maybe we want to show a cancel state and, well, probably some kind of dark mode, because everything has dark mode now, right? But let's go ahead and make this button. But to do that, I like to use styled components to handle my CSS, just so the button doesn't look as plain. So what I'm gonna do is import styled from styled components, and I'm gonna drop below our button here and make this styled button component. And this is just so that we can start to see some of that usefulness in developing these components in isolation. So we're gonna make a button that updates its style based on the state of the data that we're getting from the API, or just the state that we're passing into this button. The data can come from anywhere. And what we're gonna do in the styled button, we'll update the background color, and we'll say that based on the props that get passed in, we'll change the color based on this type. So let's say the type is dark. We'll use this color. Just gonna copy and paste this so that it looks right. Or we'll check and see if our prop is secondary. And let's see, if it is a secondary type, we'll give it this color, or we'll give it this other one that I'm gonna paste in here. Okay. Let me add that back there. All right, so this is just one of the ways we would use data to make some kind of update to a component. But we're changing our background color of the button just based on whatever type is getting passed into the button. And next we'll update our color kind of in a similar way. I'll just go ahead and copy and paste some code in here. So again, it's based on that type that we pass in. And the last thing I'll do is just a little extra styling. We'll give it some padding, just so we have a little bit of a realistic button, right? And now up here, since this is just the button component, I'm going to make a button. And we'll pass in a type and let's just say a label. So the button type will be the type that we pass in, and the text inside the button will just be this label. So that's what we have for our button component. Nothing too crazy here. Maybe I should use the styled button we just made. Might help. And that's it. So we've made our button component, right? But we don't actually know what this looks like unless we run the app right now. But that's where our storybook story comes in. Here's where we get fancy with testing different props and data that we get passed in. So we're importing this. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of a few lines because we won't need them. And I'm gonna update our export statement. So we should have the component is the button and title is fine. Good, good, good. So what we're gonna do is start off by making a template for this button. Since this is our story, we need a template so that we can show off the different scenarios that we have for this button. So I'm gonna make a variable called template, and it is gonna be equal to this code that I'm about to just copy and paste in here. So what we're doing is passing arguments to this template, and those arguments are then used as the props for our button component. And what we're going to start with is just our primary button. So we'll call it primary, and we'll take this template, and we'll bind to it. So what this does, it gives us a blank copy of the template that we can start from scratch with and pass in whatever arguments we want for this primary button. So I'm going to copy and paste again. And here's where we define what this primary button looks like in Storybook. So we know that our arguments are going to be this type and this label. So we just show this primary button here like that. So I'm going to save this, and let's just run Storybook again so that you can see what this looks like. So I'm going to switch back over to the browser, and it looks like Storybook is still up just because I never refreshed it. But I'm waiting for VS Code to finish this build, and it should be good to go now. No, not now. No, not now. Okay, that's weird. Let's switch back over to code real quick. So I have that in there, and I must be missing something simple, because that's usually what happens here. So I have my template, I've imported my button. That is a tricky one. Let me think for a second. This is always the fun part about doing a live demo. Is sometimes it just doesn't go quite like you expected it to, and then you're stuck live debugging when you weren't really planning on doing that. And that's kind of where we are right now. So let me switch back to VS Code. Let's see, we have our story, we got the button, what am I missing? I export my button. The title is right. So why wouldn't this render? Maybe I should stop this running in the background over here maybe, and then come back and restart Storybook. Maybe there was some weird cache thing going on. I know that's been known to happen just for me, because I do weird stuff with my local setup. But let's see if this time when it builds, we get what should be over here. This is really weird. it's really not showing me my button. So, you know what? Just to spite it, I'm gonna keep writing code in here and see if something in here is what I'm actually missing. Oh, wow. I forgot to export the button. That's what's missing. So if I switch back over now, you see the component. Womp womp. That makes perfect sense. You can't see anything if you don't export it. So now that I remembered to export this button, you can see it's very basic looking at the moment. But we're going to switch back over to code, and I am just going to copy and paste in these other buttons we were talking about. So remember we mentioned having some kind of secondary thing and a dark button. Well, here they are. We're using that same template and just passing in different values for the props. So now that everything is being exported, because that is so important to do in pretty much everything, we can take a look back over in our browser, and there are these 3 different buttons now. So you see we have the primary one, which is just a regular gray. We got the secondary one, which is, I guess, kind of a greenish color. And then we got the dark mode, which is just a black button with white text. Dark mode, right? But now you see how we make these different components in Storybook, passing different props, right? So if I come back to VS Code over here, we can make any type of button that we want. If you come over here and we update this to have some other kind of prop. So maybe we want to add a size to this, and we'll pass in the size to be, well, whatever size is, right? And we'll change our font. Yeah, let's just change the font size to whatever props. So we'll do prop size equals large. Then we'll have a font size of 24 pixels. Otherwise, it'll be 18. Oh, there we go. All right, so now we got that. We can come in here and let's say I want the primary button to be the big one because it's primary. That makes sense, right? And we've made that update. So we switch back over here to Storybook and you see that text difference. And the other ones don't have that. So this is what I mean when I say you can come in and just switch things around. You can test out weird edge cases. You can add documentation around it. So if we did want to do something with docs, let me switch back to code. We could also export something like, I don't know, docs, and we'll say this is equal to this component where we say type is type of button. Let's go ahead and make a fragment for this and copy and paste a couple times for the other props. Label is text in the button and size is size of text in button. All right, so we have that exported. Let's switch back over and we take a look at our docs. Oh, well, that is an error that I'm not used to. So I'm just gonna switch back over to code. But this is the general method of how you add different components, different docs, things like that to Storybook. But now that you've seen what it looks like to have components that you design inside Storybook itself, we can go ahead and wrap up for today. So I'm going to switch back over to the presentation and we can finish up maybe if I still have the presentation open somewhere. Which is right here. Yes, right here, because I knew that's where it was. But I do want to say, if you want to add Storybook to an existing project, it's also a pretty quick thing to do. If you run this command inside of your existing JavaScript or TypeScript project, you can add Storybook and start doing component-driven development. It's not something that you have to just pick up all at once. You can add it gradually as you go, but this is how you get started with Storybook. npx storybook init. It's pretty nice. So now that you've seen what component-driven development is, how you can do it in isolation with Storybook, and what it looks like inside of a framework like Redwood, let's wrap up with some stuff that I hope you take away today. Component-driven development makes long-term maintenance easier because, again, even if you don't write documentation, just going through the Storybook stories themselves shows you the different values that props can have, and you get a visual view of what they should look like with these different values. That way, when you're testing, you can just quickly see like, oh, that's not the right state I expected. So component-driven development makes it easier to maintain complex apps over the long term. And then if you are starting a new project, Redwood bootstraps a lot of stuff for you. One command we didn't even look at was this scaffold one. And basically, if you set up your database schema and you do your migration, Redwood will generate the entire CRUD, front end and back end, for whatever schema you want it to. It's just a little thing I want to throw in there. Redwood's pretty dope. And just keep trying new stuff. There's always a new tool, there's always a new framework, and there's always something that can make your work easier. You just have to give these new things a shot. Even if they don't stick forever, at least you know you've tried it. And again, if you have any questions or you're curious about more stuff like this, you can follow me on Twitter @FlippedCoding. So thank you for your time, and I really hope that this was useful for you.
Hey, Malisha, it was a great talk. I personally haven't used Redwood.js yet, but after your talk, I'm really excited. I just want to go back home and try out Redwood.js and see how it works. It's really interesting and amazing talk. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Okay, I see in the questions, there's one question which you have already answered. Do you want to add some more to the answer?
No, I think those are the two main suggestions I have. So if you have some connected components that are just difficult to deal with, maybe try adding some complex args, like maybe some JSON type data. That's an option that might help make that a little bit easier, or if possible, just try to decouple them.
Awesome. Sure. All right. So, Manisha, we would request you to, after the talk, move to the lounge area where there would be a table assigned by your name, and people can just like, join that table and they can ask you questions there. And yeah. So, thank you again for the amazing talk. It was really like a learning experience about Redwood.js and Storybook. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Our last talk of the day, but definitely not the least. Our next speaker is a full stack product designer at NodeSource. She's the co-founder of the biggest women in tech community in Colombia. Not just that, she's an educator at various platforms where she mashes up design, tech, and marketing, and has a lot of courses on various platforms. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Marian Villa. Hello, Marian. Welcome here.
Hello, thank you to having here. I'm super excited to be in JSConf India.
Awesome, we're excited as well. So if you're all set up, the stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you. So hello everyone. Today we're going to talk about design system and token assets, components, and patterns. As they present me, I'm full stack product designer at NodeSource. My name is Marian Villa, and I am right now in Colombia, South America. So I'm very excited to be connected with India, practically the other side of the world. So today agenda will be talking about first NodeSource intro, trying to explain what is my work on NodeSource and how design and design system converse here. Then I'm going to talk about design system baseline, then how to constituent of design system, what are the parts, how is the methodology atomic design applied to design system. We are going to talk about design tokens, design components, design patterns, and finally the design system architecture. So first, talk about NodeSource. So what is NodeSource? NodeSource is basically the company that distributes Node.js binaries and has an application performance monitor product that the name is in Solid and is used in large companies around the world. When you download Node.js on your server, it's most likely that NodeSource has compiled and distributed. So it may be that you have used our service even without knowing. In NodeSource, we are Node.js guides that help organizations and developers use Node to its fullest and through our tools and Solid and Consult. And for many years, we have Node as the Node company because all what we do is focus on Node.js. And about the product, I like to introduce you in Solid. It's an application performance monitor platform, or best known as an APM. And instead of creating an NPM package, we recompiled the Node.js project, adding functionality right to the heart of the platform with C++, providing even more speed and security. Because NodeSource has its own version of Node.js, our product managed to be 90% more performative than competitors in monitoring and inspecting what is happening in your Node.js application. And I know as a dev, I know many of you make decisions based on what you can prove that be true. This little tool does just that with the APNs showing with and solid is the most performant observability solution and is open source so you can contribute right now. So we delivered this week, the last week, sorry. So I invite you to go to and check benchmark.notsource.com. Okay, so jumping to what we came to talk about, if you were listening to me well about what we do, these are some words represented in a word cloud, and you will realize that many are server side. So, what does a designer do on a high performance engineering team? Any clue? Yay, design system. So, close your eyes. What do you see when you heard the words design system? You probably see a lot of components going through your mind right now, and some big tech names associated with these components, and even some libraries. But what it is really? A commonly agreed definition of a design system is a library of design patterns, rules, and UX guidelines that enable companies to ship and maintain consistent products at scale. But we can resume this definition trying to say that it's a single source of truth that everyone can point to while growing the product. Or we can definitely say it's a collection of codified decisions. And I believe that is a better definition because a design system is a way to communicate our decisions more efficiently. When we talk about a system, clearly is the sum of its parts and the connection between these working towards a definite purpose. So let's dig a little more. So you see here a developer and a designer, and this means that decisions are made by a team. And if I'm talking, is an agreement between developers and designers, not just one side. And ideally, there will be other stakeholders around the product. So if we have luck in the design team, we will have designers to define the visual elements of the systems. We will have front-end developer to create modular, efficient code. We will have accessibility experts to ensure your system conforms to standards like WCAG. We will have content strategists who can help the team nail the voice and tone of the system. We will have research who can help you understand customer needs. We will have performance experts who can ensure your system loads quickly on all devices. We will have product managers to ensure the system is aligned with the customer needs. And finally, but not least important, leaders as VPs and directors to champion and align the vision through the company, including up to executive leadership. So if we notice all these lists, we probably all the people need to be involved with the product and need to be involved with the design team. So the design system is something across all the company. Need to be. Okay, so all for one for all. When we are clear about the team that will intervene in the decisions of the design, you also have to think about its speed and its growth. Sometimes important to know is also the ubiquity of being able to scale through multiple platforms and use case and in the values that the system must always preserve, unified, accessible, collaborative, and based on a coherent vision. So we need to have in mind that we need to decide what will be the approach to the team to create the design system. This is different models from Curtis, and he developed through figures in a paper named "A Design System Isn't a Project; It's a Product Serving Products." So in the figure one, we have the solitary, is only one designer who dictaminate like the principal guidelines to set up like the design system. The other will be decentralized, so a team of designers decide everything about the design system. And the last figure is the federate, when everyone has the power to contribute and to the design system. So these models by Nathan Curtins are three types of models that are explained here, but if you want to learn more, you can go to this paper right now. The approach that we have in node source is something mixed between the federate and the solitary, because we already have like design guidelines, and the baseline is set up by the design team, actually by one designer that set up all the design system. And right now we work through a federate, trying to be decentralized, not centralized, because we are remote company, remote first company. So we work in a hybrid figure based in these models that Nathan gave us. So the design system will contain shared resource for our web-based platforms, but it also includes everything from foundation. So the components are built using tokens, and they follow the patterns and guidelines defining foundations. So the systems are standalone since they're connected. So when we refer a connection, we refer to the design, and its root, it will always contain, of course, design, code, and documentation. The key is that everything is connected in the system and everything is all available in the same place. So we provide design assets, code, and documentations in the same place. It's actively maintained by a dedicated team, has a defined interface for engineers to work with. So which tools we use in NodeSource and which tools we recommend. So a key question in design systems, if we know what way they have three elements such as design, codes, and documentation, where do we keep these elements to have them available to everyone? So I think this will depend on the approach of the company. In the case of NodeSource, the code and documentation is done with GitHub. And in the design and code part, we did it in Figma with integration to Zeppelin and GitHub. Every project is different and requires thoughtful decisions, nevertheless setting standards and best practice for working more ordinarily and efficiently can never be overestimated. This is an infogram that I found about Gartner, and I think it's perfect because they show advanced design system using design tokens to decentralize the management of colors, textiles, icons, and more. So if you see here the four parts that conform this infogram, we have style assets, structural assets, code components, and standard. In style assets, said that unique design tokens and could be like the first approach to design tokens, because here we have like logos, color palette, typography, graphics, photography, motion, sound, and writing style. Then we have structural assets, and here we have UI design patterns customized to your product. So we have pages, templates, organized modules, and atoms. And then we have code components, and that they are ready for production. And we have HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And finally, the standards will be the documentation, so the instructions about how to use everything. So guideline principles, usage guidelines, and governance policies. So what are the tokens? So at by design systems, you design tokens centralize the management of colors, textiles, icons, and more, as I said. And design tokens are platforms neutral entities that store design variables and are used in place of hard code values such as pixel or hex values to maintain UI and UX consistency when design systems scale. The concept of design tokens was created by the design system advocate Gina Ann to refer to those entities that store visual design attributes. Since then, the name has spread across the industry to become the most common way to identify these little pieces. But what exactly are tokens? As defined by the Workspace design system teams, tokens are the smallest pieces of our design system. Their primary function is to store UI information that allows for building assets, components, and patterns and at a sustainable scale while securing consistency across our platforms. A token is an immutable element that requires a well-defined and justified adoption and modification process. So a token is the raw material or tool we use to build more complex elements like components and patterns. So the second rule will be a token is the raw that provides us like the material to build like complex elements. So don't take it a set of elements that become code variables. So we using design system as a part of a methodology that is completely agnostic. And it doesn't matter what language it is programmed with. They are stored in JSON of JSON and can be used in any project. So I'm going to share this infograph is taken from a really cool keynote about design tokens. It's in Spanish, con superpoderes. This means with superpowers. And this is a design system distilled process. Then you have like design tokens, colors, topography, layout, spacing, etc. Then we have design components that is the methodology based in atomic design. And then we have developed components that is when we have like the pattern library, and there that is where the catalog of components lives. So if I'm going to talk about design, is almost a book and a methodology that everyone in the design world needs to know, and is made by Brad Frost or proposed by Brad Frost. And it's a methodology that helps us to go to from abstract to concrete, taking the parts, the proton, to an atom, to a molecule, to our organism, to a templates, and finally a pages. So it's a process when you see the whole part and then the pardon, sorry, the system by the parts and the parts by the system. And what would be like the criteria to build like this token? So the criteria to creating or coding the tokens will be before any coding is implemented in the DSM or in your SSOT. Designers and developers must agree on what should be the token, how those tokens will be used, how those tokens will be named, and the best practice is to start simple. So first, create tokens for the most common atomic and subatomic properties in your design system, such as colors and textile properties. So here we have like a diagram by Envision app inside design tokens. Yeah, this is a proposed like a ramification or route to build like the tokens, the design tokens you are going to build. So here we have like different types of greens. We have like the default green is the green of noters, like emerald. We have the X code, and then we have like the two properties, the hover and the active, and the variation about the X numeral that we assign to these values, to this action, sorry. So here we have like the category, type, item, subitem, and state. And with these criteria, we could create and begin to name our tokens. Then we have like the assets, and from tokens, like is the minimal part, we jump through the assets, and the assets are more complex UI units, and they are used in the same way as components, but they are built with a fixed function of purpose. So they depend on tokens in the same way as components, but they are built different. Examples of this will be icon libraries, brand assets, Illustrator libraries. The next level will be the components, and The levels of complexity we need to define will depend on the size and the type of the design system, but for most of the systems out there, it would recommend counting with 3 levels of complexity to define their components. So level 1 will be a standalone components made with tokens only. The level 2 will be components built grouping level 1 components together with tokens and simple interactions. So in the level 2, we have tokens and components, and in the level 3, we will have components built using other components, in addition to logic and interaction metrics. So they are more complex. So due to this complexity, some of these are covered under patterns. So the level 3 is very easy to convert these components for the level of complexity in patterns. So web components are based on existing web standards. Original web components had a standalone W3C specification called custom elements, but custom elements was deprecated in 2018 and is first moved into the HTML and DOM standards respectively. So custom elements son a set of JavaScript APIs that allows you to define custom elements and their behavior, which can then be used as desired in your user interface. So in web components, if we are trying to create an analogy between designers and developers, we will have web components based in these 3 elements: that custom elements, shadow DOM, and HTML templates. But as I said, custom element was deprecated. A shadow DOM is a set of JavaScript APIs for attaching an encapsulated shadow DOM tree to an element, which is rendered separately from the main document DOM. This is from Mozilla, and HTML templates. They are displayed to reuse multiple times in the element structure. So you could check this documentation about web components in developer mozilla.org. But if you are trying to get a better comprehension about components and finally libraries, I could recommend you webcomponents.org. Here you could find several a list of several libraries about web components that make it easy to use custom elements with the standard HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and the issues with accessibility and search engine optimization fixed. I know UI libraries such as React, Vue, and Angular serve the same purpose as web components, and they make components-based front-end development possible. So even though they are not native to web browsers, so you have to add the library separately, while web components use web APIs built into the browser, such as DOM and custom element registry. So they have a huge ecosystem. I know the UI libraries, they have good documentation and many developer friendly features. So it's natural that many companies opt for these popular UI libraries rather than experiment with the web components. The web component standards also need further improvement to address these technical limitations that make it hard to use custom elements with standard HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and all the issues with accessibility and search engine optimization, SEO. So here I let you like building blocks for the web. Probably you could start playing around web components and trying to comprehend to get better comprehension about these concepts. There are several open source tools and resources such as the Stencil.js web component compiler by Ionic that is also used by Apple, and the Open Web Components Toolkit and the gold standard checklist for web components that you can search on Google that can help you follow best practices. These are some examples in the screen of the components review by the IBM Gallery, carbondesignSystem.com. So here could have like components review, like accordion, breadcrumb, bottom, checkbox, code snippet, content switcher, data table, or data picker. I know that patterns are tricky one to define because of the complexity, the level of complexity are rise, and how they are created. So patterns are more related to solutions than to isolated elements in a system. This means that even though they could be created and created by the design system team, the norm should be the parents and create feedback into the system by thus solving the problems in your organization, so the product teams. Patterns consist on reusable collections of components that can be redefined by their respective interaction while solving a design problem. This needs to be adopted and documented as a business case and together build a consistent and robust ecosystem. But there are some reported cases of universal design pattern, as in the case of IBM's Carbon, where, as we see in the image, they have managed to review 14 of them and explain their functionality for future implementations. Here we have common actions, dialogos, disabled states, empty states, filtering, forms, global header loading, etc. So a design system architecture. So if you are going to implement a design system in your company, a first proposal for the implementation of a design system could have the following elements. However, not all companies take into account all the elements as I named them below. So first will be UI library, and this is supposed to be the sole source of truth because it compromises the true operation of UI components. More complex design systems might contain many of these, such as the ones for native Android, iOS, and the web. Then we have like style guide generation, so we could have specific tools such as Fractal, Pattern Lab, and Storybook can construct an actual style guide via your UI libraries code, and package manager and repositories because you could have specific tools such as Yarn, NPM, and Nexus handle all your UI library distribution and packaging. And design token repositories, so tools to manage, store, and designing tokens all come under this section, GitHub or GitLab. And finally, but not least important, tools through which designers can share and synchronize their value assets as Figma or Adobe XD with Cloud. Why should you implement a design system? The answer is really very simple. So design system value would be because you could have faster turnaround, is the sole source of truth for designers and devs. They speak the same language. Prevent forming unintentional variation that result in brand inconsistency and further user experience. If you want to check a design system gallery, there's a really cool page that I will recommend you that is designsystemrepo.com, and there you could have articles, tool books, talks, and design systems itself. So that will be it. I'm here for Q&A. Thank you.
Awesome, great talk, Marian. I am personally like very interested in design systems and tokens and components and like how best we can like create such an ecosystem in an organization. So definitely a great talk, a lot of learnings. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it a lot. Thank you for that. Okay, moving on to questions. So we have a first question. Adnan asks, what is your opinion on using open source design systems, for example, Ant?
I love the idea, so go for it. So I love open source, and I believe that all of us are responsible for using and improve these amazing tools out there. So go and check Ant. Yeah, definitely recommend open source design system.
Right. So there's a follow-up question that I'm really curious about. Let's say you adopt an open source design system at your organization, you develop all your front end using that. What trigger could be when you actually like should move to a design system of your own, actually start developing one from scratch at your organization? What kind of triggers can someone look out for?
I believe when you are creating like the whole design system by yourself, it will be hardest, of course. And it could be a use case, for example, for a big company who have the time and the resource and the time to build like the like components, patterns, and libraries, etc. I know when you are like a solo team, or you are an entrepreneur, or or you have like a small team of designers, it's really difficult to start all over from scratch. So probably they are really cool tools, and I'm sure it is right there in the web, in the amazing web. So I will be take like an open source library and start from there. Of course, we need to take like the resource we already have, like the brand style guides, like the colors, typographies, and all the elements that give like the special touch to our company organization. But definitely we can reuse and adopt the best practices that the biggest players have open for the public.
Right. Yeah, totally makes sense. Okay, there's another question by Rakesh. He asks, any good examples of a popular website built using web components?
Of course, they are the biggest. I mean, I believe everyone that love designs and design patterns and everything probably um, um, know that material design is a great library, but I know it's short if we're talking about ubiquity in some cases. So I recommend check also a Carbon or IBM. I believe they create like a really good exercise. I love Spotify is a music system. I don't know if they have, because there are several. But if you know Spotify, you could search in Google, and they have like a really cool documentation about how they integrate 22 design system they create, and they realize that they need like a system to cover all the design systems. So it's a beautiful way of organize like all the design resources that they create through the time. So I definitely recommend.
Great, thank you for that answer. We have one more question that I have like asked. It's about like generally tokens, like always tokens originate from these design apps like Figma and Sketch, and they finally they end up in the front end code used by developers. So like, how do you keep them in sync? Is there any process that you would recommend to keep them in sync?
Okay, so
Thank you for that answer.
one of the things
We
is
have one more question that
right now in
I was
November they released like
asked.
a plugin on
It's about
Figma
like generally
that
tokens,
integrate with
like
GitHub,
all these
so
tokens
you can create
originate
like your
from
pull request to GitHub,
these
and I
design
believe
apps
is
like Figma and
a
Sketch,
more
and they
clean
finally
way to
they end up
maintain
in the
your
front end code
components
used by
and
developers.
all the
So
tokens that
like,
you are
how do you
creating.
keep them in
So
sync? Is there
Figma
any
is
process that you would
continue
recommend to keep them in sync?
evolving to be a better product, and trying to close the gaps that at least we have. For example, we used to use Figma with Zeppelin and then with GitHub, but right now with this change, probably we could. I don't know if I can say this through air, but probably with time we could simply not use Zeppelin, because Figma and GitHub did all the work for us.
Right. Yeah, I agree. That would be like really awesome. I definitely checked it out.
And I saw a question here in the chat that I think she's Barton, lead UX designer, already resolved the question. But yes, Carbon Design is open source and is on GitHub, so you can check it out.
Awesome. Cool. So, like, if you have more questions, I think more questions here. Marianne would be in our launch. There would be a table named by her name, Marianne, and you can go there, ask all your questions, clear your doubts, and Marianne will be there to answer all those questions.
Already received the
Uh,
question,
we would like
but
to
yeah,
thank you, Marin. It was great talk. We learned a lot of things. I'm sure the audience learned a lot of stuff. Thank you for your time and thank you for giving this amazing talk.
no,
Like,
thank
if you
you.
have more
I'm
questions,
I'm I'm really excited to be here to
Marian
India,
will be
and
in
I
our
hope the
lounge,
next
and there
year
would be a table
will
named
be in person
Marketing
and
Italian, and you can
meet
go
all the
there,
great teams that
ask
make
all your
this
questions,
possible.
clear your doubts. Definitely, hopefully, we'll meet in person. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We would like to thank.
Huh? What? What's going on? I don't know. I guess we have to check the DevTools. Uncaught reference error document is not defined. What were you trying to do? I was just trying to decode the video on the web worker. Oh, is this not possible? It's not in the spec, I think. Oh no. But what should we do now? Guess we just do the Light.js remix.
I don't know.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
Light.js remix.